Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, guys. I'm here. Oh my gosh, Miss Pie is in the house, finally. Dude, it's like my fifth or my sixth one. Where you been, Pie? That's it, cold pie. I want warm pie like this. I don't want cold pie. We're just getting ready, guys. We'll give a few minutes for the stragglers to come in, the unfaithful groupies to show up, and for my faithful groupies, just know I see you. You're here early, you're here often. Miss Pie, you're going to have to make up for it. I can get you back in, but, you know, you're starting to warm up again, but I feel you've been a bit cold. I need warm pie, not cold pie, please. Hey, one sec. Shut this off. And where the hell was I? One second, guys. I'm here. And we're back. Hey, guys. Let's give a little bit of a public shaming to Miss Pie for her tardiness. So I will leave her up on screen. And I believe Nicole, do you guys like this layout better? I could zoom it in a bit more, right? Is that too much? Well, yeah, but I need to move it across a bit. No, I should put it back out. Is that okay like that? Or, so I'll show you the options, okay, guys? And each one can probably be zoomed. But I noticed last night I was using this one. And what I could do is, one sec. Move it over a bit. No, I can't move it over. So that's no good, right? Now this one, it's cool. And I'll get rid of, just for one sec, I'll get rid of Pie, Miss Pie. Hide the current comment. There. So here's our choices. Let me just tell you, I think this is the one that looks best. Because if I zoom it in, I should be able to move it a little to the left. Yeah, that is cool. Ooh. Just to get the, oh, look at that. And I could fit all those page numbers in, so that would be perfect. If it would stay like this. All right, so let me go full screen. Bear with me, guys. I'm distracted by the presence of Miss Pie. Pie, can you please put a real avatar? Your cartoon ones are cute, but I need some real Pie. Like Dino shows his real face, so can you please? Thank you. I'll feel better. That'll make it up. Ha ha. You want to make it up to me for your tardiness, Miss Pie? I think you should put one of your real photos up. And you'll be out of the doghouse. You'll be back inside the house. Yeah. LMSO. Yeah. LMSO, everyone. Tardy and laughing my shit off. Was that a typo or did you mean to write that? Anyway. All right. So, anyways, Miss Pie is in the doghouse until I get a real photo back up. And TJ, oh my gosh, TJ, did you just subscribe to me, TJ, all this time? You silly goose. So I got a just notification today that TJ subscribed to me. I was like, what? She's been here like every show. Anyways, okay, let's say hi to everyone. Who did I'm going to go right back. So who do we got here? Mino Dino comes. Oh, there we go. He's getting up. I need to make up for it because today in Cryptex's chat, I thought I said hi to Dino, but I might not have. But then I pretended, I tried to play it up like as if he missed it. So I tried to make it look like I did say hi. So yeah, I put in chat, I was like, dude, I said hi to you. You missed it. But I'm pretty sure I didn't, and he caught me, which I feel horrible about. And then we have Paula. Hello, my faithful Paula. Then we got Nicole came in. Then we had Carol, the person who lets me sleep under their bed. Hi, Carol. Welcome. Oh, Mimi came in, said hi to everyone. Then, oh, also, guys, so if you look up top, I'm pretty sure I pinned the link for this Fox 59 thingy. And again, I just explained it to Nicole and you guys. So page 2, each volume is in 250 pages each volume. So if you're looking for volume 2, page 1, you would go to 260. So the volume 1 is from 1 to 250. So volume 2 starts at 250. So page 10 of volume 2 is 260. Just like page 10 of volume 3 would be 510. Or page 10 of volume 4 would be page 760. Or page 10 of volume 5 would be page 1010. And the last volume isn't quite 250 pages, but it would be if there were, it ended at like 220 or so. So they're all, each volume, so I'll show you page 7. I'll just scroll 7. So if we're looking for depositions, I'm really trying to keep track of this stuff and then also some people have the same depositions, not the same, but some people have 2 depositions at one at a later date. So here on the screen is the depositions. I'm going to go full screen, 1 sec. So what we have here is they don't have the names, and some of the people are supposed to be redacted, but I'm sick of it. I'm not. I mean, as for the one lovely female YouTuber creator, I will not, which is on page 30 something. I'm definitely trying not to do that, but all these other people, that Anthony Portwood guy, I don't feel bad anymore because he lied about being whatever, any type of Odinism. He totally lied in his deposition because, or the other guy, Purdy, I believe, is a liar, saying he is, that he said he was. And I don't think Baldwin, because Baldwin and Rosie, the reason they called in that Portwood guy was because they caught wind of him being an actual Odinist, an Odinite, or some form of. I mean, he totally denied it. I don't know if he was doing that. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But this is a Fox 59 document, and if they're not fixing it again, this isn't downloaded from the day I got this. I'm going there now again, fresh today, to the Fox 59 site. And I mean, if Fox 59 isn't fixing it, I don't know. I should probably stop worrying. But I feel bad if somebody, I mean, it's not me. So Fox 59, get your shit together. Stop doxing people, especially nice civilian female YouTubers with long dark hair. Older, still hot. Starts with a J. Anyways, I shall move on. All right, guys. So where are we? Oh, I was saying hi to everybody. So Carol, we got Mimi. Did I say hi, Mimi? I'll say hi again. Definitely said hi to Paula. Who else we got? Miss Pie says she put a new. When I get to the bottom, if you don't have a new photo up, Miss Pie, that's it. You're going to be cold pie the rest of the night. I want warm pie. Warm, moist Canadian pie. All right. Oh, hi, Beasley. Welcome. Hey, y'all. Who dis? Hello, who dis? Yotan, Ja, Anarch, Mr. Jagerson, the Mr. UK man, the guy over on that crazy island over there near Europe or in Europe. Well, I used to be part of whatever, used to be part of Europe. Who else? Where's all my rabid fans? Oh my. Candy XXO is I. And I got my eye on you, Candy, because I feel you're somebody that I know. Oh, Nature Love. Here we go. Time for some Nature Love. Let it be 21. And damn, people keep telling me I can put, oh, we got pie. That's a tough call. Okay. So I'll say hi to Nature Love. Welcome. Let it be 21. Because you just got here. I said hi to everyone else. Oh, you okay? Nature. Oh, you're sick, Nature Love? Well, glad you're feeling better, I hope. Did I put that? It says, hey, Shibby. Hey, chat. I was extremely sick Monday. I woke up like that, so I stayed in bed for the past 2 days. I'm feeling like 30%, but I had to work. I will send you a message soon. Oh, looking forward to that. Well, I hope you're feeling better, and just concentrate on my voice. Like I cured Heather's cancer, Hebby's cancer, I single-handedly with my charm, charisma, and sweet voice. I cured Hebby's cancer. Her doctors said it was a miracle. They said it wasn't the chemo, it wasn't any of that. It was when they looked up in her chart, it just kept the letters SHIBBY kept jumping out on the screens and all the papers, and they couldn't put it together. And then they figured it out that I single-handedly cured Heavy's cancer. So, Nature Love, I guarantee you by the end of this program, you will feel 100% better. I guarantee it. Or Dino will give you his money back. And if Dino has to disappear, guys, he's going to get another keg of Milwaukee. So when Dino disappears, that means he's going to get another keg of beer. He drinks like 4 a day as a 7-foot, 13-inch Sam Squanch. He drinks the kegs like they're beer cans, really. You know, a keg of beer? He sits there and holds it like a keg of beer. That's wild, eh? So who do I want Pie on screen? That pretty picture. Thank you. Why do you do that all the time too, Pie? That's fine. That's fine. You can take it off when you leave here, but if you want to stay out of the doghouse, just know you must keep a picture on. Okay? Because that whole teacup thing, it's cute. It's cute. But I want real pie. I don't want teacup pie. So when you're on your time, do as you please. But my time, I demand real warm pie. Thank you very much. All right. See, look at that. You're going to feel better. I'll get you up there. Let's make nature love better. So now back to so I believe we left off at, I'm pretty sure I remember saying the page 833. So let's go there. All right. Ooh, I gotta zoom back. Oh, each time I change pages, I gotta have to scroll it across. You know what? This sucks. I'm just gonna zoom back. Let me see. Oh no, it works. So everyone can see that good. And yeah, this is better, I guess, right? Because I like to kind of keep stuff on the screen sometime. And when I do this, the other choice is this. And I think I kind of block this one I do like, but it kind of blocks the answer question and stuff. So, oh no, I think this is actually better because, so this one, picture this as with me kind of on top. Ooh, I'll get rid of Miss Pie for a second. So there's, ooh, shit. There's me on top. So one for this look with me in the, where am I? Yeah, with me down here in the corner. Or two, you know, I'll do that again with the letters there. Sorry. So we got one. I'll start, forget that move. This move here with me up top here, kind of on it. You know, blocking the numbers isn't bad, but when I block I don't want to be blocking the answers and questions, which this doesn't seem to do the way because I moved it over to the right a bit. And it's zoomed in as much, or we start missing the side of the screen. So this is 1. So put a 1 for this one, or I guess we've already done it. Or, so starting fresh. I kind of screwed it up. So number 1 is this one with me on top and it looks bigger. Or number 2 is when I go like this, it kind of puts me off to the left there, which I think is worse. But if I do the other one, I could probably zoom it in a bit more. But then again, if I zoom in too much and I try to change the page numbers, I think it resets itself. So I'm pretty sure. So this is number 2. So I'm pretty sure number 1 will be the choice. This one. I'm going to go back to that. 1 minus Shibby. Here we go. Dino coming in there with and you guys feel free to joke anytime you want. Say pretty much anything you want as long as you're not mean or hurtful. If you want to joke and you want to say whatever, if I'm making you bored and you just want to chat, like I said, put me on mute and just enjoy the chat as much as you want and talk to people anyway, nicely about the weather, about the new shoes you bought today, about anything you want, or what we're talking about here. I mean, the worst thing is if somebody might not reply to you if they don't like what you're talking about. And here we go. We got Rebecca and Rebby Ann is in the house. Hi, Rebby. Did I miss anyone? So Candy X, XO, Rebecca Ann is here. I believe we're caught up. My new subscriber, Love and Light for All, TJ, who's been a mod but wasn't subscribed to me. I got my eye on you, TJ. Oh, Dino retracting messages. Now that's another thing, you guys. I hold the power here. So when you retract a message, like Carol does, I can, here we go, Dino and his typos. Rebecca, good to you. GTAY, good to you. Good to you. Dino's Gowdy and Guteyu. Dino, you type in with, are you eating pizza again when you're typing on your phone? That's what happens. Dino is typing away on his phone while eating pizza, and he's got grease all over the screen. I see it. I feel it. And here we go. Let's get serious. Okay, so I will. Everyone say hi to Yotan. Call him Ja if you want, for Ja Rule. Now we're picking, okay. We're picking which one to read. And I believe that was up to Nicole tonight. So I believe we left at 8:30. So it was a new, oh yeah, it was this. We were going to read this again. No? Oh shit. I wrote the page number down, but I didn't write what I did. And I was on for 7 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. Go look. My last live stream. And people were all pouring in. I felt, my servers were overloading. There's so many people. Thousands of people were here. That's the truth. Or was it 20 to 25 here? And Duck and Felonies, was streaming the audio on some dating site or some site in Colorado where people hang and talk. And she had, like, at one point, she had over 100 and something people listening to me, plus my 20 something. So I remember it was around 130 with my 25 or 26. So that was wild. I hope to see some new. Now, Ducky, you bet. I better see some new names here tonight, because we had. If your people are your really faithful friends, they need to get over here, too. I mean, I don't mind. You guys do whatever you want. You want to stream this or do whatever. I don't care. Until I get to be a superstar, I just want to get out there. So do what you want. But a little love would be nice. Ooh, Nature Love, you fell asleep. Oh my gosh. Well, I put them as, you can see all my lives. I put them on a playlist too. I believe they're in the right order too. Let me just double check. I made a playlist and I keep adding the new lives on it. So if you want, go to that first playlist, Shibby's YouTube live streams. Yeah, I got part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, and afterwards I'll add this one to it. So last night, the 7-hour one and the one before, part 4 and 5 felt really good. But the other ones were okay too. I mean, they were all good. The first one was 3 hours and 19 minutes. The second one was 2 hours and 39 minutes. The third one was 4 hours and 55 minutes. The fourth one was 4 hours and 24 minutes. And the last night's fifth one, yesterday's or whatever, was 7 hours and 22 minutes. And then I did my first one, which was take 2. My very first one was 3 hours and 56 minutes. And actually the very first one that I totally screwed up on, where there's no audio, where you just hear me playing sound effects. And I was literally talking all that whole time and dropping sound effects after I talked for a few minutes, was 35 minutes. And then I have 2 of them with Dee Dee from Halloween and something else. But I think Dee Dee's mad at me, so. But still, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Anyways, so if you want to go back my playlists, there's the one, Shibby's YouTube live streams, and they're all in order. You'll be amazed. Trust me. All right, where was I? One more. One sec. So do we know what we're reading, guys? Because I have an idea. But I'm so... Oh my gosh, 27 people. This is starting out good. All right. Nicole, come on, let's find something to read. Let's do this. The people are hungry. Shibby's bedtime stories. Let's give them something. Ooh, so Nature Love. That's fine. You fellas, everyone falls asleep, but you'll just have to go the whole 7 hours, I'm telling you. Oh boy. The whole 7 hours is like so interesting. I actually listened to it back and fell asleep to myself listening. Like, I soothed myself to sleep. Okay, here we go. So, Nicole, do we know what, anybody, what is this deposition? Is this the one I read? Because it looks, hmm. So I'm going to take the comment off the screen for one bit. Where is that? Shit. This whole StreamYard is a little, okay, there you are. So the only thing I don't like about StreamYard is when I'm full screen for myself, I can't, I have to go unfull screen to highlight the chats and stuff, the messages. But maybe it's better I don't. So what is this deposition? So I swear to you guys, as soon as I'm positive, I'll start reading a new deposition. So yeah, is this the one that's, no, I believe we read this one. I believe. Yeah. So 1 second, guys. I'm muting, but I'm looking and drink. I'm taking a drink, but I'm also looking. So have no fear. Shibby's here. Right, Nicole. I wrote down 8:33, but I'm not sure what it meant. That I finished there, or that was the last one I read. I wrote down 8:33. So I believe that must be the ending of Roland Purdy's. So Roland Purdy, if you don't remember, Roland Purdy. You guys want a quick update on him? Roland Purdy is a Indiana State police officer, ISP officer or whatever. He was tasked. His dad was in. I believe this is him. Yeah, his dad was like a chief or something in Ohio, but then he came to work in Indiana as a cop. But then he left because his FBI credentials were approved or something. But before that, he worked on this case, like the first few months or whatever. And he was tasked with, checking out Brad Holder and these olden guys. And there was some Lori woman that worked with him. They also kind of got together. She was also a cop. They obviously had a fling, and I believe Rosie knew it. You want to go back to that and kind of brief over this? It's kind of interesting because I think he got out in front of it and admitted that he dated Lori, because I believe Rosie knew it and was kind of asking him questions, beating around the bush, so to say. And this Purdy guy got out in front of it and said, yeah, I was with her. We were together, like romantically. So thought that was interesting. And him and her as cops, I guess undercovers, right? Oh, no, not undercover. Sorry. The undercover was the Portwood guy. So this Purdy guy and this Lori woman went to actually speak with Holder. And they lost like all their paperwork. They didn't video it. They had no, I mean, 2017, right? Like who could record interviews back then? Obviously nobody in Delphi, even though we're all running around with fucking supercomputers in our pockets. Even in 2017, what was it? iPhone 8, which I'm still using now. That's the truth. I'm still using an iPhone 8 because they're good. I'm looking to upgrade. I'm going to upgrade, but I usually get like the best iPhone and keep it for 4 or 5 years. So, and my iPhone 8 is still working. I usually only switch when they stop allowing me to use certain apps, and that hasn't happened yet, really. I don't think. Oh yeah, it did. Prof, when he had that Substack thing, I couldn't download the Substack app on my iPhone 8 because it limits you. But anyways, so they're all running around with iPhone 8s back then, at least iPhone, and They couldn't record any of these guys. Forget about videotaped interviews. They couldn't even catch them on audio. Fucking liars. Anyway. So again, in chat, until we get this worked out, I'm just going to kind of go over this interesting part. So Purdy, so until I find the Lori part, Purdy outs that guy, Portwood, who lied in his deposition, saying that he, as a 37-year undercover cop, never or wasn't any part of anything Odinism or even related. And so Baldwin was like, really? Because that's why we brought you in here. Rosie and Baldwin were like, okay. But they believed him. They trusted him. They took his word. And then this guy turns around and says, nope, Portwood was an Odinist of some type. He was definitely he was playing semantics before, like the guards were, and Norse pig. And he, if you don't get it exactly right, then they can technically say no. Like if you call him an Odinite, he's not an Odinite. He's not a rock. I mean, so right there, he's not really lying, but then afterwards, Baldwin was like, you're not any part of Odinism or any type of other religious sect or cult or whatever. And that Portwood said no. And this dude here, Purdy, is like, yeah, he was. And this guy's a cop. So maybe they have beef and he's trying to, I don't know. 1 second. So here's the guy they're supposed to be redacting. So fuck it. I don't care anymore. Do what you want with me. Come on. If you guys have a record, you ain't going to get it to me in Canada anyways, because you probably won't get passed over the border. Border Patrol will turn you around if you have a criminal record. So, and I got at least 12 HD cameras pointing across my property. So come to my house. Better have a fucking smile on your face and carry a case of beer. Any kind. Cans, cold. I don't care what kind. Be smiling or turn your ass around. 1 second. All right. So I did not just mute my microphone now to finish off my smoothie. And when you get to the end of it, it's like a plastic cup. So I was slurping and slurping, that sound. I'm trying to tell you that did not just happen. That's the truth. Hey, Lowlight, Josh, how's it going, buddy? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, you know what, I joke, but I mean, I won't say it, but I guess I kind of had somebody who wanted, how do I put this nicely? I might have talked to somebody in the USA, I won't say where, and she might have been female, and her husband might have caught wind of it, and he tried contacting me a few times, pretending he was her, and I told him, like, I'm not worried about you because I know, A, you probably have a huge criminal record and you won't get across the border, and B, you sound like you don't even have enough gas money to get out of your own town. So, dude, good luck with that. And that was the last I heard of her. I'm just kidding. Or maybe it is. Anyways. All right, so what were we doing here? So I'm having trouble here because I've got I need to keep my mouse on a different screen while I'm looking at a different screen. So it's because I'm sharing a different screen than the one I'm on. So that's weird. So Portwood, there's about Anthony Portwood. Yeah, here we go. So they're asking him to Roland Purdy, is it your impression that Anthony Portwood practices some form of Odinism? I don't know that's the right word, adheres to some form of Odinism. And this dude's like, yes. Purdy's like, yes. Meanwhile, back in the redacted interview, which actually doxes Portwood, he clearly says it. He says he's not. I'm nothing to do with it. And yes, this guy's saying he does. So, and not only that, this Portwood guy, he volunteered his ass to help out. So isn't that a bit sus too? Portwood lies about being an Odinist or whatever. Yeah, here it is here. And Portwood, also volunteered his services to help out. That's not sus. And you know what? How did I make this? I'm just going to keep it like this because each time I feel like I'm losing. Damn you. No, I can't do that. So if I zoom in and move it to this side. Yeah, I wish it would. No, fuck it. Sorry, guys. I'm just, so that's 100. That's 110. So the numbers on the side, it doesn't really matter if I cover the numbers on the side. I kind of like seeing the Q&A. So I'm going to leave it there and carry on. So he found out we were looking in. So yeah, Portwood finds out that they're looking into Odinists. And right here, he says, no. He doesn't, like, Baldwin asks him, are you aware of whether or not Anthony Portwood has ever, I'll say, done any talks or seminars or lectures as it relates to that? Or is it that just a coincidence in this case and he happened to be, and then Roland Purdy answers, no, I don't think he does talks. I think he had found out that we were looking into the Odinists and wanted to know if he could help in some way. So Baldwin's like, so he came forward? And he's like, yeah, he came forward. The other cop's like, yeah, this cop came forward. The cop who's lying about being an Odinist came forward saying he wanted to help them out with the Odinist investigation. And he didn't know before that he was an Odinist. So, I mean, fuck it. Oh my God. Why wasn't that? I mean, it's crazy. So I knew him before. He knew him before, but he didn't know he was an Odinist. So when Portwood, the undercover guy, finds out they're investigating Odinism, he cannot contact Roland Purdy, who was investigating the Odinism, a guy he knew but didn't know he was an Odinist at the time, and offered his services. So who knows what Purdy told him before he even found out he was an Odinist. I'm not even sure if it says in here when he found it out. I didn't know him that well. So you work this angle? That's why we're sitting here today. He's like, yeah, right, yeah. What do you think it means practically that he is engaged in the practice? What does that mean to you now that you've worked on this? I think from the religious standpoint, is it a religious group in your mind? I respect Tony Portwood. I don't know anything about his personal life as far as what the practice looks like, what his family does, so I really can't say. And I get, I mean, maybe Roland Portwood was pissed because maybe his family, it sounds like, is all into it. Wow. Practice like that, his family does. So maybe Portwood's family is like a good, legit, whatever, heathens or whatever you want to call it. And this guy was kind of maybe trying to get in there to find these assholes and get them to stop bastardizing his religion. Or he was just like them and he wanted to get inside and help out because Portwood wasn't tasked with this. He offered himself up as an undercover. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. So that's very sus to me. And I mean, that's 10 times more sus than anything Richard Allen has done. And this motherfucker is a cop of 37 years too. Portwood, who's lying about being an Odinist. or whatever form of Odinism. So I don't think he does talks. We're looking into the Odinist, and he wanted to know if you could help. Man. So is it your impression that Anthony Portwood practices some form of Odinism, which is what Baldwin asked him in his deposition? If you guys want to go back to that redacted one, I will do that too and show you. Because this Portwood guy right here says to Baldwin, no, I have nothing to do with it. No form of it, nothing at all. Never, ever, ever. Not even an Odinite or an Odinist or none of them. Not even related. And Baldwin and Rosie were like, dude, that's why we called you in here, because we caught wind of you were. And he's like, nope, not me. And meanwhile, Purdy's here spilling the beans. So I don't know if that's the right word. Baldwin's saying, does he adhere to some form of Odinism? Yes. Purdy's, yes. Baldwin's, are you aware whether or not Anthony Portwood has ever, I'll say, done any talks? This is where I just read. And so no, he doesn't do any talks like for the police. But he found out we were looking into the Odinist and came forward, wanted to know if he could help. Oh, so he came forward? And Purdy, he came forward because I didn't know before that he was an Odinist. I knew him before, but I didn't know that he had practiced. I didn't know him that well. He worked this angle. That's why we're sitting here today, right? What do you think it means practically that he is engaged in the practice? What does that mean to you? No. What does that mean to you now that you've worked on this? I think it's from the religious standpoint. Is it a religious group in your mind? I respect Tony Portwood. I don't know anything about his personal life as far as what the practice looks like that his family does, so I really can't say. You never asked him, like, hey, what do you do on Saturdays and Sundays? Do you play in the woods? Do you LARP? Ooh, that's another thing about Brad Holder. This Purdy guy says about this Purdy guy really brought some goods, because that part just after he talks about him dating the other cop, Lori, I forget her name, Lourdes something. Her real name is Lourdes. Him and her, Purdy and Lourdes, went to talk to Holder, and Holder told them that he walks around in the woods and he listens to the branches, to the tree branches, because he's waiting to hear Odin talk to him. So that's fucked up. Holder walks around the forest or the tree, the woods. I don't know if the branches are still connected to the tree or not, or if when he breaks them or cuts them off, or he finds them on the ground, and he listens to the branches because he's waiting for Odin to talk to him through the branches. Fuck. So you don't know. I have no idea. There were some questions posed to you about Brad Holder and his alibi. That's great. So this is boring. So anyway, he totally outs that Portwood. This interesting, guys, or you want me just to get to that next deposition? So how about this? I can play around a bit like this and catch you up on what we did the last few days. Just to kind of like, I'll jump, just give you because I remember a few good things, or I find the next deposition we haven't read and just kind of start fresh. So one, I'll go back and kind of synopsis just for like 5, 10, 20 minutes, or two, move on, dipshit, and read us something fresh. So one, quick recap and of the highlights that I know there's some pretty good highlights, or two, get on with it, dipshit. Go read us something fresh. Talk amongst yourself. So one, I'm doing awesome. Two, get your shit together and find us something new to read. Okay. Dino wants something new. Oh, who's this? Who are you? Hello. Welcome. All right. Turn. Ooh. Oh. Fishy. Was that someone bad? Thanks, Fishy, I guess. Have they said something before? Or do you know them from somewhere else? Ooh. Fishy, you outed yourself. You're here listening. Fishy. Do you know them from before? Said move on. Is that a known troll? You just got here. So what did so that person said move on. Why'd you out them? Why'd you get rid of them? What'd you time them out for? They said move on. Which what do you mean? Wait, don't say thanks just yet. But I mean they didn't say anything. So don't do that again, Fishy. Bad Fishy. Okay, you fixed it. So I had all they said was move on. Okay, I'm gonna move on. So turn left, run. You should be untimed out in a few seconds. You should be back. So we're starting fresh. Just reportings here. I'm gonna stop looking at chat. Josh says I'm doing great. Do you have any guesses as to what was? Oh shit! Well, we know. I mean, where, when, dude? They've redacted at least. I've had to skip over probably in total. You already did that, Fishy. Or 10 seconds. Okay. Yes. No. It's okay. Turn left. I think Fishy took it wrong. She said she's PMSing. So here's her apology. Her PMS apology. So again, no biggie. Turn left. You're welcome. Thanks for coming. That's okay. Don't worry about it. We're having a love fest here. So now, turn left. Very welcome. No worries. Boom. Look at that. Just reporting's in the house. Josh was saying how awesome I am. Do I know it was redacted? Well, man. So I can say in total, there's at least so far we've gone through say half of the stuff, and I mean in depositions alone, there's probably at least we've only read. So we read. I didn't read Holman's because I read that on Peggy's. So afterwards, maybe we'll go back and do Holman. We started with Liggett's first one. Then we read Ryan Winters, who received all of Ryan Boucher's screenshots of Holder's social media in the beginning. Then we read Ryan Winters after that. We read Ryan Boucher's letter about all the screenshots he took of he's the civilian. Ryan Boucher is a civilian down in either Georgia or Florida, I think Georgia. And he's the one who screenshotted everything a couple months of Brad Holder's. He went back and caught it all for us. So Ryan Boucher, civilian guy, he did a good thing, caught all this. So then he sent that to ISP Unified Command, where Ryan Winters, I believe his name was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it was Ryan Winters who. Oh, I'm getting to that. One sec, Josh. So Ryan Winters was sitting around because he was on like a light duty where he was, I think he had injured his back or something. So he received all this stuff. And the big thing with that Ryan Winters guy, there's a good update, is Ryan Winters cop, when he received all that stuff from Ryan Boucher about Brad Holder's media stuff, that very second, he wrote down on his report or whatever that he received those photos from Boucher, and he received the purple dress one with the two girls laying under branches that was fake, but he also received the photo of Brad Holder's tattoo on his hand, and he immediately wrote down that he thought it was suspicious, that he wanted to follow up on Brad Holder because of that photo. He wrote it down because he has seen the original crime scene photos. He wrote it down 2 or 3 months after when he received those, and this this Boucher guy, he had no clue what his real crime scene photos were. Boucher is just the guy who sent the screenshots. Ryan Winters is the cop, was on light duty at Unified Command. He wrote down that he thought Holder's hand tattoo looked exactly like the stick configuration on Abby. He says it. He wrote it down. He suggested they follow up on Holder. He was concerned because he has seen, before this, he had seen the original crime scene photos of Abby and Libby. He said it himself. And this Boucher guy has no clue what was really at the crime scene. So he has nothing to do with it, except for the fact that he luckily screenshotted a million ones. But the one that piqued Ryan Winters, the cop, light duty cop, his interest was piqued. He recommended they follow up with Holder. So, I mean, how do we get past that? A cop, before anyone even, he knows they're talking about Odin. It's probably a buzzwords going around. Picture, it's like a couple months after the murders, in like May, I believe, or what was it, February? So March, April, May, like 2 or 3 months after this, Boucher sends him all this stuff, and this guy receives them, and the first thing he says when he sees that hand tattoo is flags Holder. He goes and pulls his name, he checks his ID, he runs his name, he does all this shit and sends it up the line. Brad Holder's an interest. Brad Holder. Boom, check this out. He thought it looked exactly like the real crime scene photos of Abby's stick configuration. So I'll move on. Anyways, I forget what I was saying before this, but there's so much. So yeah, so just with the depositions, every deposition, especially Liggett's, his second one, every time it started to get juicy, it went to at least 1 to 2 to 3 pages of redactions. So there's probably 20 or 30 redactions in all of these. So as for recaps, Boucher sent photos to Winters, the cop. Winters thought Holder's tattoo looked exactly like the real crime scene photos of Abby's sticks configuration. A couple months after this happened, he thought that. Portwood lied about being an Odinist of whatever type or form for whatever reason. And Roland Purdy, the reason they called Portwood in was partly because they heard he was an Odinist of some type, and he totally denied anything and even any relation to any type of Odinism or any sect or any part of it. He lied and said that. So, or Purdy's lying about him, one of the two. I find it hard to believe Purdy would lie about that. Roland Purdy dated Lourdes. Oh, that's what I was looking for. The Lourdes. And it sticks out because they spell her name out with Lori and L. You'll see it. That's exactly, thankfully, I babbled right into that. That's so interesting. They were banging each other, which is fine. It's a long drive there, There's some roadheader handy on the way. Getting paid time and a half. That's all right. As long as it doesn't interfere with your job. Little roadhead never hurt anyone. Oh boy. Yeah, man. Every time it gets good, they redact shit. Oh, that's another thing I'll babble about. Was it Fishy who said it? Oh, yeah. Fishy pointed out that it's like every time there's a redaction, it's almost like instead of redacting like, the name or the one line or the one sentence, they get to redact the whole page, So that's super sus. Like they just redact the whole page just to say they wanted to redact that my FBI credentials came through. If they wanted to redact that one sentence, boom, they get rid of this whole page, which is bullshit. And I was just had a thought that it's possible that every time Liggett especially caught wind that he accidentally said something, he his next question, he threw in a buzzword or two, so then they could space it out on these to make them both on the same page, because who knows, right? They could easily change it so it prints, that ends up on the same page as something, a couple buzzwords Liggett throws out, and then boom, they get to hide all of that. In my opinion, really felt like that. So I'm looking for Lori, and then I'll move on. This is so interesting. So Purdy and Lourdes, we're getting down. They go talk to Holder. And also, this Purdy guy thought Elvis's sister was a super nice and credible and all those things, except he didn't believe her when she said about certain things. Although she passed he acknowledged that she passed the polygraph. Ooh, that's another thing. Paul or Rosie, I think probably Rosie, when he called him a polygamist or something, he said instead of the polygrapher he said something. So Rosie said, "Oh, is that the type of people that have like 5 wives?" I don't know if he was joking and he didn't write down LOL or something. But Rosie made a joke that the polygamy or polygraph, whatever, the polygraphist or something, he said. He joked that it was like polygamy, where they have many wives. Where is it? Come on. Give me Lourdes. It's going to be right here soon. Am I still on Purdy's? Yeah. Damn it. Ooh. Oh, no. Bear with me, people. Talk amongst yourself. I'm not going to look at chat because I know it's going to distract me. Oh, I'm looking at chat now. Oh, damn. Hello. Oh, hi, Kelly. Welcome, Kelly, and welcome, Ilosa, the asshole in the mirror. Ilosa. Becky B, hey, what's up? And if I missed anybody else, welcome. Okay. Oh, user. Oh, you know who user QW? That's Kay. Look at her photo. It says Kay. Everyone. I'm so sick of YouTube. I swear to God, if I could switch it, I would, but I can't. It's set. People keep telling me I can, but I can't. I want the names, usernames, not handles. Because all these people you see, we know them all. It's like we have to beg them for, Kay. I talked to Kay for over a year probably in these chats. So this is K. User QW4 VV2W whatever 7RT or whatever. So hello K. And hello Kelly G420. I wonder what that's about. 420? Is that a random number? Did you choose that? Okay, I'll move on. So I was looking for the interesting part before because it's so awesome. This guy talking about him and Lourdes getting together. They say a bunch of other things too, especially the part about Brad Holder. I just want to read that part about him in the branches talking. Holder walks through the forest. And he's listening to the branches for Odin to talk to him. Nicole, anybody? Can you guys help me find that? And at the very top of the page, it'll be right at the top of the page. It's Roland Purdy talking about him dating Lourdes, and they're trying to spell her name Lear, and like weird spellings of Lori. So, and I'm not even sure if I'm in the right thing, but it's so goddamn interesting. I don't care if you don't want it. I want to read it myself. If you want to stick around, please do. If you want to leave, don't leave. So, Oh. Ooh. Okay. Nobody knows what page? Thanks for nothing. So again, I will babble on about the pages. There's 1,200 pages. If you're looking for page, each volume is 250 pages. If you want volume 2, page 10, that would be 260, page 260. If you want volume 3, page 10, that would be 510. If you want volume 4, page 10, that would be page 760. If you want volume 5, page 10, that would be 1010. So volume 2 is pages 250 to 500. So if it's the 10th page of volume 2, it's 260. Volume 3 is pages 500 to 750. So if you want page 10 of volume 3, you go to 510. If you want volume 4, which is 750 to 1000, you need page 10 of volume 4 would be 760. And the last one isn't quite 250, but it starts at 1000. So if you want volume 5, page 10, it's 1010. And I wish I'd figured that out 4 live streams ago. Because look at me, I understand that now, and I'm still farting around. Before, I was like going around in circles. At least I know I'm going the right direction. I think. Oh, here it is. Yay, Lori Lemler. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Oh, boom. Boom. I'll go back one more page. Ooh, it's on page 213. So Rosie, they're just talking about somebody else here. So talking about the Purdue report, which is not as good. So here, so Baldwin's asking Roland Purdy about who else is working on the Odinite angle, and he thinks it was pretty well up to him to what to look for, and who else, to your knowledge, was investigating the Odinite angle. Baldwin's asking Roland Purdy, and he's like, I worked with Lori Lemler. Lori Lemler? Lemler. Lemler. Do you know if that's Lorie or Lau? I think it's actually the Lourdes. Lourdes. I think is her actual name. He thinks. Yeah, you know a lot more than you're saying. She goes by Lori. Okay, so that one, Lori, was, and I also believe that Rosie or whatever's asking this is kind of beating around the bush because they know he had relations with her. So, and this guy jumps out in front soon. Watch. So so that one, Lori, was one of the people working on the Odinite angle. It's probably Baldwin. Who else that you know of? That's all that I recall. I think I primarily worked with Lori. Okay, and I want to talk to you about Lori in a second, but I'm not specifically talking about, when I asked that question, I didn't ask it very well. You worked with, but more specifically, who do you know that was working on the Odin angle? I think Lori and I were the only ones. Ooh. So this is a couple months after he was only there. He left a couple months after the actual, way back in 2017. Because I know earlier you said that Greg Ferenczi had called about Brad Holder. He's like, right. So would that be another person? That would have been after I was gone, though. I mean, after I left Delphi, I didn't know who was doing point. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So Lori Lemler. Lemler? I want to get that right. That is a new name I haven't heard. Psh. Is she still with the state police? Oh. Control F and then search by word. Okay, that would work, but I can't do that because I'm on Google Docs. I probably could open this on my desktop as a PDF because I do have it downloaded, but I'm on the Fox 59 website. So yeah, I should. Is there any way I can do here? Because if I do, then I'll try that. So Control F. I'll try that. I got my keyboard right here. So control. Oh, I can. Thank you. Damn, it just kind of popped down. Oh shit. Thank you. V. No, it's good. You guys are a little bit behind me, but if you wait to see, I just did it. So now, yeah, because I'm a few seconds ahead of you. So I just saw it happen now on the YouTube thing I'm watching. And you know what? Fishy probably told me this days ago, but I couldn't. I think I did that, or I looked for the search thing and just gave up. That time I actually hit Control F. So Fishy told me that a couple of days ago. So from now on, I'll listen to. So Fishy, I forgive you for PMSing and timing out that new guy, left turn or whatever. You got to forgive me for not actually doing this. Control. Oh, wait to go. I fucked it up. Oh, I went back to the beginning. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Yeah, I was trying to show you how good I was with this, and I totally fucked it up. Oh, what page was I on? Damn it. Do you guys remember? Ooh, I should go back on this and find out what page I was on. I was on around 7:15. Yeah. I have YouTube open, so I went back on my YouTube stream and looked. So 7:15. I'm all over the place, guys, but because I'm kind of having fun. So bear with me. It's 7:15. So what I was trying to do was show you that I can Control F and search. And I should have done that. So, Fishy, you're back in my good books. And thank you, V. So anyways, so Lori Lemley, because this gets really cool, because watch, this is where they go talk to Brad Holder. So Lori Lemler, I want to get that right. That is a new name I haven't heard. Yes. And where does she work? Out of the Bremen district. Oh, she's a detective. Oh, she's a detective. Okay. And is it like I think about it on television? This is where you guys are cop buddies and you're in a car and you're driving around and going around? Or is it more like you're going around and knocking on doors together and eating donuts? I had this yesterday, eating donuts and drinking, spilling coffee on the dashboard and stopping and getting those hot dogs on the side of the road and dripping mustard on your shirts? Or is it you're doing things independently? Or how was that working? We were looking at all aspects of the crime. I mean, just because it's an Odinist doesn't mean that, that that person killed the girls. I mean, there's plenty of Odinists. So again, getting good. So it's time for a rejection. And look at that. So they redacted all this shit going into talking about plenty of Odinists. There's a page redacted, and then boom. First question is, okay, so he's like, tell me about Tony Portwood. So he probably said some Tony Portwood stuff there that got redacted. I remember talking to him about the sticks on the body and showed him it didn't have the bodies, but it was a stick formation, wanting to know if this is an Odinist stick formation, so to speak. Okay. And what did Tony say? Tony kind of gave me a little bit of, one sec. I'm going to take K off the screen. Sorry. 1 second. So you guys can read this. This gets good. And I'm going to go full screen. There we go. Let's do this. Tony kind of gave me a little bit of a breakdown of the Odinists. That you had people who grew up Odinists that were patriotic and family people. And then in like the 1880s or so, kind of the Nazis started bastardizing Odinism a little bit. He gave me the example of the swastika that I'm in his side of Odinism. A swastika is like a peaceful symbol, but the Nazis made it into their symbol, violence. And so he didn't. He thought maybe the sticks were possibly part of the other side, not the side that he was from. Okay, so Tony Portwood did practice Odinism. Is that, I said that, and he said maybe like a branch of Odinism. He didn't like me calling him an Odinist, so I'm not sure if they are different. So yes, some type of, and it's all bullshit because Baldwin asked Portwood, any branch, any type, even anything related to Odinism, And he said no, this Portwood guy. So again, it gets good. We get redactions, talking about Portwood or whatever. Ooh, another page of redactions. And they're still talking about Portwood, so they must have redacted some really good shit there. And we're continuing off of some type of question. We don't know what started. Baldwin or whatever, Rosie's asking something. Off with this. There's a nice voice. Off with this. Did Tony Portwood ever tell you, nah, this is definitely not Odinist stick figurines on the girls or in the tree? Definitely not. Did he ever say anything like that? No. Okay. Did you learn about the Odin angle, generally speaking, from another source? Any other source other than from the Beverly Shores police captain or police chief and Tony Portwood? Those were the only two that I could come up with. Next, and did you do it? And did you independent research like I've done on the internet? Google it? Did you ever Google? Oh, yeah, I definitely would have looked into it. All right, so now we'll get a little bit into more specific. We talked about generally, how did you learn about Odinism, generally speaking? What specifically did you then do to investigate Odinism in this case? Who did you look into, and how did that all kind of take me step by step, if you would? I remember I looked into Brad Holder, just pulled up the file and was reading back then, and Brad Holder had been cleared, I believe, a deputy. Well, that's another point. They're going to talk about, yeah, he really didn't look into his alibi because they had cleared him. So this guy's kind of let it go. I believe a deputy from, I think the county is like New Buffalo, where the Holder worked, but I'm not sure. Or the city is New Buffalo, where he worked. And I believe there was a deputy that went through there and confirmed that he was at work, who I heard, maybe I'm wrong, but I heard there was some relation to the deputy that went. He was either a friend or related to Holder or somebody. If anybody knows that, type that in chat. The person, the first cop that he's talking about that went and cleared Holder was either a friend or somebody of Holder's. So I'll check back in a second. I believe there was a deputy that went to there and confirmed he was at work. And at one point, I actually went to the workplace and they confirmed that, yes, he had been at work. And they also had cameras. But of course, when I got there, it was long and the camera had long been gone, and I never did learn if it had ever been recorded. And that's funny because I believe that first cop, who I thought was a friend of Holder's or something, he said he didn't get the video, but he just saw it. So it's like, trust me, bro. These fucking guys. I know from at least knowing the case that Brad Holder was talked to by some officers up in Hammond, Indiana. Or the officer was from Hammond. I don't think the evidence happened up there. I don't have the interview, so I don't know. And on February 17th, just 3 days after the girls were found murdered, they interviewed Brad Holder, and he gave it in the alibi. And if you were the person that heard that interview, what would you have done at the New Buffalo? I kind of guess it's a landfill type of place. Oh, I'm reading away. Oh, damn. So that was the wrong voice. I was reading the other guy's voice, so I won't read it again just to get you the right voice. Landfill type of place. To verify that Brad Holder's alibi stood up, well, if I had video, I would have looked to see if I saw him on video. Okay, so just to confirm that he was there. I'm not sure what their, clocking in consisted of or anything like that. So, but would you expect whoever would be investigating that to look into the video of Brad Holder, whether he was at work that day or if it was available? And then I would have. So I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Also, I just want to ask while we are talking about this part of it, because you started by saying I looked into Brad Holder. I guess I should ask this. How was it that you knew to look into Brad Holder? Was that the Becky Patty? Yeah. Ooh. So it's because he's looking into Holder because Becky Patty was the one who said, he's like, okay. No, he's like, okay, this is a whole Rosie or Baldwin. And Purdy is like, the Becky Patty statement is what made him look into Brad Holder. So one of the things that I'm way too transparent as a lawyer. I'll tell you it's not a good trait, but one of the things I thought about when looking into Brad Holder as a suspect here is, well, he He don't need to be there necessarily. He could have his minions taking care of business like Charles Manson did, or Charles Manson. Like Charles Manson did, or Charles Manson. Was that a thought that you had in your brain? Like maybe he was at work, but maybe somebody else did this on his behalf? I guess I don't think necessarily. I figured he'd been cleared, and I don't know of any real motive that Brad would have had to kill the girls. So yeah, he doesn't. I don't know of any motive Brad would have. Whew. Okay. When you say cleared, that's another we are trying to understand, because I see words at the bottom of these state police reports. What does cleared mean? I would say eliminated as a suspect, or at least the lead unfounded type thing. What about the phrase covered? Is that the same thing? If it says covered at the bottom of the page, I guess it depends on who wrote it or what they meant. So when you talked to Dick Holman about Holder, was it your understanding that Holder had been cleared at that point in time as a suspect? See, I don't recall, I don't recall if I read it in the report, or if Holder had told me that, or Dick Holman had told me that. Okay. So we kind of left off before I got sidetracked, where there were you going through Holder's files and you saw that his alibi, at least that by the people had investigated it, had checked it out. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Then what did you do next with your Odinite angle investigation? I know I looked probably at Patrick Westphal because, he was from Delphi. I would have looked at his file as well. Okay. And what led you to investigate Patrick Westphal as a possible person that murdered? I don't remember if Brad Holder's file mentioned Patrick Westphal or if just he was from, I don't recall what I would have looked at it. And again, I think, is it fair to say that you were looking, generally speaking, you said it's earlier for connections? That's correct. 1 second. Gonna get a quick drink, guys. Sorry. And we're back. What's happening in chat? Everyone having fun? Oh, good night, Josh. Thanks for being here. Oh, oh my gosh, I'm waiting. No, I'm not behind. Why is this acting like this? Oh man, stop. There we go. All right, good night. Oh my God. For whatever reason, my YouTube is acting up, which I don't really care about, but it's driving me bonkers. So good night, Lowlight, Josh. Critter member, hey, what's up? Hi, Critter. Welcome. Anybody else new? Paula? Yes, the case is over. You're talking about the Delphi murders, Richard Allen's case? Yeah, it's over. He was wrongfully convicted in my eyes. So we're going through because he's probably going to be getting an appeal trial soon. So we need to be ready. But yeah, he was definitely convicted, if that's what you're talking about. I'm kind of behind. I'm just going back through chat. And I'm back to where V's. See that, V? That was awesome. I'm going to put that on stage on screen because I want you guys, if you need my attention, although a bit late, I caught my attention again twice. So do this, but don't abuse it. Those yellow triangles really catch my eye. And that's the whole Control F that I finally actually did Control F. And I apologize to Fishy because she did tell me that probably a couple times the other day. And I didn't put two and two together. Because I looked for the search bar thingy and didn't see it. So, anyways, all right, carrying on. That's correct. Between these people that are Odinists and the crime scene, is that fair to say? Yes. Okay. And even connections with each other and with other people? Is that part of what? Ooh, sorry. Is that part of what's important in doing an investigation? I'm looking for who committed the crime. Okay, so what? What did your Patrick Westphal investigation tell you? I don't recall. Yeah, that's been 6 years. Sure. And I don't recall what it seemed like Patrick was with his son of the day of the murders, but I don't recall. I think that's what you said. So if anybody's new, I'm just kind of going over this because we did this yesterday, but this was so interesting. I'm going over it again because here we go. We're getting into Lori again. Lori Lemler, Lourdes, the other cop that he got it on with. I'm sure only after hours, never on shift. I think that's what you said. Much more than that. Was anybody else other than you, to your knowledge, looking into Patrick Westphal? Was there, would have been Lori Lemler if, and again, getting back to that question, were you and Lori like meeting up from time to time? Yes. Okay. We were working together. Were you going out together too? Yeah. Okay. So did you ever talk to Brad Holder? Yes. Oh, yes. Tell me about that. We figured he'd been cleared. We were curious that what Odin meant to him and what it was. Okay. Tell me where did you meet him and approximately where? We met him in Logansport, I believe. That's where he's from. And he told us that he walked around. This is the part, guys. I'm going to read this twice. So here it is. And he told us that he walked around in woods looking for Odin, speak to him through the sticks. And that's why he had all these stick formations on his, he felt that Odin had put those sticks for him to find. Oh, okay. Did he, Brad Holder, tell you that, yes, he has been to the Moon on High Bridge? So let's read that again. I love that. That's cool, eh, guys? Tell me you don't love that. Oh, is this JP? JP, are you feeling better, buddy? Hope you're okay. Everyone, JP, I wasn't mad that you'd I was kind of joking the other day when you said you were gonna kind of make me an intro or outro song, and I really would appreciate it. But I mean, if you're sick and that, hopefully I didn't sound ungrateful. I had no idea that you were so laid up and hurt or sick. So let me just pause this for a second. JP, everyone send good wishes to JP, because the sooner he gets better, the sooner I might get a cool intro and outro song that we'll all be very grateful for. And if not, thank you anyways. So let's see what Shibby, good to see you. Just got out of the ER, but am okay. I got you, but I can't do much in my crippled state. Need to heal and create USM. Ooh, good stuff. Boom. We're good. I'm not, because he left a comment and I replied to the comment in the comment section, or maybe it was on Discord. I don't even know. Cool. All right. Back in with JP, the music man. So do us all a favor. Nicole, can you grab JP's? And that's another thing, JP. You do have lots of different YouTube pages. So is yours still up? Are you still here, JP? Is yours still up? Can you tell Nicole and she'll get the link? Because or we'll find you. I think you said that your YouTubes were shut down. Whatever it is, you just worry about you. You heal. Oh, you keep deleting them, you shithead. See, that's the problem here. Dude, just get one good one, like a one real one, just for you to come hang with us and talk about this. Thank you, Fishy. No, Fishy, you're awesome. PMS and all. Ooh. Shall I? Yeah. Fishy, remember what we were talking about on Discord? That video you put up in your game about the PMS stuff? The magic blood? How it's got like, oh, I should stop. Okay. Anyways, so JP, you got to get better. Don't worry about anything else other than that. But like I say, you go rest, but you keep us on here and you come back. If you want to talk to anybody, come here and talk to us because, we healed Heather's cancer. We make, look at, I'm sure Let It Be, Nature Love is probably feeling better. We heal sicknesses here with our soothing voices and pleasant chat. So you get your ass back here when you want to talk. Okay. So you go rest up. Don't worry about anything else. Get healthy. Quit deleting YouTube pages. Pick a good one with just you. Come here and talk to us and we'll make you better. Okay, bro? All right. Let's remove that. And away. So again, I'm kind of repeating last night, but this is so interesting. I'm really going to read this again and again. I wish I should put this up on. I'm going to copy this down and put this on a banner later. And so they go to talk to Brad Holder, him and Lori, and he told us that he walked around in woods looking for Odin, speaking to him through sticks. And that's why he had all those stick formations on his, he felt that Odin had put those sticks for him to find. Isn't that fucking wild? That is so wild. Holder's cleared. And he's walking around the woods looking for Odin to talk to him through the sticks. From two cops, two trusted police officers. And they weren't as undercovers. They went to him as police officers because Portwood was the undercover guy. Man. Do you want me to finish up with this? Because it's well. Okay. Did Brad Holder tell you that he has been to the Monon High Bridge area? We didn't talk to him about the homicide. We talked to him about Odinism. What? You went to talk to They went to talk to Holder, but they went to only talk to him about Odinism. But they didn't talk to him about the homicide. Okay. And was that you and Lori together? Yes. All right. And was that audio taped and videotaped? I don't know if it was or not. Like I said, I didn't have one, so I don't know if that was recorded or not. I didn't know if I had one. Because back in 2017, we only had iPhone 8s. And, even though this dipshit talking in the mic right now still uses an iPhone 8 and could easily record at least the audio. Because it wasn't a top secret mission. I was there talking to Brad Holder as a police officer. So he was very forthcoming. Yet, for some fucked up reason, I forgot to write any of it down, make a report, or even record it on this supercomputer I have in my pocket here. And I'm sure Lori's got one in her pocket too. Ooh, let me check. Oh yeah, she's got one right here in her back pocket. Ooh, it's warm. Then would you take handwritten notes, or how would that end up being memorialized, that conversation with Brad Holder? I believe we would have taken handwritten notes, and I couldn't find any on mine. Okay, sure, whatever, dude. Okay, so when approximately did you talk to Brad Holder? If you started in May or June to investigate, so May and June of 2000, January, so February, March, April, May and June. So 3 or 4 months after he starts investigating the Odin angle. When would you think along the way you would have probably met? I would say probably July or August, right around all the time all those interviews went missing, I believe. Or sorry, they realized. Am I correct there? Can somebody, if anybody knows? So he talks to Holder around July or August of 2017. Well, of 2017, yes. And when did they realize? Seems to me around the same time they realized they had taped over all the Odinists interviews. But okay, all right. So at this time this guy's losing his notes on Holder. Lori and him couldn't figure out how to record this conversation, and it wasn't like they were there undercover. They could have, I'm sure if they put Brad Holder was loving talking away and posting shit all over social media, if they had put their phone down and said, hey, we're just going to record this, you can turn the record function on and record away, I guarantee he would have said no problem, because this Holder was fucking still typing shit all over social media. But they couldn't figure out how to do that in 2017. Just like they couldn't, nobody knew to collect the sticks in 2017 that were on the girls' bodies. They've learned their lesson and they won't repeat that mistake. How are they to know those sticks were related to the crime? All over the girls, for whatever reason. You pick. The guy touched them, and the fuckheads took the sticks off and left them sitting there in the woods for 5 days. Answer me that. Riddle me that. Okay, all right. So other than getting, actually, I would say Brad Holder gave you another kind of an overview on Odinism. Yes. From his angle, the witness nods his head. Yes. Yes. Sorry. No, you're good. You're good. Did Brad Holder talk about Patrick Westfall, if you remember? I don't recall. So what was the purpose of talking to Brad Holder? You and Lori, when you talked to him. I think he was Logan's father. We wanted to talk to somebody close just to kind of see what he had to say. So he goes and talks to him about Logan. So they're going there to talk to him about being Logan's father, but he said they would talk to them about the murders. I think since he was Logan's father, we wanted to talk to somebody close to just kind of see what he had to say. Yet 3 questions ago, he said we didn't talk to him about the murders. Since he was Logan's father, just talking about the murders. Okay, did any alarm bells go off when you talked to Brad Holder? Not that I recall. Nope. Did you think there should be a report out there of your conversation with Brad Holder? I don't know if I would have typed one or Lori would have typed one. Jesus Christ. But one of you two probably did. Probably. I don't recall. Oops. All right. Have you heard of Elvis Fields? I don't know if this is the interesting part I was looking for, because he just asked them about all those other guys. And I read this yesterday. So if you want the legit one where I don't probably screw up as much or interject, that's probably in the 5th or 6th hour of yesterday's live stream. I was pretty sure it was near the end. Because, yeah, we ended around, I'm not even sure anymore. So this is where he says that he believed Mary Jacobs, which was Elvis's sister, lived in the side of a hill. Her house was built into the side of a hill. That was cool. Because I remember she'd invite us in the house. Mary's house was built into the side of a hill. It was before it had been on any of the news. So yeah, they were trying to figure out if Elvis told her about his admissions before it was available to the public, which I'm not sure if they actually figured that out. I believe they actually thought it was after it was in the news. I believe. I'm not sure. But sure as fuck, was it Murphy or Click or Murphy, I believe? Whoever he said it to, that was like days after. So again, if I'm wrong on any of this, 33 people watching as I look. If I'm wrong, go to the lodge and tell Nick McClelland that I'm wrong. See if I give a fuck. Come find me. I'm way up here in Canada. So they don't know if they took. Do you know if you took field notes? Yeah, this was another thing was the defense, I think they had some a report, but nobody's name was on it. So they were trying to look to tell by the writing whose it was. And it turns out they thought it might have been Purdy's, Roland Purdy's, but he says in here it wasn't his. And so him and Murphy. Okay, I should read a bit of this because him and Murphy went to talk to Elvis or her. Shit. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So he didn't really know Kevin Murphy, but then. So here, you said you and Murphy went out to talk to Mary Jacobs. So Purdy and Murphy as cops. In a couple months, July or August, go talk to Mary Jacobs, Elvis's sister. Yes. Okay. What did you know going into that conversation with Mary Jacobs, and who did you know it from? Not much information. Kevin had it was a lead that Kevin was working on, and we went out because he asked me to go with him too. So I don't know a lot of information going into it. Probably what he would have told me on the way to Rushville. So they drove in a car together. So yeah, they probably talked all about Elvis saying this and her passing. I don't know when she passed that polygraph test. Was it before or after this or not? I guess we'll find out. Tell me what your memory of the conversation with Mary Jacobs or the interaction with Mary Jacobs. Mary's house was built into the side of a hill, and I remembered she invited us in the house. I remember we sat down in I think it was like a porch type area, and then she told us that her brother had mentioned a little bit about the girls from Delphi, but to her knowledge, it was before it had been on any of the news, that he would have known before the news. And were you interested in what Mary Jacobs had to say? Oh yeah. Okay. And what sorry. Okay, and what was that tape recorded or videotaped, if you know? I know I don't know. I don't know if Kevin videotaped or audio recorded it or not. Do you know if you took field notes? Me? Yeah. I couldn't find any. I might actually have some. Okay. I'm curious. In a minute, I'm going to be showing you some things. Okay. Murph said that they were not his field notes. So he has field notes. They don't know whose they are. And Murph told them they're not his. Okay. I'm hoping that they're yours. That way, a mystery is solved in my world. Okay. Okay. So what was your takeaway with the Mary Jacobs interview? Mary was a nice lady. I didn't know that I 100% believed her on things. I definitely thought it should be looked into. She seemed truthful at the time. I guess that from here, I'm not sure what you're asking. Sure. And I'll get into it more detail. Okay, here in a minute. Before I forget, what was your feelings on Kevin Murphy as an investigator? I didn't know Kevin Murphy before this, other than working at Notre Dame, walking around doing security. So he did security with him at Notre Dame. Wow. So basically, when they hire off-duty cops, not I don't know if they show up in their full uniform or just as security guards, but it's because they're cops and they probably pay them, as security guards. So they work together as a security guards at Notre Dame. I really didn't know any reputation or anything like that. I'd never read a report or anything like that. In your interaction with him, did you have any reason to suspect that he was no good at his job? No, I have no. All right. Okay. So now, after Mary Jacobs was interviewed, okay, and I think that's from my knowledge, just because I'm going to be actually probably somewhat more of an expert on the flow of this than you are, because I've been digging into it. Right. So right here I'm at. 1 sec. Need a drink. And we're back. Let's go over chat. So what's up, guys? 30 people here. Wow. I'm getting big. Nothing going on. You guys aren't talking much. Come on, chat it up. Have fun with each other. If I'm boring you, put it on mute. Put on your favorite playlist. Just talk with everyone in chat. Anything you want. Talk about the weather. There we go. Is he guilty? We got a new guy. Or did I miss you? Whatever it is. Anthony France, 7006. What's up, bro? Welcome. Is he guilty? Well, he was. Are we talking about Richard Allen or this other guy? Let me read back. So who are you asking is guilty, Anthony? Oh, Rick. Yeah. I mean, he was convicted. Dude, where you been? He was found guilty. He's been convicted. He's serving 130 years in a court of law, in prison, federal prison. You knew that. You must. Are you saying that like, do we think he's guilty? Or do you know anything about the case? Like, if you're just joining, don't feel bad about asking any questions, or if you're not all that sure. I mean, Nicole will. If you're just, first of all, Anthony, how much do you know about the case? And if it's not much, fine. And if it's a ton, fine. Whatever it is, just trying to gauge so I can. Oh, okay. You know the case. All right. So what were you asking? Is he guilty? Like, he was convicted. So technically, yes, he's guilty. There we go. Do you think he's guilty? Well, who are you asking me? I believe no, because even if I thought he was the guy, and there was, which I don't, because he fits none of the MO to this case. Nothing. You go through the MO, pick what you want. Do guys that are married faithfully for 35 years do this? No. Do guys that hold steady income, steady jobs do this? No. Do guys without a criminal history do this? No. Do guys with no history of violence to animals and stuff, as even the kids, and no. Pick any MO you want of somebody that would have done this. And Richard Allen is the exact opposite of the literal MO of anybody, the person who really did this, in my opinion. I mean, so there's that. And so let's think, okay, let's think, well, you think the evidence was good, and forget about the torture, and his confessions are legit to Walla, even though she just passes them through her lips a bit. So you believe it's okay I totally get it if you think he's guilty, but if you didn't think he got a fair trial, then how will we ever know? So that's where everyone kind of should be. That's the question for me. Is I don't care if you think he's guilty or not, or if he was found guilty, and because if you think it's a legitimate that he was found guilty now, well, before, when all this was happening, he was innocent until proven guilty, being held in prison on pretrial detainment, being tortured, being lied about, saying that he was feigning his illness, yet forcing Aldol injections, keeping him in safekeeping, solitary, which Nick admitted to, of 395 days, when the IDOC policy is 30 days, or 15 to 30 days, and the rest of the world, the Geneva Convention, everything, the whole world agrees that anything more than 30 days is torture, beyond reasonable. And so 395 days, and then all the IDOC employees, the Galapoo, the guards, Walla, the other doctor, they all got up on stand and admitted to violating one or two policies, which are kind of like laws in like a place where they don't have, because it's like, it's the law. So a policy, like police officers, their policies are pretty legit. It's not like Walmart's policy where you have to wear a shirt or something. So they violated policies, like Walla violated the policy of dipping in and doing social media shit and talking to Gray Hughes and all that, and checking up on people. And the guards admitted to wearing patches, and they all They all the suicide companions, Gallup, who let actually communicate with Richard Allen when they weren't supposed to be. So all these policies were violated. So there's a civil rights violations of an innocent man at the time. He was innocent. So again, they can't talk about Odin yet because there's no evidence on Odin yet. All the evidence was lost. They lost the 70, all those interviews and just everything. I mean, if you think you got a fair trial, then he's guilty, right? But for me, I can't see how anyone would agree that he's got a fair trial. So you can think he's guilty, but agree he didn't get a fair trial. That would be, or I think most people should be at. So again, I'm probably babbling. Peggy's here. Good break. There we go. Let's get Peggy up. Who's the troll? I wouldn't tell my wife I was on the bridge. Whatever. I'm not even reading them all, so. But yeah. You guys decide if he's being a jerk. I mean, if he's just saying stuff, he's not being mean or rude. So cool. If you don't want to talk to him, don't talk to him. But whatever you want. You're right. I mean, it doesn't have to get like that, guys. It's not a fight. I mean, he asked, and I'm answering. I wouldn't tell my wife. Okay, you guys do what you want. Thank you, Nicole. Probably better off. Yeah, I should have listened to you, Nature Love. So Peggy's here. That's where I wanted to go. Hey, Peggy. Great appearance today on Cryptex. If you guys missed it, Peggy O was on Cryptex. So afterwards, go on back there and watch the replay. Because I woke up like an hour into, I was in a deep sleep. I was like zoned out, and I woke up and I looked at my phone. I saw it was already an hour in, so I was going to watch. I wasn't going to say hi because I was still like, I hadn't had a coffee yet, but I did say hi, and everyone was nice and having fun, and it seemed interesting. The only thing, Cryptex, Fishy, tell Cryptex to stay on longer. He kind of leaves too soon, I believe, because I thought I could have watched you and him and Peggy for a little longer. So Cryptex, if you ever hear this, dude, stay on longer. Man, your chat was popping. Everything was popping, and you left. What the fuck? Do you guys remember that? The chat was humming. People were having fun and talking, and Peggy seemed still into it. And Cryptex wanted to end. You little bugger. All right. Where was I? Heather Swenson, 5901. Welcome. Sorry, people. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Go to channel. So Heather Swenson is just Heather Swenson. I was checking to see if you had another name. So we need a nickname for Heather Swenson, because that's pretty long. I like nicknames because they're cute and easier to type, in my opinion. Everyone's getting along, and I'm just going to move on. Boom. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of rereading what I was reading the other day. So if you're just coming in, I'm kind of rehatching the high points of Roland Purdy's deposition, because he's the one who, with his partner, Lourdes, another cop, they weren't undercover cops, but they were on working the Odin case in July and August of 2017 while they were having a little fling. And Lourdes and Roland and Lourdes, the cops, went to talk to Brad Holder, and Brad Holder said that he walks through the forest and listens to the sticks, the branches, the sticks. I don't know if the ones on the ground he didn't say, but or the ones if he breaks them off the tree, or the ones that are still on the tree. Brad Holder walks through the forest, listening to the sticks, listening for Odin to talk to him through the sticks. That's fucking wild. And when Roland Purdy and Lowry went to talk to Brad Holder, not undercover, neither of them in 2017 could figure out how to record this, even the audio, or even he can't even find his notes. And they didn't go to talk to him about the murder. They went to talk to him about Odinism. Yet they were talking to him also about Logan Holder, his son, who was dating the murder victim. So there's a whole lot of contradictions in his statements. And he also is the one who confirmed that Anthony Portwood, the 37-year veteran, the undercover guy who's been doxxed to shit by whoever let these out, that he lied to Baldwin and Rosie, saying he had nothing to do with Odinism. He wasn't an Odinist or anything of the sort. And this guy here says not only was he an Odinist of some type, that his whole family was. So take that do what you want with it. So here we're talking about Mary Davis. Ooh, I started scrolling away. I was on 15 something, wasn't I? Shit. That's all. Do you want me to continue this recap on Roland or go to the next deposition? Yeah, V. Cryptex, you got to stay on longer, buddy. Your lives was so great. Peggy was awesome. I was enjoying, and I didn't even really have my first coffee yet because I work night shifts till like 8 a.m. or so. Oh, did you guys want me to kind of finish briefing up? I was kind of just going through the deposition of Roland Purdy from yesterday. I'm rehatching all the highlights and just kind of farting around. But if you guys wanted me to, like that guy, Fishy, timed out, said move on. Did you guys want me to actually get serious and read the next new deposition? So if you want me to continue this, just give me the highlights and gossip talk for a bit. Put a 1 if you like this. Or if you want me to get serious and move on to the next fresh deposition, put number 2. So we were talking about him seeing Mary Jacobs. Yeah, he talks about the polygraph of her. He wasn't sure if he could trust her, but then he acknowledged that she passed the polygraph. Okay, I'll finish the recap for you. Oh, no, she didn't. Well, she timed. Fishy, you still here? Peggy's asking. Somebody, who was actually a nice, they weren't a troll, turns out. I think Fishy admitted she was PMSing. She said it, not me, so I can repeat it. And she untimed them out. So she timed them out for, I think it was 60 seconds or something, or maybe 60 minutes. I don't even remember. But they weren't a troll. But then I acknowledged that Fishy has tried to teach me in the last few days, probably, how to use the search function in this PDF. And I didn't really kind of listen, or because I couldn't figure it out or whatever. And then V told me today, and I tried the Control F and it works. So then I apologized to Fishy for her not listening to her the last few days. So we've all made up. So okay, tell me, how did that get arranged, and how did all that happen? The polygraph examination of Mary Jacobs. Before that, we went to see Mary Jacobs a second time. The second time, we had Aaron Campbell with us, and I believe the intention was to have Mary call Elvis and see if she could get Elvis to make some kind of admissions on the phone. And I don't think it went well. Mary kind of froze up, and she hadn't talked to Elvis, I believe, in ages. And it was just an awkward conversation. And I think Elvis eventually hung up on her. Okay. Was that interaction between Mary and Elvis tape recorded by somebody? Not by me. I'm not sure on the others. It was 2017. How are we to record anybody? Okay. Who else was there from law enforcement at this? Aaron Campbell and Kevin Murphy. Like as if Murphy wouldn't have done that. So I don't know why the defense is worried about, because Murphy, he was legit, right? He's the one who sent that letter to the lawyer or something to protect himself because he was worried that they weren't taking his opinion on these Odin guys. Am I wrong? Because Ferenczi got murdered. Click is in jail. And Murphy, the other guy that was with them, is Murphy the one that wrote that letter to a lawyer or something, or had drafted a letter from a lawyer? He sought legal advice to draft a letter to cover his ass because he was so sure that these Odin guys were it that he didn't want to be responsible for them not covering the Odin angle. Oh, Click got the lawyer. So what's Murphy's big thing? How? Because I know him. Can somebody type of what Murphy's big thing is? Because I know it was the three of them were kind of the ones that believed in the Odinism stuff. So Click got in touch with the lawyer. Okay. So that was Click. Murphy's the one that gave the notes. Okay. Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. So those three, and Murphy's Ferenczi's gone. But anyways, so as if Murphy wouldn't have recorded that. Like if you're there, you might not have a camera, but if you go to interview somebody about something this big and you got an iPhone on you, you would easily, or any smartphone, you would easily maybe put it in airplane mode and turn the recorder on so nothing gets disrupted, place it in the middle of the table, hit record and say, listen, hi, this is this so-and-so on this date. You're being recorded. We're going to ask you this. Is that okay? And yes. Do you waive your, all that stuff? They all got smartphones in their pocket. So as if I'm sure Murphy would have had record of this. Anyways, okay. Is Aaron Campbell? Aaron, Aarion? I think so. Okay. So that's the male. That's a male? Yes. I need to worry about, we make damn sure who these are after what happened this morning. Yeah. It's not blah, blah, blah. He works for the drug enforcement section. Okay. Of state police. Okay. And so Aaron Campbell was there and Murph was there as well. Yeah. Okay. So after that, that had to, if my timeline is correct, and your first interview with Mary was early January of 2018, and the polygraph exam was February 1st of 2018. So you believe sometime in the middle, these two dates, sometime in January 2018 was the second interview of Mary Jacobs? Yes. So, damn, I read this yesterday and it still feels like I need to. So, Murphy and this Aaron guy go talk to her at her home in early January before she had the polygraph. So, that's the question we had yesterday. Does anybody know when we found out about, like, when would it be, because Mary said Elvis told him right away that stuff that he said, right? But there's no real way to confirm that. So when did the news kind of get out into the public? Like, was it, so even Mary can be confirmed? Because if Mary's saying that Elvis said this, it wouldn't matter when, as long as it's before everyone in the public knew. So is Mary saying this to these guys about what Elvis said before it's all out there? Because this is before the polygraph test. So if the polygraph test, like, why would they give her it must have been, because why would they give her a polygraph test in your interview was Mary in January. The polygraph exam was February 1st of 2018. So why would they give her one if this was out there in the news? So it must not have been out. Peggy, what's the 0 for? Or is that an O? I forget. Oh, you want to do that again? Team Peggy, Team Shibby? Because you're going to lose. Look at that. I got 32 people here. Oh, don't be sorry, Nicole. Okay, if you guys are ever wrong, or I'm ever wrong, just know that we're all trying to do the right thing, and we may get it wrong because there's just so much. Like even just yesterday, I went on a spiel about Liggett's narrative being about Sarah Carball when it was actually about Betsy Blair. So I went on for a couple of minutes, and then I realized after I was totally had it wrong. I've done that a few times. Or like on Peggy's show, I mixed up the who was it? The searcher guy and God, the guy with the I mixed up the guy with the fire coat, the name written across the fire jacket, and the searcher, Eric Williams or something. I got them two mixed up. Luckily, I noticed it that show because MRC, someone in Peggy's chat, reminded us. I mixed up Eric Williams with whatever. So again, it's okay if we're wrong. Yeah, Erskine. That's it. I kept referring to Erskine as the guy who was saying they haven't found the bodies yet on that interview on the news, but it was actually Williams, I believe. Yeah. She'll move on. Okay, let me get. Actually, that's what I wanted to do. Who do we got here? Who is not bid up? They gave her a polygraph before it was in the news. Boom. They gave her a polygraph. I love that. Nature love. This nature love, man. She knows her shit. So, oh, did I put the wrong one up? Shit. My bad. Sorry. It's not the one. Right when I went to click on the one I wanted, I think it moved. Oh, man. Damn, I was way behind in StreamYard. Sorry. Wow. Whoa, I'm way behind. Holy fuck. Oh, I'm just going to scroll to the bottom and go back. I was so far behind. Here we go. This is the one I want. They gave her a polygraph before it was in the news. So why was he always asking that? Roland Purdy, he always thought he was never sure. Even Rosie said they weren't sure. And even Rosie said that, watch, we'll read this in here. Rosie, I believe Rosie and him both agree that they thought it was afterwards, I believe. Okay, so after that, if my timeline is correct, your first interview with Mary Jacobs, first, so there's more, early January of 2018, and the polygraph exam was February 1st. You believe sometime in the middle, in between those two dates, sometime in 2018 was the second interview of Mary Jacobs, which would still be before it, right? So, yes. Okay. And second, I'm not sure about interview. I know that when we decided to have her call Elvis. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure if she told her story over. I don't recall. Thank you for saying that because I don't want to make sure that we are correct. And I inserted interview, and it wasn't perhaps an interview. Okay, so was it at the second interaction with Mary Jacobs, probably in January 2018, that the topic of the polygraph examination? So wait a second. The topic of the polygraph examination came. So how could your statement be? Because he's talking to her, both times he's talking to her is before the polygraph examination. I don't, that the topic of the polygraph examination came up, or did that come up later? I don't know, Kevin. This was kind of Kevin's lead, and he was the one doing setting everything up. He set up the polygraph. I did go with him where we picked up Mary and took her to Indianapolis for the polygraph. And he was in the car with her going to the polygraph. Did the polygraph exam happen on 16th Street or someplace? It's wherever their criminal investigation of the lab is downtown. That's the only time I've ever been there. Oh, okay. My experience is it's, right there on 16th Street, but I could be wrong. So what was the purpose or the goal of the polygraph examination of Mary Jacobs? So we got a redaction right after that. What a great question. Don't you just love the questions that come into and out of the redactions? Like, it's not about kids. What can they be redacting unless they drop a name of it, which again is what Fishy always says about, complains about, or pointed out, sorry. That it's like they just, if there's one sentence, if they wanted to redact this address, 16th Street, they redact the whole damn page. So I wonder, does anybody know if we're going to get a properly redacted one in the future where not all the whole pages will be? Because it seems to me to be not good. Like they could just put a black line over 16th Street here and a black line over, instead of, but if they wanted to redact that, which they don't, this is just an example. It's like the whole page disappears. So then we'd miss all of this stuff because they wanted to, seems to be, because he's asking stuff here. What was the goal of the polygraph examination of Mary Jacobs? Then it gets redacted, a whole page. So it turns into him finishing his question. Want to show you, and I want to ask you questions about these things. So, okay. So Baldwin, I believe those ones are mine. So I get, mine. There's probably showing them pictures. Let me do this. Defendant's Exhibit A was marked for identification. Mr. Baldwin. Before I do this and screw this up, I'm going to move things around. Okay, so I'm going to move this over here and we'll go to that in a second. The first thing I'm going to mark as Defendant's Exhibit A is somewhere that we showed Murph when he was here last week or 2 weeks ago. It should be a 12 pages front and back document. Yeah. Are you familiar with that document? I was given it by Dick Jerry Holman just Thursday. Okay. Yeah. So you had a chance to review that document? Yes. Okay. And so you're able to talk about it? Yes. Ooh, I'm able to talk about it, yes, but you're not able to read about it. You get a redaction. So I can talk about it, but you don't ever get to know, you little mans. All right, so we jump in with a remainder of a question from Baldwin. Remember or don't remember to what I just quoted off of that. If you could read that first paragraph from the January 2018 interview of Mary Jacobs by ISP troopers Murphy and Purdy. This is Purdy, but I guess he's just reading the title. The question I'm going to ask you is, what else, if anything, do you not remember? What do you not remember? Is that a good question? What do you not remember? Because if you don't remember it, do you think maybe they have it that wrong? What else, if anything, do you not remember? Because if I don't remember, how can I fucking answer that? Other than that line, that's the only I recall. Okay, then you don't recall. I don't recall, yes. But you do recall Elvis, Mary Jacobs saying that Elvis talked about having a brother and being part of a gang now. Yes, okay. Now, even on February, I want to move on to the February 2018, the next paragraph down, you were not part of this interview. Is that correct? That's correct. Did you ever learn that Elvis had said to Murphy that if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he be in trouble? Had you heard that before? No. So the first time you heard of that was when you reviewed this document that Dick Holman gave you last Thursday? That's correct. What? I read this yesterday. Why is this seem? I don't recall if I did the same thing yesterday. So this Purdy guy is trying to say that he had not known Elvis even said this? Does that sound right to you guys? This guy's the one investigating Odin. So A, he thought Brad Holder was cleared, so he never really looked into him. And B, he's talking to Mary Jacobs and doing all this stuff. He's investigating stuff in July and August. And he had no idea that one of the police officers was saying Elvis Fields said all this shit. And that's the whole reason, that's the whole questions and stuff that she went to talk about in the polygraph. What the fuck? Is this guy lying or am I missing something? How could he say that? He fucking drove in the car with Murphy or wherever. They picked her up and he was at her house. He listened to her tell the story. Or maybe I'm reading this wrong. I'm sorry. I could be reading this wrong. Did you ever learn that Elvis had said to Murphy that if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble? Had you heard that before? No. So the first time you heard of that was when you reviewed the document that Holman gave you last Thursday. That's correct. But he was the one that went to get her and talk to her about the polygraph. He was the one that was going to get her to they tried to call Elvis on the phone and she screwed up and got nervous. Oh, those fuckers. Maybe that went better than he thought. Maybe she did. Like, how could you screw that up? He made it sound like she screwed up calling him. But maybe they did get it on recording. Elvis saying stuff like, what's going on here? Wow. How can he say that? And that he jumped in the car with her to go to the polygraph. That's everything that was her statement. She probably told him 20 times. But yet now he's never heard of it. Just until Dick Holman told him. You haven't reviewed the document that Holman gave you last Thursday. That's correct. Okay. Elvis Fields' cell phone. Do you know anything about Elvis Fields' cell phone? No. Okay. Interview of Elvis Fields, June 20th, 2018, in Rushville PD. You weren't, doesn't look like you were a part of that. Says interviewed by Ferenczi and Murphy. That's correct. Okay. You want me to go on then? A lot of this was completely news to me. I didn't know that Murphy or Ferenczi had been working on or anything, so. But he said he knew Murphy. He before all this, he did I believe it was Murphy. He did security with Murphy at Notre Dame. I didn't know. Is this still Purdy? Like, did I scroll through? This is still Purdy, right? This is fucked up. Man. I hope to God I've screwed this up. Oh, I got it here in my notes. 1 sec. Sorry, guys. I'm going to take a quick, get my head straight. I'm going to have a drink, and I'll be right back. Ooh, I'm back just to say, my notes say the Roland Purdy depot starts at 686 and ends at 750. So it's still Purdy. 1 sec. All right, we're back. So what am I missing here? Was Charles here? Oh, hey, what's up, Charles? I didn't even see you. Sorry, Charles. Well, polygraphs are inadmissible, but these guys here, they admit to using them all the time. and they use them all the time. You're going to read it here, or if he hasn't said it already, they use them all the time. Sure, you can't. They're not admissible in a court of law, but I mean, if someone passes a lie detector, yeah, they listen. They use them all the time. For everyone, say hello to Charles, Peggy, especially. If you can't see Peggy, Charles, she's been saying hi to you, and she's trying to figure out how to unblock you for Shibby. So Peggy, go find that. You can figure it out, Peggy. Unblock Charles for me. You can do it. Shall move on. All right. That's correct. Oh, wait. Doesn't look like you're a part of that. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. You want me to go on then? A lot of this was completely news to me. I didn't know that Murphy or Ferenczi had been working on or anything. So this guy has no clue. Ferenczi or Murphy are working on the same thing he is, Odin, Engel. And you know them. Okay, well, let's move ahead. By the third page there, it's Abrams interviewed by, Rod Abrams interviewed by Murphy and Ferenczi on August 29th, 2018. Now, you're out of the picture by then, so yes, correct. And I'm going to be calling on you more as an investigator, somebody that's done a lot of investigation in his life, and that's even though you weren't involved in this interview. Would you be concerned as an investigator that Rod Abrams's alibi doesn't really check out, or do you even interpret it that way? I'm talking about Abrams's interview by Murphy and Ferenczi on August 29th, 2018. I'm not sure of your question. I'm going to move on. Okay, because it's a bad one. Doesn't make sense to me either. As I'm sitting here thinking about it, at the bottom of page 3, Elvis Fields, Brad Holder. Elvis mimicked various and numerous Facebook posts that are on Holder's pages. Holder's Facebook page. Did you know that? No. Okay. Do you know whether the Logan at the bottom of that page and the top of page 4, did you know that whether Logan Holder was in school on the 13th of February? You know, I kind of read this yesterday, and it's not really that big, so I'm going to skip over this because it's just about Holder and Messer. If you want my yesterday's interview, I was kind of going through the highlights, so this isn't one of the highlights for me. So again, I totally read this one very in the end of, or probably in like the 5th or 6th hour of yesterday's live. So you can either after this, I think we should probably get something fresh because I'm kind of over the highlight stuff. There's a whole lot of them. You know what I'll do after? I should just read the fresh ones, and then I'll go and I'll make highlights of everything because I remember them all, but just like kind of jumping back and forth and looking for them, feeling a bit scattered. And I have 32 people. Ooh, if I get one more person, I want to stay 33. I love having 33 people. That's a wild number, especially the topic. So if we get another person in here, that's cool. So I will quickly look at chat for my handy Nicole. Nicole, do you know of any, or does anybody see which depositions after this they want me to read? So I'm probably going to scroll through and find something. Because his is ending really soon here at, oh no, not even, it's actually not really soon. It ends at page 833. So Purdy ends at 833. Ooh. It's actually nice having a note. Glad I wrote that stuff down. Redactions. Okay, so wait a second. So he must have another one. So I put that it ends at 833 and something. Yeah, I remember going through this yesterday. I figured it out. because a new one started right there, right? Just scroll on to the next Shibby. 10-4. Let me put that up. Excellent suggestion, Nicole. You see, the little triangle works. Except in StreamYard. So it doesn't look the same. StreamYard, come on. Help me out here, StreamYard. There it is. So tiny in StreamYard. If 833, well, look at Peggy. That's funny. I'll scroll ahead just because Purdy's thing ends, I believe, on 833. Watch. Oh, I should just, instead of scrolling, I'll just type it in. I have my keyboard sitting on my lap. 833. Watch. Oh, no. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah. It ends here on 833. It's still Roland Purdy. And Roland Purdy's not a dope because they ask him. Yeah. They ask him if he wants to read through and sign it. And he's like, yeah, of course. I'm not going to sign all this shit without reading through it. Like Portwood wasn't sure. I don't know. Should I read it or just sign my name? All right. Sorry, guys. I'm back on track. Here we go. It's just that one was really hard because it started the deposition out with redactions. So I couldn't even figure it out. So they have a notary come in, and this will be Roland Purdy again? Oh my gosh. Maybe this is what I was excited about because he has another deposition. Oh my. Did we read this yesterday? Holy shit. Oh no, this is what I fell for it again. I did the exact same thing yesterday, except this time I went back because I thought they were starting a new one for Roland Purdy, but they're not. They're just doing Tobe Leazenby. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Let's do it. Okay. Redemption. Let's do this. Nicole. Peggy. Nature Love. You guys excited? Let's do this. Come on. Tobe Leazenby. Tube Sleazyby. Oh yeah. All right. So it's Rosie Baldwin and Dickless Bossman McLean. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. He's been sworn in. Tell the truth. Nothing but the truth. All right. Rosie. Okay. We are on the record. State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Cause. President or myself, former Sheriff Tobe Leazenby. If I get your name wrong or if I pronounce it wrong, please. You're spot on. Okay, thank you. And Prosecutor McClellan might be Defense Counsel Baldwin, and then we've got a couple of staff members of ours in the room as well. All right. I keep wanting to call you Sheriff. I don't know if that's really appropriate or not. As I've told people, Sheriff is similar to the judges. Once a sheriff, always a sheriff. Once a president, always a president. So yeah, I even make my mom and aunts call me Sheriff. I may do that. Don't mean to. Sheriff Liggett. No. Have you ever taken a deposition before? Yes, sir. Okay, all right. First of all, would you state your name? Tobe Leazenby. And Mr. Leazenby, let me just say a few things real quick. I know you've done this before, but the most important thing is try to answer audibly. Use your big words. Yes, no, instead of uh-huhs and uh-huhs, okay? Be a good boy. Yes. And second, if you need to stop for a pee-pee break or anything, just let us know and we'll stop. You want a juice box? You okay? Yes. Use the restroom. I think there's actually some water down under the table if you need that as well. All right. Thank you. Do you have any gummy bears? Any bubble gum? Licorice? Okay. First of all, tell me, in what position are you currently employed? Appointed Chief Deputy Sheriff for for Sheriff Liggett? And generally speaking, how would you describe your current duties in the law enforcement industry, so to speak? It's a combination of administrative and responding to calls for service for the agency. And back in 2017, specifically in February of 2017, were you acting sheriff in Carroll County? Oh, he's the one who calls off the search, too. Fuck, this better get good. The elected sheriff, yes. Right on. Oh, I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. And how long did you maintain that position? My first term began in 2015, and my final year was 2022 after re-election, 2018. How long in total have you been in the law enforcement business, so to speak? I've served Carroll County continuously since 1986. The great year. First time my dad bought me an RC car was 1986 as Shibby. But who cares? Let's go on. How long in total have you been in the law enforcement business, so to speak? I've served Carroll County continuously since. Did I read that twice? Yes, I'm so sorry. All right. And did you do anything in preparation for the deposition today? Review documents, speak with other individuals, look at photographs, anything like that? Only spoke with Sheriff Liggett. And when did that conversation take place? After his deposition yesterday. And what was the nature of that conversation? Just a general inquiry on my part as to what may have come up during his deposition. We want to get our lies straight, We don't want to contradict each other's lies. Okay. And what was his general reaction? Very, I don't want to say laid back, but I mean, it was, he felt relaxed during his deposition. Did he talk about any subject matter in particular? Nope. Did he mention anything that seemed more important or less important than anything else? The only thing I guess that he did mention to me that there was inquiry concerning my involvement with this investigation while I was sheriff, and we shared that conversation. During the course of your law enforcement career, have you ever been disciplined for any kind of misconduct? Nope. And I asked you, this is a minute ago, but I want to make sure I understand. Did you review any documents in the last couple of weeks in preparation for the depo today? No. I had offered up just some bullet point topics for Mr. McClellan. Are you generally familiar with those topics? I have reviewed those, yes. Okay, so after you reviewed those, did you go back and look at any police reports to refresh your memory about anything? No. Based on looking at the kind of rough outline? No. Okay, let's talk about this particular circumstance that occurred back in February 2017 out here at the trail, okay? Yes, sir. Ooh, this is getting good. One sec. I need a drink here. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm back. Just tell me, if you would, do you believe that there were any eyewitnesses to the suspect or persons of interest in this case? I believe, yes, there were witnesses to the suspect. Okay. And can you tell me who those witnesses were? I do not know specific names or individual names. Okay. You can't think of any of them as you sit here today? No. Boy. Oh boy. Leazenby doesn't know Betsy Blair or Sarah Carva. The fuck? Did you ever interview any of these eyewitnesses of whose names you don't recall? No. Have you ever communicated, interviewed, talked to Rick Allen in the course of this investigation? No. Let me ask you this. Going back to February of 2017, tell me, in the weeks and months after this incident occurred, what was your role in the investigation? I really had no role other than, and this was throughout as a police administrator, I had asked our detectives at the time, Detective Kevin Hammond and Detective Tony Liggett, to communicate with me as often as they could on any update information related to the investigation. But as far as actual hands-on involvement with the investigation, I played no role. So wait, I probably should read on, but He sounds like he's on administrative leave, so I thought he was the one that called the search off. Do I have that wrong? Was it Leggett or somebody else? I thought Leazenby was the one who called all this time. I hope to God it was, because I think I've been ripping on him for it. How can he say he had no role when he's calling the search off and shit? Did he get in trouble for that? They put him on administration as a police administrator, like desk duty, because he fucked up so bad. If I have this wrong, I'm truly sorry, but I always thought he was the one. If anybody knows, could you let me know if I'm wrong about Tobe being the one who called the search and dogs off? Okay, is that true? Is that statement accurate throughout the entire investigation? Yes. The only thing I would add to that is, again, as a police administrator, I would participate in unified command meetings that would occur throughout the investigation, but mainly from the aspect of, from an administrative standpoint, to, if you will, to remain in the loop. So when you talk about unified command, who are you talking about? Indiana State Police, FBI, and our agency, and then potentially any other outside agencies that had come alongside of us. Did you participate in, I'm going to say, most of all those formal meetings, if you will? To my recollection, yes. Would it be fair to refer to those as briefings? Is that kind of a good way to refer to them? Yes, sir. All right. And so when one of those briefings would take place, tell me in your own words what you were doing. Were you sitting in the room? Were you making decisions? Did you have your fly up? Was your fly down? Yeah, mainly in the capacity of listening to information being shared. And a lot of the speakers, if you will, during those meetings were the hands-on investigators involved with the case. And so listening, and then if there was a decision to be made, again, a lot of discussion in moving forward and how to proceed in moving forward, and then consensus amongst the group on moving forward with whatever the subject matter was at that moment. In your opinion, was there any law enforcement official or other party that was, let's say, in charge of this investigation? I personally, as sheriff, felt that we, being a county crime, if you will, alleged crime, that I considered our agency as the lead agency. But again, as time went along, it was quite clear that multiple agencies, multiple voices within these various agencies played a role. Okay. So I think what I'm hearing is that there wasn't one officer that was kind of the chief, for lack of a better word. That would be correct, sir. And I think me understanding your role is going to help maybe kind of condense and make this a little bit more efficient today, but I still need to go through, sure, some of these talking points, okay? So forgive me if you are thinking that I'm being overbearing, but it's better to cover this now than to come back later. I understand. So in terms of, let's talk about, well, let me ask you this. Have you ever interviewed a witness involved in this investigation on your own? The only thing I vaguely recall is maybe the first day or two when the case initiated, that I sat down with local community members that had their suspicions, if you will, of particular other suspects. And so that's the only investigative role I ever played or recall playing, was very early on with this investigation. But as far as other witnesses and individuals as the case progressed, no, I did not. When did you say you were sitting down with these people? Are you making home visits? Are they coming to you? No, they actually, at the time, obviously our meeting place, if you will, our investigations began at the city building where, here in Delphi. And so I specifically remember meeting with local individuals, and I believe it was in the chief of police's office at the time. Can you give me an estimate as to how many people, local people that you might have talked to, maybe a range that were given you information regarding potential suspects? Well, again, as sheriff, whether it was in person or by phone calls, obviously most communities this would occur. I received just tips and information from individuals, and so to put a number on it is difficult to do. But throughout the whole time of the investigation, I don't know if it's an exaggeration or not, but thousands maybe. But he just asked him if it was the first few days or something, didn't he? He said his only role was in the first few days. Now he's saying thousands. Oh my. Oh, okay. Yeah. And when did you do that? When you did this, would you have documented this kind of stuff in the normal course of your larger investigative process? I think it was on Orion. Was the system that was used? Right. Not consistently, but yes, there were pieces of information that would enter into Orion. Okay. So you chose on some occasions to memorialize that information. On other occasions, you just didn't? Correct. Was there some, not to be too technical here, but was there a threshold that determined that? Why did you do that? Actually, I don't recall on some of those where I personally felt there may be an issue with a particular piece of information. I consulted with our detectives and ran that information by them. Then we would have, as I remember, a general census. Shouldn't it be consensus or census? A general census that, yeah, this is far-fetched, what kind of mental state, other pieces of information we felt. If we felt that based on the information I received, that we might be able to progress with the investigation, then we would document that. So it's an accurate statement to say that you acted kind of as your own kind of screening device. You talked to others when you thought it was necessary, but there might have been times when you didn't think that was necessary. Yes, that would be true. It sounds like to me that you were kind of acting like more of a catcher's mitt here than you were going out on, and seeking leads and working witnesses. Is that kind of an accurate statement? Very true. Yes. Okay. So over the course of this investigation, did you ever go outside of the Carroll County community or the county? I'm going to say generally speaking and talk to witnesses involved in this case. No. Did you ever sit down with anyone who had information regarding the case that was from outside the Carroll County community? Again, as far as or communicate with them in any respect. Right. Not necessarily face to face. Yeah. Again, referring back to what I said earlier. I mean, I received, as sheriff, I received a number of phone calls, whether it was in the United States. Actually, I think I fielded a couple of phone calls from the United Kingdom. People purporting to be from other places near and far. Right. All right. Were there any phone calls that were made to you or information that was shared to you from areas outside of the kind of Carroll County community that stand out or that were helpful in this investigation? The only thing I recall were where there were a couple of individuals from Franklin that were adamant involving a former friend of theirs as being the individual involved. And when I say adamant, I would receive phone calls from them. Goodness, probably at least one time a month. That doesn't sound like much. I thought I was going to say like 10 times a day. At least one time a month and that information was followed up on by our investigators and didn't lead to anything. This would have been information that you would have essentially inputted into Orion at some point. Yes. Can you just tell me the names? It might help me. The only thing I can remember is first names. The individuals they were, if you will, pointing a finger was an individual by the first name of Danny. Goodness. drawing a blank on the two individuals that were consistent. On the informants? Yes. Okay, I need to take a quick drink. Anybody know who Danny is? Let me know. One moment. And we're back. Anything happening, guys? Anyone new? Anything I need to... Nobody knows who Danny is? Danny McCain. You sure? Okay. Is he... Oh, my God. Get out. Is that really? The... Thing's brother? What's his name? Flannel shirt guy. David McCain, right? Which one's flannel shirt guy? David. And he's... Oh, are you sure? You're not sure? Here, let's put this up anyways. Looks good. Is the other McCain brother named Danny? We're not sure, but we're just guessing. Is it? Ooh, write that again with a question mark, okay, V? So I can put that back up. So write that again, V. Danny McCain, but be a question mark, not an exclamation point. Because like your exclamation means you're sure. Question means even 3 question marks if you want. Because if it's not true, it at least looks good on my screen. Oh, no, here it is right here on the screen. Danny Nation. It's right here on the screen, guys. Daniel Nation. All right, let's carry on. I'm not a dork. I'm oblivious. I'm not stupid. That's who you were drawing a blank on? Right. But the suspect, so to speak, was Danny? Danny. Oh, so it was? Didn't he say the caller was Danny? We'll be pointing the finger at oh, sorry, I read it wrong. My bad. I thought he was going to name the people that called in. Oh my gosh. I'm glad I went over that again. So he was pointing, but so it was. Okay. So Daniel Nation is the person that somebody called, but they don't tell us who they were. I guess they wouldn't. Yeah. Why was I even thinking that? I'm sorry. The pointing the finger at, for whatever reason, I took that as the names of the people that were calling in. Boy, oh boy. But the suspect, so to speak, was Danny. Danny. I'm looking at my list here. Daniel Nation. Does that have anything? Oh my gosh, I should just keep reading. No. Okay. All right. I don't see any other Dannys on the list, so it wasn't Daniel Nation. I should just keep reading. You don't know who the last name of the individual is? No. Okay. All right. Was there anyone else that you recall? I mean, so maybe it was. Let's put Daniel so we don't forget. So this should be a question mark. V, I want to give you credit. So Danny is the one with the car, the Honda. No, that's David, isn't it? McCain. McCain drove a Honda, no? Nicole, why are you doing this to me, Nicole? David McCain had the Honda that Betsy Blair, I believe, said was the car she thought was in that photo, or the car she saw, one of the two. Danny is the one with the car, the Honda. It was David, yeah. So Danny, well, we should read on because we might find out who the Danny is. So instead of us... Here's what needs... This is a perfect comment to highlight so we can carry on. Question mark by Fishy. Fishy, you're up on stage with me here. Just me and you, girl. Look at us together. 31 people watching. Let's do this. Okay, all right. Was there anyone else that you recall? I mean, we're in the world of, everybody else is investigating your crime. In addition to your own officers and staff, was there anyone else that reached out to you from anywhere around the world that you were like, this is information that's important and we need to follow up on? No, nothing. No, none of these UK people had anything real? No. Okay, all right. Let's get back and talk about some more kind of pertinent issues in terms of what went on out at the trail in February of 2017, okay? Mm-hmm. Let's talk about this timeline. You're aware that law enforcement has kind of pieced together a timeline of events? Yes. Were you a part of any of that? I mean, did you play a role in piecing that together? I vividly recall when the information came in, when the information initially came into us, at least of the girls' appearances, I was actually in a county council that evening of the 13th. Yeah. And it was brought to my attention and that we were going to initiate area. First responders. Ooh, here's the part where he cancels it. We're going to initiate a search of the last known area where the girls were seen. So again, it was a lot of coordinating with other area first response agencies and coordinating our efforts in that search on the 13th. Okay, so you were involved in some of that? Yes. Let's talk about the timeline on the 14th. Uh-huh. And what I'm talking about is the timeline from, sometime around, let's say, noon on the 14th until 4, 5, or 6, that general time frame. You with me? What? So you got the wrong day. Wait, why did he gloss over the 13th? That's when the search was. Let's talk about the timeline on the 14th. So that's the day the bodies were found. And is this PM or AM? Fuckers. I guess it would be if he's talking like army time, 24-hour time, it would probably be AM. That general time frame, you with me? Yes. You were part of kind of piecing that timeline together as the thing moved forward. Was your work product involved in that process? No. Again, it was a lot of communication involving our local deputies and our detectives as they progressed with the investigation and kind of receiving updates. Not that I sat in my office the whole time, but I mean, I also played an active role with the public information officer aspect for the agency. And so I worked alongside Sergeant Kim Riley with Indiana State Police during that time period and coordinating a lot of the media events that were quickly evolving. Oh, because they're probably going to talk about like how to deal with the media after they found the bodies. They found the girls. Sorry. So what I'm hearing is that you really didn't play a substantive or material role in developing this timeline that has been offered up in legal documents. That's correct, sir. No, I did not. So you don't, by extension, I assume, don't have an opinion on the accuracy of it because you don't have any stake in it, really. You don't have any work product in it. That's correct. I think you answered this question earlier. Who do you think was primarily responsible for creating that timeline? Again, it was quickly evolving, the unified command involving Indiana State Police, FBI, and our agency. It was a group effort? Group effort. Okay. This question came up yesterday, and it may be slightly out of context, but do you have any opinions as to the timing of the death of either one or both of these girls? Nope. In terms of, let's talk about suspects, people involved, just in general sense, okay? Mm-hmm. How many, based on your knowledge of this case, how many individuals do you think were involved in this crime? Based on my knowledge of the crime, I feel that at least 2. Wow. Motherfucker saying that in a deposition. So what? Sheriff of the time says that he thinks he's this time in this deposition and they are not allowed to talk about other people. Third party. And I'm assuming, without being a rocket scientist here, that you think one of those is Rick Allen? Yes. Okay. And what is it that leads you to believe there's more than one? That's based on what's been described to me on the alleged actions that had occurred involving the terrain and the location of where that alleged crime or crimes had occurred. And so I feel that it would be difficult for one individual to accomplish that, what occurred. Wow. Did he say this at trial too? Hey, Dom, what's up, buddy? Man. Dom, how you feeling? You okay? Quick break, having a drink. Say hi to Dom. One sec. Here we go. Dom is in the house. Hello, Shibby. Oh, did I miss Nemesia? Where? Oh, Danny equals Daniel Pearson? Maybe. Nemesia, good to see you. Sorry, you slipped in. I didn't say hi. And let me see. So you came in. You guys, if you come into chat, you got to say hi. Come on. Don't show up and expect people to start saying hi to you. You must. I insist. If you show up, your first thing is to say hi to everyone. You don't have to say hi to me. Say hi to everybody. Ooh, why are you putting that, Nicole? You put Shibby warning with what does that mean? So I see it, but I don't understand it. This is the first time this has happened. Nicole, where is that? StreamYard is so difficult to find comments. Here it is. What does this mean, Nicole? On the screen. You put like a little, is that a church sign? Or up? Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe I'll go down. So you want me to go back up to something? Did I miss one of those little triangle thingies? Oh boy, Nicole, you're sending me on a goose chase. I'm scrolling through chat now, looking for what you wanted me to look for. You wanted me to look up, right? Nicole, can you just put it in again? What did you want me to look up for? And while Nicole is doing that, so Nemesia, Dom showed up, and here's Tammy. Hello, Tammy. What's up? See, that's the way to enter a chat. Hi, Shibby, and chat. Cool. All right. Oh, okay. So Nicole wanted me to, Daniel Pearson. Okay. Well, you put up an arrow. There's like 1,000 comments up. Think I'm going to know the one you're thinking about, you shithead? But thank you very much, because you're awesome. Nemesia Daniel Pearson. Awesome. Except you forgot the little triangle. I'm just busting your chops. Okay, I should move on before I lose friends. Okay, today, the purpose of today is truly... one sec, sorry. Purpose of today is to kind of screen a lot of these issues without getting into more detail. So I'm going to maybe not get into... I want to ask you, well, tell me all the facts that led you to believe that, but frankly, we may cover that on another day. Is that fair? That's fair. Okay. Is there an active investigation focused on suspects other than Rick Allen as we sit here today? Based on the information that has been shared with me, the investigation is still active and we continue to look into potentially other individuals. Okay. Can you tell me if there are any other individuals to your knowledge that are persons of interest right now? I have no knowledge of that. Who would be in the best position to answer that question based on your knowledge of the team that's working on this case? I would suggest, either Sheriff Liggett or Detective Sergeant Dick Jerry Holman with the Indiana State Police. All right, let's talk about this search that you were kind of mentioning earlier. You said you kind of participated in some of the organization of the search, right, on the 13th? Yes. Describe to me, if you could, I'm looking just for some scope here, who was involved in that. I recall Delphi Fire Department, actually a great majority of members of all of our fire departments throughout the county, EMS personnel, a huge number of members of the community. Can you estimate 10, 50, 100, 200? As I recall the crowd, I would guess close to maybe 200 or more. Oh, goodness, I missed goodness. Yeah. As I recall the crowd, I would guess close to maybe 200 or more searchers. Not including the emergency personnel? Right. Okay. And is this all, are these people all or most or all involved with this search on the 13th? Yes. So the response was pretty quick. Yes. From the community? Yes. All right. And then is that same statement basically true for a portion of the day on the 14th? Yes. So basically you're redeployed. Yes. And got back at it? Yes. Why does it keep skipping? That's the second time you skipped over them calling the search off. Rosie or Baldwin. I think it's Rosie. So to talk about the search and then to ask them about the 14th feels weird because nobody's asking them why they called it off. Maybe there's kind of a whole, I should just read on. I'm sure it's in here. So basically you're redeployed, yes, and got right back at it. Yes. Okay. Understanding that formalities may not have been the entire focus. Who was kind of in control of that effort to try and organize it? As I recall, the fire chief at the time, Daryl Sterrett, played a role because fire agencies had in the past have obviously played assist roles in searches of whether it's younger children or elderly or anybody that's missing throughout the county. So Chief Sterrett actually had experience, if you will, in organizing these types of searches. Is he still around? Yes. We are only asking that question in a little bit because of the time delay. Yeah, he's still with the fire department. And what, to your knowledge, what specialized equipment was used? I mean, we've heard of, I think, a drone somebody mentioned. Not a big surprise, but what do you recall? Drones, obviously with water involved. There were boats on the water. I think maybe even at that one point, the Indiana State Police had their helicopter in the air over that particular area. I don't know if there was any kind of the Department of Natural Resources local or conservation officers maybe had equipment involved as well. But yeah, that's it. Were the boats and drones and helicopters used on both the 13th and 14th? Yes. Were you operating any of these? I know you weren't flying a helicopter, but were you in any of these boats or were you, no, a part of any of that process? No. I hadn't thought about the boats so much as I had the drones and helicopters. Were there, who was using the watercrafts? Again, as I recall, mainly the conservation officers. I can't remember. We obviously have a boat, but I don't think we implemented ours. We just mainly relied again on DNR. Okay. Was the boat on the creek down there? Yes. I thought the helicopter was a news helicopter, so they had a police helicopter up. Wouldn't that have the heat sensing technology? Because even if it's during the daytime, you could pick out bodies very easily. Jesus. So they got a police helicopter driving around, knowing where the girl's last known location is, and they don't find them for 19 hours. Because, I mean, even in bodies, that would pick up the difference in temperature. Okay. Nemesia, that's cool. Nemesia said good morning earlier. Oh, yeah, I do remember. I forget. But hello to all again. Can't interact more because I'm working, but appreciate everyone here. Well, we appreciate you, Nemesia. And when you get your priorities straight, you can come back and talk to us and forget work like me right now. I'm just kidding. Thanks for being here. Just as long as you keep your browser open, that's the main thing. So I got, 29 people. I better start talking. Thanks for being here. And were they traversing that? Yes. Creek line? Do you have any idea of kind of the distances they were traveling? I don't. Or maybe the endpoints? No. Okay. Who would that have been Doofus Doolin? Officer Doofus Doolin? I can't remember if Lieutenant was supervisor back then. I'm trying to remember who supervised before him, but it was either Dan or whoever his predecessor was. Maybe he's the Danny they called in tip 1. Danny Doolin. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right. Can you tell me about what time this search, if you will, was kind of called off on the 13th? Vaguely. I want to. I recollect maybe 11 p.m., midnight. Yeah, it was a little bit chilly. It got dark. There was a hill. We had to call the search off. Plus, there was branches on the ground, too. Trip hazards. So us men had to call the search off and go home and sleep while 2 young girls were missing. I don't know how this happens formally. I'm guessing nobody just blows a whistle. Like getting off work and they do the doo-doo, search over, just blows a whistle and everybody goes home. Right. But I'm assuming mostly throughout radio traffic. Yes. Who would have done that? Who would have made that dumb decision? That was kind of, again, I won't say unified command, but a unified group decision. And that conversation would have involved, again, fire, EMS, myself. One thing I do want to add is, because I thought I caught some grief. Yeah, you fucking right. You caught some grief over it. I caught some grief over this early on, was that they wanted to know why we had stopped the search. When I said we had stopped the search, look at this long bullshit answer because he's trying to cover him for himself. To regroup for the following morning. Yeah, we had to get ready for the morning. That was mainly for emergency responders too, because it was felt that our group coming out the next morning, they needed to get some rest and come back out because they'd been out there for what, 4 or 5 hours already, 6 hours. Yeah, need some rest. Come back out there next morning. But that we did not stop community members who wanted to, in essence, go out there on their own. And so I do know that there were, I don't know specific names, but there were members of the community that remained out all night. So did you actually talk to some of these people eventually? Yes. Do you have any sense of what the volume of that was? The number of individuals? Yeah, 2 or 3 motivated humans. Or are we talking maybe a couple of dozen? I would estimate, as I recall, maybe 10 to 12. Was the family, if you know, involved in that process or that circumstance? Yes, I believe there were. I don't know who specifically, but family members were involved. I mean, I got to imagine if one of those were my kid, probably wouldn't be getting any rest. Right. So that's your recollection. That's very possible. Yes. All right. So let's move on here and talk about, give me 1 second. Do you know what time it was the next day that you kind of commenced this search, if you could estimate? I want to say 7 a.m., 7:30 that next morning after we all had nice flapjacks and bacon dipped in maple syrup from Canada. Was that basically daylight? Being February, it was still dark. So that was when we began bullshit. No? So that was when we began, is more or less to meet again at the fire department to kind of go over that plan, if you will, and what we're going to do moving forward. Okay. Oh, sorry. Was there anything that you recall that was different between the way you searched on the 13th and the way you searched on the 14th? Anything that stands out? If you handled this differently or that occurred differently? I do not recall anything different. All right. We are going to move on here and talk about some other things, okay? Let's talk about voice data. Obviously, we are all familiar with there was a recording, and we've all heard the down the hill reference 4,000 times. Was there, to your knowledge, was there any attempt to analyze that actual acoustics associated with that recording? I do not recall any specifics related to that. I would assume that would be kind of FBI stuff. For lack of a better way of thinking about it, it's almost TD-esque. Sure. But you don't recall you being involved in anything in that regard? That would be correct. Let's talk about the photo or video of that people have referred to as the bridge guy. Is that a reference that you are familiar with? Yes, sir. Are you familiar with the analysis that was done with regard to the dimensions of the individual in that video? Height, weight, maybe even distances associated with the location of the individual in the video? Those kind of things? Ooh, fuckers. It's going to be redacted. So they're talking about the height. And we need to get... The only thing I recall were discussions as it related to our unified command meetings, but as... So let's just note that. Talking, are you familiar with the dimensions or anything, locations, anything about his height, size, weight, exactly where he was standing, in that video, BG. And then he starts to answer, and we get redactions. Only one page. And it starts with the end of a question from Rosie. So, I find it hard to believe that this question needs to be redacted fully. Whatever was said here, it's like he may have mentioned the names of Abby and Libby, and they gotta fucking take out the whole page. Right, Fishy? That really bugs you, I know it. And is that the entirety of it? To the best of my... Oh, sorry. That was the end of defense question. And is that the entirety of it? To the best of my knowledge, yes. Let's talk about DNA, okay? Yeah. Who handled the processing and analysis of the DNA evidence in this case? The Indiana State Police initially, their crime scene investigators in their Indianapolis lab. Did any other agencies that you are aware of process any DNA-related evidence in this case? Not that I'm aware of. Are you aware of any samples that were extracted from the crime scene, in this case, that generated a DNA profile? I don't recall any of that, no. Okay. Are you aware of any DNA-related evidence in this case, whether it came from the crime scene or anywhere else that links Richard Allen to that crime scene? No. Are you aware of any DNA evidence in this case, whether from the crime scene or somewhere else, that links any other suspects or persons of interest? Hate to keep sounding like that, to the crime scene? No. Are you aware of any ongoing analysis, lab analysis, testing of any kind with regard to DNA evidence? No. I know that there were a number of items taken from Mr. Allen's home when they searched the home. I'm sure you're aware of that. Clothing and firearms and knives and things like that. Yes. I'm going to ask the same question. Are you aware of any analysis that's ongoing with regard to any of those items? I'm not aware, however, I would say in the course of business, as it relates to an investigation such as this, that the answer would be yes. That more likely yes, more than likely yes, there is. That they are still doing some testing? Right. And do you believe that just because you're thinking it just takes time to go through all of that, or because you've been told that? Mainly because of my experience and the time period that it takes to cover such a large amount. Wow, they have that much DNA. He's worried it's going to take years. Such a large amount of DNA. Mainly based on my experience and the time period that it takes to cover such a large amount. Are you aware of any DNA profiles or evidence that was extracted from the scene that is known not to be connected with the two girls? Yes. Tell me what you're aware of. I know that there was DNA recovered, but it was explained to me that there is not enough of it exists to develop a profile. Do you have any idea where that came from? I mean, as far as what part of the crime scene? Yeah. I mean, was it on a log? Was it on a cigarette butt? I believe. Was it on one of the girls? As I remember, I want to say from one of the logs or pieces of wood at the crime scene. Ooh, what? Did we know this and I didn't know this? I feel dumb. I probably should know this, right? So they got DNA from sticks. Did we know this? And I'm just spacing out. What do you mean it wouldn't have helped much? You talking about the DNA? Oh, you're talking about something else. I should probably not just read a couple of things in chat. You guys are all having fun and talking. I'll probably screw things up if I try to jump in without knowing what you're really saying. You know what? I need a quick drink. One sec, guys. Okay, I'm back. So, what's up, guys? Anybody new? Did I miss anyone to say hi? Oh, Dave? Where's Dave? Oh, Al, Dave. Paulo's back, or Paulo's been here. Dave, how's it going, buddy? What's up, bro? Sorry. He's listening and driving. So, Dave, listen to this. You're the next contestant on the highlighted comment is right. You'll be on screen for the next little while, Dave. I know you can't see it, but you can hear it. And it's going to say, sup, bruh? Sup with you, bruh? Drive safely. Remember, stay to the left. There's much left. There's much less stop signs on the left side of the road, so you don't have to worry about stopping at every intersection. You stay to the left, like your Google Street View driving. Dave drives on the left side of the road, the wrong way. Boom, blows right through stop signs on Google Street View. So, where were we? Okay. Was it on one of the girls? As I remember, I want to say from one of the logs or pieces of wood at the crime scene. Do you know from what type of substance that I'm going to call it a partial or profile or DNA material was extracted? Saliva, blood, skin tissue, hair. I'm just kind of going through the gamut. Again, as I recall, it being described to me, I believe it may have been actual like perspiration or bodily fluid, sweat. Sweat DNA? Yeah. Do you think that, to the best of your knowledge, was that information recovered during the process of the crime scene, during the formal processing? Yes. In other words, somebody didn't go out there a week later or 2 weeks later? Right. And start rounding up stuff from a log? No, during that core time at the very beginning. So they did collect a stick, at least one. Okay. Let's talk about tool mark evidence, okay? Why does he just blow over that? So they got the perspiration or bodily fluid, sweat. Yeah. So he says yes. And in other words, somebody didn't go out there a week later or 2 weeks later? To the best of your knowledge, it was recovered during the processing of the crime scene, during the formal processing. He's like, yeah, right. And start rounding up stuff. So they got it from a piece of wood. Do I know this? And I'm just forgetting. Fishy, help me out here. Seems nobody else is listening to me. Why do we know this and I'm just blanking out? Because they said they went back. I thought it was the thought it was they went back like 5 days later to get the sticks. But he's saying here he's agreeing to. He didn't really say it, but whoever this is, Rosie or Baldwin, told him. I asked him, and he said as he remembers it being, they got DNA from perspiration or bodily fluid, sweat. He's like, sweat DNA? He says, yeah. And he's then defense says, do you think that, to the best of our knowledge, was that information recovered during the processing? Oh my God. Process. Sing. And he says, yes. So in other words, somebody didn't go out there a week later or 2 weeks later. Right. And start rounding up stuff from a log. No. During that core time at the very beginning. Okay, let's talk about tool mark evidence. Okay. I'll take a quick drink and I'm going to move on to tool mark evidence unless you guys in chat want to kind of stick with this and talk about it for a second. Let me know. You have probably around 10 seconds to decide. Ticky, ticky, tock. Okay, so what are you guys saying? Elvis spit and other bodily fluids. You know what? Let's put here. Paula says, okay. So Paula's going to get the highlight comment. You okay with that, Paula? You're going to be on screen with me for a bit. Like a little safety blanket right underneath me, Paula, on the screen right now. You're going to stick with me, okay? Oh, is you leaving? Okay, good night, Paula. How about this? Good night, Paula, if you're leaving. And I'll put that one on screen. How's that? So Paula gets to say good night for at least the next few minutes. Is that the one I just highlighted? Jeepers, why is that moving? Yeah. Okay, everyone say good night, Paula, and you'll be on screen. So even if you want to lay there and listen, that's cool too. And if you fall asleep, well, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a nice sleep. Sweet dreams. Night, night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Okay, let's talk about tool mark evidence. Okay. All right. So I'm assuming you're aware of this unspent cartridge that was recovered from the scene. Yes, sir. What is the significance of that cartridge in your mind to this investigation? The link that it has to a firearm that Mr. Allen allegedly owns. Okay. And again, I'm not going to get into all the dirty details. Again, we'll leave that for another day. But describe to me what you mean by the link, just to make sure I think we are talking about the same thing. The extraction marks as they relate to the ammunition that was recovered compared to the firearm that was recovered during the search of Mr. Allen's residence, particularly those extraction marks. I know there's opinion throughout, but what I know of my 37-year career, another 37-year career veteran, is it's been ingrained in me that extraction marks on a firearm are, if you will, a fingerprint for a firearm. Fingerprint. Oh boy. Okay. What do you mean by there's opinions throughout? Well, because ballistics is all subjective opinions on every single page. there's a disclaimer. Go look at the ballistics report. It's a huge disclaimer saying subjective opinions. And no wonder Oberg is so confident in her saying that she's never been wrong. Because how can you be wrong if you take the science and then you apply your opinion to it? So everything turns into her subjective opinion and with her experience. So yeah, how could you question that? She can't be wrong. It's impossible. It's her opinion. So science, my ass, starts out as science, but when it goes through her fucking eyes and mouth, turns into an opinion. Okay, well, what do you mean by there's opinions throughout? Arguments on both sides as far as whether or not extraction marks are legitimate or not. You know, that's another thing. Before we get, like, why can't we just give me Oberg, give me 6 different exact type of guns, and you know, there's got to be a way they can just kind of mark the tip of it with colored paint. Put 4 of them each gun, and cycle them all through. And then we'll know the red ones came from this gun, the blue ones came from this, you know. Let's see Oberg match them back up to which ones were which. Who cares? Forget the red dot on the very tip of it or something. Just have her, you know, wherever the extraction marks won't get in the way of, and run them through and show me. I mean, if you can get fucking 90% right, I think that'd be pretty awesome. Or 95%. Better yet, 100%. But I fucking doubt you'll get 5, too. Arguments on both sides as far as whether or not the extraction marks are legitimate or not. You're aware that in the industry, so to speak, that issue is heavily debated? Right. The reliability of that, yes. There's kind of a division of the ranks, so to speak. Yes. What is, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm kind of imagining how this all went down. Melissa Oberg, the person who can never be wrong because it's her subjective opinion, generates a lab result and says, hey, I think that this firearm and this cartridge were linked, right? That's basically what we're talking about here, right? Yeah, right, yeah. The science of her fucking opinion. If I'm not right, just stop me and correct me. I don't know the name of the particular lab individual, but he doesn't even know it's Oberg? Oh my God. All of us know that, even back then. Okay, I'm assuming there was a meeting pretty quickly after that to discuss the findings of the laboratory? Yes. You were in that meeting. I do not recall being a part of that meeting, no. Do you think you would recall if you were a part of that meeting? Oh, yes. Talking about something that significant? Yes. Okay. Do you have any, I'll call it, secondhand knowledge about what occurred in the meeting because you've talked to Sheriff Liggett or Trooper Dick Holman or anybody like that? If anything, there would have been not long after that meeting, Detective Liggett at the time would have come or did come, as I recall, to my office to share that information one-on-one with me. Are you aware of any concerns that were raised by any law enforcement officials regarding the veracity of these laboratory findings? No, I'm not aware of anything. I don't know nothing. I'm not. That's Tobe Leazenby. No, I'm not aware of anything. I'm going to ask that just a different way, just to make sure that you understand what I'm asking. Did Sheriff Liggett or any of the other officers come to you and say, I got some real concerns about this because of A, B, or C? No, I don't ever remember that conversation. Are you aware of any ongoing tool mark testing in this case? I'm not sure. Are you aware of any other firearms that were analyzed? This might be a little tougher for you to answer, but any other firearms that were analyzed other than this particular firearm that we just talked about? I'm not aware. Let's talk about cell phone information, okay? Mm-hmm. Like, are they limited on time here? Because I feel like he's rushing through some really important things. 33 people, boom! Love it. 33 people watching, Boom. Check it. It says it on both my screens. Right on. 33. Nice. The next will be 333 live people, and it's only half evil. 333 half evil. Then it'll be 666 watching. Anyway, sorry. Got excited. I'm usually never above 30, so. Do you know if they're... Okay, sorry. Let's talk about... Because they're jumping into cell phone information, okay? Mm-hmm. Do you know if there has been a... I'm going to call it a data dump. Do you know what that means? Yes. From Richard Allen's cell phone that was completed or conducted by law enforcement officials. You know, the phone he came to you with 2 days after. And Doofus Doolin forgot all about. I'm not specifically aware of any of that, no. Are you aware of any information that may have been extracted from any cell phone owned by Richard Allen that would have connected him to these two girls? Again, those actions did occur, but again, that was based on... My recollection is based on conversation that Detective Liggett had with me at the time in his efforts to keep me updated on various points of the investigation. What do you just generally remember about that? Just that it was just a basic conversation. Oh, it's going to get into some redactions, those fuckers. So this answer, I'll read the question again. So this goes right into a redaction. So what do you just generally remember about that, of the cell phones? So Leazenby's answer. This is Leazenby, right? Yeah. Just that. It was just a basic conversation, I guess is the way I'll word it. That we have Mr. Allen's cell phone and, we are going through it. But as far as specifics related to what they recovered, I don't recall any specific redaction. Ooh, 2 pages. Redaction. So 2 pages of redactions. They go into it talking about Richard Allen's cell phone. He asks them, what do you know about it? That was just a basic conversation, I guess, that I'll word it, that they have Mr. Allen's cell phone. We're going through his phone and what they recovered. I don't recall any specific information of what they recovered. Then we got 1 page redacted, 2 pages redacted. And starting back on page 878 is a question. And they jump into... Okay. Oh, sorry. Questions by defense. Sorry, my bad. Okay. In other words, you're not aware of any face-to-face conversations that Keegan Decline had with either of these 2 girls. And if you're not aware, I thought of that yesterday when they told us that Keegan declined the polygraph test. So he's now called Keegan Decline. And if you guys could help me out, I think I have good nicknames for pretty much everyone except Mullen. I need a good, quick nickname for Steve Mullins. Like he's some kind of dopey IT tech or something that I could throw in before every time, but not too long. It's got to be quick. Like adding a DE to Keegan Decline is kind of the thoughts process I have. Face-to-face conversations with that Keegan Decline had with either of these 2 girls? Right, no conversation. Or that there was some kind of meeting between them at any point or anything like that? Right. It's all basically related to this Shots account. Yes. Okay. Same question with Ron Logan. Any connections between the 2 girls from a cell phone or forensic standpoint of Ron Logan? No information, no connection there that was ever brought to my attention. Any connection between Ron Logan? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I tried to hold that in. Actually, I tried to burp quietly. I think it was louder than I thought it was going to be. This microphone picks up everything. I'm going to listen to the replay. What am I at here? 3 hours and 30 minutes exactly. Did I burp? Did you hear my little... Anyways. Any connection between Ron Logan himself and either one of these girls is... They do that a lot. Girls is... Any one of these girls' families that maybe they're right. I don't know. That you were aware of? Pretty broad question. Yeah, nothing comes to mind. And I don't know if I asked this question earlier, but any connection at all between either of the two girls' families and the Allen family? No connection I'm aware of. This is maybe a similar line of questioning, and I'm a little bit less versed in this, but I'm going to take a shot. Have you ever heard of like geofencing? Yes. Do you know what that means? It was actually a new term to me when this investigation began. So do you believe that there was some attempts to geofence the crime scene and the area surrounding the crime scene around the time of period of February, middle February 2017? Yes, and again, that was based on what I recall of unified command conversations that involved FBI and I believe the U.S. Marshal Service. Okay, so you didn't have a whole lot to do with that yourself? Absolutely not. I'm too dumb for that. Oh, thank you. Would you have just been a recipient or a catcher again on the information of it if it was generated? Yes. And helpful? Yes. Just tell me, maybe in summary, what, if anything, are you aware of that is material to this investigation with regard to that information? I know that there were various cell phone numbers that were collected and further followed up on by the investigators that were garnered through the geofencing process. So it allowed the investigators to further look into individuals. My sense is they were able to extract a bunch of this forensic data and they kind of unencrypted it or decoded it, if you will. And then they started following up with these phone numbers and contacting people, right? Right. Kind of working backwards in a way? Right. Any information in the investigation that you're aware of that would have connected Rick Allen with any of these geofencing data? With any of that geofencing data? Nothing that was ever brought to my attention. Are you aware of any, I'm going to call it digital forensic data, same kind of stuff we are talking about that corroborated that Rick Allen was actually at the trail that day? I don't recall any of that information, any connection at all. Like, I mean, if we didn't wait 5 years to go get the phone that came to us 2 days after, we might have had a lot more information, but we're idiots. So let's talk about social media activity. Okay. I gather, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that this investigation contained one of the most exhaustive social media analyses and investigations probably in your history as a law enforcement officer, right? It's funny that once you start reading this long, the easiest words that you can say, you just can't get them off your tongue. Yes. See, he agrees. Would you say that there were large, significant amounts of resources that were utilized to try and use social media to your advantage as a law enforcement? Yes. Community? Yes. Are you aware of any information? By the way, I'm just hitting this because it keeps going off. What? Oh, maybe his alarm went off. Oh, the buzzer or something. I don't know. So probably told him his time was up or something. So Rosie's back. Excuse me, I digress. You're fine. Are you aware of any social media connections between Richard Allen and either one of these two girls? No. Do you think you would be aware of that if it existed at this point in the investigation? Yes. Are you aware of any social media information that connects Richard Allen to this particular scene or this area near the bridge and that general area back in February of 2017? I guess the way I would respond to that obviously is not that particular date or those 2 dates of February 13th or 14th of 17, but obviously since then, yes. Okay. What are you talking about since then? As far as I do recall at one point, the investigators brought to my attention he had been interviewed and had been in that area in that time period. I'm talking about social media information, things that were pulled from Facebook, Instagram, all these different mediums. To answer your question, no, I don't. I'm not aware of anything. Are you aware of any social media information that connected anyone else to that particular area? I'm going to call it the crime scene area on February 13th or 14th of 2017. I do not know if this is what specifically is being brought up at this point, but we did have, and I'm drawing a blank on the specific terminology involved, but we had individuals that would post, and I remember seeing particularly photographs of their speculation of seeing other individuals. The specific example I remember is a post of allegedly there was an individual under the bridge that they speculated may have played a role that day in actually following or watching the girls on the bridge. Let me ask you this question. Is there another officer that's involved in this investigation who would be more equipped to talk about the details involving this circumstance than you? Yes. And who would that be? I would say potentially Mr. McClelland's investigator, top lead investigator, the genius, Mr. Mullen. So we need a good one because, he did get from police chief to lead investigator. I think just reminding people that he was Nick's lead investigator, even though he's gone back to, I guess, police chief now. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm going to remind people that he's lead investigator. Any other information that you're aware of on social media or extracted from social media during the course of this investigation that tied anybody else with this particular scene or circumstance? Not that I remember. I think I asked this earlier. Anything that connects Richard Allen to the scene regarding social media communications or photos or images of any kind? Nothing that I'm aware of. I know nothing. My brain's empty. My head is hollow. I hear an echo right now. All right. There were computers that were collected in this case. I certainly know from my client's house, were there other computers that you're aware of that were collected from other people's homes? I'm not aware of specifics, but I would assume that, yes, there were, but I don't have that knowledge. Again, I know nothing. Are you aware of any information that was generated from, I'll call them data dumps, from computers or analyses of hard drives that would have connected Richard Allen with this particular crime? I'm not aware of anything. Drawing a blank. Are you aware of any, same question with regard to the computer information, digital information that would have connected any other suspects to this crime? I'm not aware. Is there any other forensic evidence? Fingerprints, shoe prints? Ooh, there was tons of shoe prints, Holman said. So anything like that that connects Richard Allen? Oh, not, okay, that connects Richard Allen. My bad, sorry. Allen with this particular circumstance? I'm not aware of any of that information. I guess the fingerprints would be probably the most traditional. Right. Were there any fingerprints that were extracted from the scene that played any significance or role in this investigation that you were aware of? No, not that I'm aware of. Was there any conclusion as to why there were no fingerprints extracted from this particular scene? In other words, maybe an officer said, well, clearly somebody was wearing gloves, or that they were washed away. The scene was tampered with. Anything like that? No. The only thing to add to that list of whether it's gloves or anything else, I remember a conversation also being brought up to at some point early on that obviously this was an outdoor setting, so that weather could have potentially played a role with the recovery of such items. So what is he saying? That it was, since it was February, the guy would have had gloves on. So I guess that's what he's implying. But what do you remember about the weather on the 13th and 14th? It was unusually warm for that time of year, mid-February. I think we've all heard through the stories, if you will, related to this, that the girls were out of school and, It was warm, so they were going for a walk on a nice, warm February day. Were you out there on the 13th and 14th yourself? No, I take that back. I was actually at the scene, if you will, the following day, just for a brief time period, just to observe and this was actually, if I remember correctly, it was well after the crime scene investigators had already finished their responsibilities. So you're talking about the 14th later in the day. Yes. Do you remember, again, I wasn't there, thankfully, but just tell me what your recollection is about, who was there moisture in the air? Was the ground wet out there? Was it pretty dry for that time of year? Kind of just describe for me what you experienced. That particular area, I do remember. I remember the 13th for some reason. So he was out there on the 13th. Or he's just saying it was. No, it was partly cloudy or partly sunny, however you say it. The 14th, the next day, it was sunny. But at one point, for some reason, I remember I was actually at the scene. It was cloudy during that part of the day. As far as, did the clouds move? I didn't know clouds moved. Wow. And as far as the ground in there, obviously that is adjacent to the creek there. So, I mean, there was some moisture closer to the bank, but on the ground further up, for the most part, it was dry because for some reason, I don't know why I remember this, but I remember the leaves crunching under my feet. So back to the fingerprints. The idea was, well, this is not an ideal area to extract prints in the first place because of the natural setting. Is that what you're suggesting? Yes. But there was a conversation about that? Yes. So 1 sec. I'm going to take a quick drink and check out chat. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. 36 people. I've never had that many before. Wow. Thanks, guys. Whoever's listening. So what's up in chat? Nicole, Charles, anything cool happening? Anybody new I need to say hi to? Oh, and when you hear that, that's my microphone. When it hears something, it gets shocked by, it goes, and it's all by itself. It's not me smacking my lips together. It's my microphone saying like, wowza. So, Yotan's back. Hey, Ja, Anarch. What's up, bud? All right, let's move on. Okay. You know what? I'm going to keep Paula on the screen. Paula, you get to stay on the screen if you're still listening, because you're like a security blanket for me up here. I'm so nervous. Okay. But you're not aware of any fingerprints that were extracted in this case that really helped in any way with the investigation? Yes, correct. Same question about shoe prints. Ooh. Because I know Holman said in his thing, there was so many shoe prints they didn't bother collecting them. Like, it's like going there and saying there's so many fingerprints, we just didn't collect them. Like, that many shoe prints in the area, like, especially even at the crime scene before they, those trackers, like I always say this, if you got like an indigenous, tracker or one of those hillbilly guys that's kind of just, grown up outside, they could look at the scene and look at the shoe, they could just look at the scene and say, ooh, they'll notice things regular people like us wouldn't see. And he'll be like, oh, there was two people going this way carrying this. And, one of them, the person that went that way, so they would say, oh, those are the searchers and police, but this right here, this guy's going this way and he's running, like, they'd be able to see the side, But Holman, in his deposition, go back and read Holman. Holman says, I don't know if he was talking specifically of the bank or the creek or wherever, but to say that there's so many shoe prints, we didn't bother casting any of them or because I mean, shoe prints will tell you a lot. direction of travel, maybe the size or weight of the person, if they're running or walking, if they got only one leg, you know. There was so many shoe prints. Holman decided not to, they didn't collect them. Or same question about the shoe prints. I vaguely remember a conversation with the investigators for that being checked. But as far as any findings, I don't recall specifics. Do you have any recollection of there being like an actual analysis? Analysis? I don't know how you do a shoe print analysis, frankly. So you don't even know. I've not run into that. But do you remember that being an actual, those being conducted, I guess? I guess I'll add, I do remember there being shoe prints. Yeah, shoe prints being found on the, I'm going to refer to it as the south side of the creek. And I don't know whether or not, obviously, at least back in the day, a cast, if you will, would be taken of those particular prints. But again, I don't know whether or not that occurred or not. Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to wrangle two girls out of a creek and not make a whole shitload of prints. But I do know there were shoe prints located because if I remember correctly, a photo was shared with me as it relates to those shoe prints. Ooh, south side of the creek. Yeah, I remember that, the creek prints. But I'm thinking more like the crime scene. 1 sec, got a burp. Oh, it went away. South side of the creek being the opposite side from where the girls were found, right? Correct. My directions out there are a little tough. I saw some photos at some point of some shoe prints. I felt like they were maybe along the bank of a creek, right? Or kind of in a sandy area. I remember them being muddy, yeah. Or maybe it was gravelly or something, right? As far as you know, was there no information gathered from that circumstance that was helpful? As far as I know, yes. Let's talk about the surveillance. Let's talk about surveillance video. There's thousands upon thousands of hours of surveillance video that was gathered in this case. Was there any surveillance video from the area around the trail that was collected that was helpful to the investigation? Nothing comes to mind. You know, as if Brad Weber and Ron Logan, two creepy guys, didn't have trail cams all over that place. But hey, who knows, right? The first thing that comes to mind for me is the Who's Your Harvester video. Yes. You are familiar with that, right? Yes. We can debate whether or not that's around the trail or not. Close in time, right? Other than that video, which we all, I think, have a pretty good handle on, is there any other video that you are aware of from any homes out there, from any, businesses, anything like that, that was pertinent to this investigation? Not that I recall. Same question regarding trail cams. I guess not pertinent to this investigation, but I believe there was an individual that had his picture was seen on a trail cam that Mr. Logan had posted on his property there. But to the best of my knowledge, as I remember, that individual was followed into, and it was determined that that photograph was actually from, if I remember, the previous fall during deer hunting season. I thought it was I thought it turned out to be a volunteer firefighter going back at like 2 a.m. or something. Or was there talk of that? Or am I just, I'm complete, or because I do remember, I won't say, but it was another channel where I heard supposedly what was supposed to be audio, police audio, scanner audio of one of Leazenby allegedly sending someone back to get a phone at like 2 a.m. on the 14th. If anybody else heard of that, I'm not saying it's true, and I did hear it, but I don't know if it was, I don't even know what I'm saying. So, just try and summarize. You think there was a trail cam and there was a photo that was offered up in some form, and that the police looked into that and it was determined that it wasn't really related. So he said it was the previous fall so nobody else tripped that camera since fall, deer hunting season. Do we know this? Yeah, there was a trail cam, and the last photograph they can get off of it was from last fall. Those trail cameras, they have a memory card in them. If it's just taking photos, especially, the thing would fucking take photos for 10 years on a 32 gigabyte card. I guess if there's batteries or solar, I don't even know, but fucking bullshit. There's one camera, one photo. Oh, maybe the batteries did die or something. I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, it came out in trial that the fireman and Derek German was caught on. Derek German? Oh my gosh. Are we sure? I should just keep reading. You guys are having fun in chat. I'll probably just screw things up. There. Thank you, Fishy. Thank you for setting me straight. Oh, I can't put them up because it says fish orange wide eyes, fish orange wide eyes. So let's go with here. Dave's got a great comment. Hopefully it doesn't block too much. There. I never liked Brad Weber. I've never bought his story, and I don't believe anything he has said. Yeah, because like his first story was, it was what was his first story? 3 or 3:30 p.m. in his Subaru after he checked his bank machines or something, loaded money in bank, and then came home in a totally different car to that FBI agent who Gall wouldn't allow to zoom in his testimony because he was not only was he had health issues, he was down, I think, in Florida helping out with the elections. So they wanted him to zoom in, and this guy was going to say, an FBI agent was going to say that the state's case was completely null and void because he was going to say, I'm not sure if it was 3 or 3:30. I want to say 3:30 that Brad Weber's first statement to this FBI guy, and he all wrote it down on too, I'm sure of it, that Brad Weber came home at like 3:30 or 3:15 or after 3. Do you guys know what time it was he said to the FBI agent in his first statement? So, I mean, if their whole philosophy is that he was scared by the van coming home at 2:30, it turns out he came home in a Subaru at 3 or 3:30, blows their whole fucking case up. So, I'm not sure why they stuck so much on this dumb white van thing. But hey, when there's no proof of it, except some fucking guy who's changed his statement's word. It's like Weber gets to change his statements. Sarah Carbaugh gets to change her statement. The ME gets to add shit after his 2 reports. Oh, well, did I forget to tell you guys my 3rd report? I forgot to mention the box cutter. All right. Let's keep reading. Sorry, guys. Was I reading all this? Did I read all this? Yeah. So remember that there was only one photo left over from previous fall. So the only thing that makes sense to me is because if the memory card wouldn't really run out because it would probably overwrite itself, or if it's taking just photos, it would have plenty, even on like a little tiny 16 gigabyte memory card, or even 4 gigabyte. If it's taking photos, it would take tons of them. So more than likely, they're probably trying to say that if there's batteries in there, that their batteries would have run out. And the last photo they recovered was previous fall during deer hunting season. Wow, that's awesome. So just to try and summarize, you think that there was a trail cam and there was a photo that was offered up in some form, and that the police looked into that and it was determined that it wasn't really related? Right. Do you remember who the individual was? I don't. But you think it had to do with the Ron Logan property? Yes. Are you aware of any video, surveillance video, or photographs? I'm going to ask that kind of in the same context. that demonstrate or reflect Rick Allen's activities on the 13th or 14th, other than the Hoosier Harvester video? No. In other words, was there a gas station downtown where where you extracted a video and he was in getting coffee or anything like that? No. You think you would be aware of that at this point in the investigation? Yes. Based on, well, is there any information other than the Hoosier Harvester video that we've heard about that you believe definitively places Rick Allen at any other location on the 13th or 14th? Based on information I'm aware of, no. There's no other location comes to mind. And are you aware of any video, including the Hoosier Harvester video, that specifically generated an image of Rick Allen? No. So you're not aware of any image generated by the Hoosier Harvester video Rick Allen was in? Right. No. There was some discussion yesterday about, I'm going to loosely refer to it as the muddy, bloody person. Do you know who I'm talking about? Yes. You know who I'm referring to, right? Yes. This would be, I believe, the person that Sarah Carbaugh described. Does that sound accurate? I don't recall her name. Oh my God. But I know what you're referencing. Wow. Jesus Christ. Are you aware of any video or photographs that exist that captured that individual? No. In this investigation? Nope. Do you have, as you sit here today, do you have any sense of where Sarah Carbaugh said she saw that person and kind of how that all transpired? As I recall, when I had conversations with our investigators, that she had observed this individual walking, in essence, westbound on our county road 300 north near the Morning Heights Cemetery area there, and then walking along or onto the Mears property on the north side of the road. And the last sight that she may have had of him was of that individual was going behind a barn on the Mears property. So she really did say that, eh? Why do I think? Like, that would be pretty stupid to think that. Is that their philosophy, that this guy's thinking, oh, there's cameras on this building, so I'm going to walk behind it, like as if there wouldn't be more cameras, like, because they're not just watching the entrance of the road. Think, like in my experience, you'd have 4 cameras and you cover pretty much everything, each side of the building. You just look down the side of each building from one top corner on each side. So one top corner looks down and catches the edge, and so they're thinking that he walks around to avoid cameras. I mean, I've heard that a million times. It still sounds ridiculous, eh? So you recall that she told law enforcement authorities that she saw the individual walking behind a barn on the Mears property? Yes. Do you know who it was that you talked to that communicated that to you? Again, that may have been part of the unified command conversation or briefing at one point, and that being shared. I'm not going to get maps out today again because we're not really here to do that, but I'm trying just to get some context. First of all, how many Mears farms are there out there? Because it strikes me there's at least 2, if not more. Yeah, I know of at least 3 in that general area. Ooh. So when we are talking about Mears farms, I guess in my mind, I'm talking about a homestead, which includes a house and at least some outbuildings, barns, whatever. Yes, it's a red brick. I want to say Victorian style type home. And this would be on the north side of the road. Yes. And would this be west of the cemetery? Yes. So, and is that the home that you believe this barn was associated with that you mentioned earlier? Yes. So what you recall is that there was a discussion about this muddy, bloody person walking behind that barn, which would then be kind of to the north of the house. Yes. Do you remember any more details about that? Nope. Let's talk about, I got my little note here, hate crimes. That's the way I characterized it. Did any part of your investigation focus on the possibility that these crimes were carried out by some type of, say, hate groups? So why did they let them off? Are they really restricted for time here or something? Because I know, yeah, it's not an interrogation, it's a deposition, but it's like they let them off so easy because, like, it's so stupid. Him walking behind a building as if there's not cameras back there. It's even, or they'd have, implying that they're walking around the barn to get around the hardware store, and for what reason? When they could have just as easily ran up the creek bank or the pathway, and if they wanted to avoid the path, 20, 30 feet off of that path. I've witnessed videos of people, there's like pathways off that pathway that go right up through the tree line, go straight through the trees, between the pathway and the road, about 30 feet off the path. There's the whole tree line that I've seen people walk right up all the way, and they could, avoid people that way. But they're running around behind barns on the north side of the road, implying that they're going around the hardware store, and so they're not caught on the camera, whereas if they'd only have one camera, when it turns out, I'm pretty sure they said there was 4 cameras, which implies to me that there's one on each side of the building, which would catch every angle. Oh my God. Can't take it. And is that the home that you believe this barn was associated with that you mentioned earlier? Yes. So what you recall is that there was discussion about this muddy, bloody person walking behind that barn, which would then be kind of to the north of the house. Yes. Do you remember any more details about that? No. Okay. So, oh shit, I read all this. Talking about the hate crimes, and he even answered, right? Oh no. I'll read it again. Let's talk about, I've got my little note here, hate crimes. That's the way I characterized it. Did any part of your investigation focus on the possibility that these crimes were carried out by some type of, say, hate group? One point I remember the investigators looking at, and when same investigators, more so, I think the FBI and U.S. Marshals, possibly even the Indiana State Police, looking at a quasi-religious group. I can't remember the name of that group off the top of my head, but whether or not this, obviously not satanic, but something along the line of discussions related to their rituals whenever they participate in their events. Forgive me, when I think of hate groups, I think of things like the KKK. That's okay. I also think of things like Hell's Angels and gangs. I'm thinking in a broad sense. Sure. I'm not trying to. So do you remember any specific group, the name of any group that may have been a group of interest? I guess as a way of, again, I can't recall the specific name. In fact, it was the first time I had heard of them in my career, so I can't recall the specific group's name, but I do know that they were followed into. I'm going to take a quick drink. Sorry, guys. All right, we're back. Boy, 4 hours. Holy fuck. Still 30 people. Right on. Cool, guys. You guys still into this? You loving it? You're still here again. Always a good sign. Alrighty. Oh, let me just quickly check chat. Oh, TJ. Hey, how you been? Yeah, how long you been here, TJ? Did I miss you? Fishy's dropping the emojis. Bloody muddy guy. She saw. Anyone new? So let's do this. There, that's a cute comment. My new subscriber. Maybe you unfollowed me because you got mad one time and then you followed me again. Who knows? TJ, love and light for all. Maybe it was Ben Mears. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Okay. Do you remember anything? There was a little bit of discussion about this yesterday. Do you remember anything about that group in any detail in terms of like ritualistic stuff? For some reason, that came to mind was the questioning of some tree limbs or sticks, the way they were found at the scene, and the way they were all lined or piled up. That I can't remember the specifics, but that there may be a connection between the way those tree limbs or sticks were configured and being comparable to this group's participation in various outdoor or whatever they participate in. You mean the sticks that for whatever reason you didn't bother collecting, yet also did collect to get evidence from on that very same day? Oh, okay. Somebody, I think it was Sheriff Liggett yesterday, mentioned a rune. Does that word ever ring a bell? What was it again? A rune. A rune? No. Let me ask you this. Did you participate in any of this part of the investigation, you know? No. Looking at any of these hate groups, if you will, or extremist groups is probably a better word. No, again, as I recall, the combination of investigators were the state police, FBI, and I think maybe some U.S. Marshals actually may have been involved as well. You mentioned earlier you talked to a lot of people in this community, all the way from here to the UK, I think, is pretty much what you said. Did you ever have anybody come to you and say, hey, look, there's an extremist group and these people might be behind this and you need to follow these leads, I guess, for lack of a better, right? Nothing specific that I remember. But again, like many of us, I received a number of various ideas and thoughts. Do you know if there's still any active investigation pertaining to this type of extremist activity being involved with this case? Not that I'm aware of. Let's see here. Let's talk about the crime scene. And just so we have some context again, my understanding is that you just tell me in your own words, when did you first visit the crime scene? As I remember, it would have been February 14th, again later that afternoon, pretty much after everything was wrapped up by the crime scene investigators. When you got there, I guess I'll just get right to the point. Were the two bodies there? Yes. So they were still laying in their, what I'm going to call their natural state? Right, yes. So do you think you saw an intact crime scene in your mind? Based on, I guess, my past experience, and that as it relates to outdoor type crime scenes, I would say yes. Has there been any evidence? This is a broad question, but I think fair. Has there been any evidence from that crime scene? And I'm talking about generally the area surrounding where the girls were found, an extension of that maybe to the bridge that connects Rick Allen with this crime. Not that I'm aware of. Do you believe that sex played any role in this particular crime? Based on the information that was shared with me as far as the physical evidence, the answer is no. I mean, sex, just to make sure we're square. I'm talking about intimacy of some type. Right. I'm not talking about gender. Right, right. Were you a party to any unified command meetings where there were any conclusions drawn that, hey, this was sexually motivated? There may have been some point, I guess. I'm going to refer to those as opinions and just general discussion. There may be a connection there, but anything specific or anything that actual evidence, if you will, no, nothing came up like that. Okay, so the next question would be a logical extension. You're not aware of any forensic evidence that was recovered from the girls or from the scene that would have suggested that sex played a role in this? That's my understanding, yes. If that was the case, do you believe you would have known about it? Yes, because I'll interject that there was a lot of, still is to this day, interpretation or assumptions made that this was a sexually related violent crime. Okay. I'm not talking about the investigators, just in general with the, okay. Do you mean you said interpretation? You mean there's been speculation about that? Yes. But nothing that really supports that from an evidentiary standpoint. That's correct. And when you say sexually related violent crime, I mean, that's kind of a phrase of art. What do you mean by that? Sexual assault or rape. All right. Let's talk about Richard Allen. We talked about him a lot today, but let's kind of talk about him specifically. When did you first? Well, let me ask you this. Are you aware that Richard Allen spoke with the law enforcement authorities shortly after the girls came up missing? I think that's right way. I think that's right, the right way to say it. It was brought to my attention. When did you first become aware that he had reached out to law enforcement authorities? Honestly, it was right around the time period prior to his arrest last fall. Okay. So in the fall of 2022, right. What is your understanding as to how that contact occurred and what essentially information was shared, your general understanding? See, this is another question that I kind of questioned in, I think it was Holman's statement, because Holman said the same thing too, almost exactly. And I had the same thought I just had now, is that when do you first become aware that he had reached out to law enforcement authorities? So in the fall of 2022. They're talking about Richard Allen, right? So nobody knew. So they're all playing dumb, like he didn't come into the police station and then like talk to Holman or whoever, and then they recommended, and wasn't it the next day that Doolin was then sent out to talk to him? So everyone's playing dumb. They don't. So because the tip was lost, they don't remember, or nobody remember. Oh my God. So shouldn't it be when do you first become aware that he had reached out to law enforcement? The answer should be with him and Holman. Wasn't it like February 19th when he came in, and then we sent Doolin to talk to him at Save-A-Lot? So the first time. What is your understanding to how that contact occurred and what essentially information was shared, your general understanding? It's my understanding that the investigators had, in essence, reviewed the file on Mr. Allen and came back around to look further at his actions of the day. And in essence, one thing led to another. Okay. Is it fair to describe the information? Is it fair to say that law enforcement authorities overlooked the information that he gave to Officer Doofus Doolin for 7 years? And then Doofus Doolin, forget about him standing on stage with that huge poster right in front of him. Like, picture Doofus Doolin. Ever since the day they released, in the beginning, they released, forget the sketches. They had the still photos of Bridge Guy, right? Very early on. A white man on the bridge wearing what they claim he said to Doofus Doolin. So Doofus Doolin, and forget about just being that one photo he's standing beside. Picture him coming into Unified Command or everywhere he went, shopping at the store, like just even in his civilian capacity. That photo must have been plastered everywhere. So for 5 years, Doofus Doolin walks around, looks at that photo, let's say thousands of times, of a guy in blue, a white man on the bridge. And he forgets that a white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man, came to him and said he was on the bridge. Do we believe this? Obviously not. So obvious with the tip cleared, and obviously with the fact that they didn't bother looking for the only black Ford Focus in the DMV for that area, which was parked 1 mile away for 5 years, it's obviously they cleared him. And then for them to be able to turn around and say, oh, cleared was written on it, but don't see what was, it was just an accident now. Like, I mean, they cleared him. It's fucking so obvious. So many other things I could pick up to say that proof that they cleared him that are not in my head now. But I'll start writing them down because there's more. They fucking cleared the guy. So where was I? I need a break. Quick drink. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. What's up, guys? 7 34 people. Anything going on in chat? Quick scan. You guys having fun? This is actually pretty interesting, eh? Cool. I'm trying not to jump in every now and then, so. All right. Like, it's so hard to just read this and not respond. But wait. Oh, let me replace TJ. Sorry. Who hasn't been on stage? Let's give Charles one. No, they probably cleared Richard Whitehead or whatever the name was. Well, dude, it was in Orion. So that fucking Orion tip system that was set up by the NSA is a complex computer system with probably a very advanced. It would have flagged 60 words in probably his 70 words he wrote down. So fuck you for thinking that they lost that tip. And away we go. I'm not going to give you, Charles, I'm not giving you the screen. I was going to give you the screen, but now it's going to, the white man. He lived on White Man Drive, and they accidentally put down his surname White Man. And it fucking, the Orion tip system, that was complex, state-of-the-art tip system. It was entered in as tip number 74. It just couldn't flag any of those words, Then like I say, the Orion system, the server, it's like those fembots on Austin Powers. Fucking head starts spinning around and just pops their head. The whole server just starts smoking and melts. Fuck sakes. Don't make me come there. I'm just kidding. Not really, but I'm not mad. No, it's not, Charles. It's not, because they entered it into the system and the system would flag it. The system would flag it because they are looking for a white man that was on the bridge that day. They would have wrote, because he wrote down he was on the bridge, look at that. It would have flagged keywords. So there's no way that tip was lost. So if you guys believe that, man, that's a wild theory for you. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Richard Allen, as if it would get confused, even as Richard Allen Whiteman, it would still be like, hey, dudes, the fuck? The Orion, you guys are nuts if you believe that the fucking state-of-the-art system, surveillance system set up by most likely the NSA and the one that's tracking you with flock cameras and everything, they don't have any fucking technical evidence on this guy. And it just completely fooled them. Doolin, whoever entered it, writes Richard Allen Whiteman and puts all the other accurate information in. And because the surname is Whiteman, slips right by. Wow, you're awesome. Wait, I'm reading shit in my own head. I ain't. Dude, that's what happened. Tell me I'm wrong. Or are you responding to somebody else? I may be arguing with a ghost here, Charles. So do you believe that, what do you think happened? Like do you believe that the tip was, like why did they wait 5 years then? If you don't believe the tip was lost, what happened? No, don't you say that. You said, laugh out loud, a system is only as good as the fools that enter the information. So you're implying, dude, don't you say that. You did say it. Here, I'm going to highlight it. Liar. You said, laugh out loud, a system is only as good as the fools that enter the information. So you believe that it was legitimately entered incorrectly and... Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. All right. Here. You know what? I'm going to stop reading chat. All right, let's move on. Sorry. This is getting good. Okay. Is it fair to describe the information? Is it fair to say that law enforcement authorities overlooked the information that he gave to Officer Doofus Doolin for several years? Okay, so how about the fact that Doofus Doolin was literally the guy that talked to the guy they say in the picture, and for 5 years, he probably almost bumped into that picture. Forget about the video that was released, whatever, in 2019. There's a whole 2 years there. Even that first few months, picture that Doofus Doolin is in unified command every fucking day, looking at a huge photo of a guy on a bridge, and he forgets that that guy came and talked to him 2 days after that. That's amazing. If anybody thinks that's legitimate or sounds, if that's plausible to you, I don't know what to say. I'll speak to what I consider a human standpoint. And yes, potentially a mistake was made. Can you tell me in your own words what you think that mistake was? Obviously, we should have dug further into Mr. Allen from the initial report. Just that report should have been vetted more heavily, right? We talked to Sheriff Liggett about this yesterday. Can you just tell me how you think that happened? You said there was a mistake, and I appreciate that. Tell me, what was that mistake again? Well, what was the mistake? Maybe is a better question. Here we go. I think, again, as I felt like many of us felt in our profession, and I'll refer back to what I mentioned earlier, meeting with the community members. Look at this. Look at all these convoluted. Oh my God. He's never answered a question this long. You can tell he's full of shit by trying to fucking, smoke and mirrors with this fucking dance. He's got like the abracadabra and doing his fingers like in front of his face and trying to distract you and with this fucking answer. I think, again, as I felt like many of us felt in our profession, and I'll refer back to what I mentioned earlier, meeting with community members that had their own thoughts, assumptions, speculations on who they thought was at fault. So the community members too. Well, and so honestly, I think there was just being overwhelmed, if you will. Yeah, overwhelmed. One guy said he was on the bridge. You were fucking overwhelmed with one guy, if you will. I mean, granted, we had a lot of law enforcement agencies here in the very beginning, but as far as the coordination on the efforts being made to follow into whether it's John Smith or Susie, whatever, that there was just so much information being afforded to the investigators. And I'm not talking about the Unified Command investigators, but all the investigators that came on board with us, that not everything was fully vetted. And I think when they initially became involved with Mr. Allen, the general thought was, okay, this guy over here looks better, if you will. So we are going down that road versus looking at Rick. So the question was, do you think we talked, so you said there was a mistake. So he's explaining what the mistake was. Wow. So why is he talking about the community members and the mistake of, can't handle it. Okay. So you think that some of this was due to a lack of coordination? That was the word you just used? I guess, honestly, I don't want to say lack of coordination. It's just so much information was being provided at the time. And so it was difficult to get a good grasp on, okay, what's legitimate and what's not. Ooh, I'm gonna at some point talk to Doofus Doolin, Lieutenant Doofus Doolin, who's now a captain. Actually, captain now. Yeah, he got a promotion. The biggest fuck up in Indiana history. He gets a promotion. Right. At some point, we'll talk to him. But based on your personal knowledge of this, can you explain to me how 5 years could pass without him saying to somebody, hey, I talked to a guy who was there and I haven't heard anything about him? I'm assuming you had to have those conversations as law enforcement officials. I mean, I think we all did. We just sat back and thought, how did this happen? Oopsie. Oh, sorry. Did I read that in the gruff voice? I mean, I think we all did. We just sat back and thought, how did this happen? Okay. But did you ever go to Doofus Doolin and say, hey, how was it that you didn't mention that you talked to a guy, the one guy that said he was on the bridge at the same time this all happened, when the fucking whole state is running around the whole, looking around for a guy that was on a bridge that day, on the bridge that day. Just bumped his head probably and forgot. I did not have that pointed conversation with him. No, of course you didn't. Has there been any discussion that you've had a part of amongst the investigators in this case about why Rick Allen would have went to, let's just say, Captain Doofus Doolin and talked to him about him being out there? I don't recall any kind of conversations like that. Do you have any opinion yourself? The only thing that comes to my mind is that I don't know if he personally knew Dan or vice versa. But if anything, what comes to mind for me is like a timing situation. Dan was here at one point, and then Rick, oh boy, what a question, what an answer this is, happened to come along, saw Dan and said, hey, or again, vice versa. Dan went to Rick and said, hey, so I think, you mean the coincidence of them crossing paths? Right. Okay. I'm trying to understand. Yeah. In fact, it might have just been a coincidence that they happened to be in the same place at the same time. Correct. That prompted this? Yes. Communication? Yes. But there's really no other. You don't have another opinion, or do you have another opinion about why he would have went and told somebody he was at a murder scene, essentially? I don't. Are you aware of any conduct by Richard Allen that demonstrated his inability, or I should say, unwillingness to cooperate with law enforcement authorities in the investigation? No, I'm not aware of anything that's been brought to my attention on that. Let's talk about the things that were recovered from his home, okay? Mm-hmm. I think I did ask this earlier, maybe in a different sense. Are you aware of any items from his home that are continued to be analyzed or tested by the lab specifically? No. In other words, hey, we're still looking at this jacket, or we are still looking at this knife or this glass, beer mug, or whatever the hell it is. Right. Nothing specific. No. Other than that firearm, which law enforcement believes is connected to this cartridge, are you aware of any other items that have been analyzed that connect Richard Allen to this crime scene? No. One sec. Yes. Fishy. I don't know how it would be cleared when it said there was a follow-up of who were the girls he saw. Right. Let's think about that for a second. So where was the follow-up? Did they actually follow up, or did they? But then it was cleared. So who followed up? I don't know. Well, right. Doolin did his job and RA was cleared. So he didn't, because it's the only logical reason why he didn't fucking freak out every time he saw that poster saying, hey guys, I talked to that guy. I talked to a white guy that was on the bridge. Forget the statement. The fact that a guy came to him and said I was on the bridge. Then he walks into Unified Command every day looking at a guy on a bridge, the one guy that came to them. And you guys, and this guy's so competent that he was, promoted captain. Yet, poster he probably saw 50 times a day for 2 to 4 to 5 years. Totally fucking eluded him. Do you think that if you didn't have the tool mark evidence in this case, do you think you would have arrested Richard Allen? I'd like to think there were other things playing into this, but not as timely as what did occur maybe later on down the line. Okay. So there's material or there's information that you gathered later that might have led to his arrest later, or would have been further followed into and developed so that we felt that there would be enough probable cause to present to Bossman Cleveland. Can you tell me what you think that is, what you were talking about? I guess what comes to mind, again, it's speculation on my part, that there may be, that DNA may still play a role in this at some point. That can always be the case, the way DNA works, right? Right. We've all been involved in these, the increase or the advancements of technology. Right. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? Things that might develop later? Yes. Anything else other than that? Nope. These are a little bit more specific. We are all aware that Richard Allen has made some incriminating statements while housed at Westville, right? Yes. Ooh. Have you actually listened to any of those phone calls on your own? Sheriff Liggett had shared those with me early on, but this was actually prior to the judge unsealing documents before this information was released to the public. When you say he shared with you, like you actually sat down and listened to them, or, yeah, not in great length, but at least the conversation between Hay and his spouse. Are you aware of any incriminating statements made by Richard Allen while he was housed at your jail right over here across the street? No. Same question with White County? Nope. Are you aware of any statements made by Richard Allen that contain details that are associated with the crime scene? He mentioned shoe prints. He mentioned sticks. He mentioned anything like that? Nope. The manner of death, cause of death? Nope. So let me ask it another way, just to make sure I'm square here. Are you aware of any incriminating statements made by Richard Allen that were unique to the circumstances in this case? No. Have there been discussions amongst that you've been a part of, you have firsthand knowledge of, about concerns about what he said and the authenticity or the accuracy of what he's saying? Nothing jumps out at me. Ooh, my cameras are rebooting. Oh shit, no, they're not. Okay, sorry. My internet went. Sometimes they reboot the router, so if I ever disappear, I'll probably come right back. But that's not happening, actually. Ignore that. Nothing jumps out at me. Sheriff Liggett hasn't talked to you about any, like, hey, I'm really worried about that. Maybe he's under stress here and these statements aren't accurate or anything like that? No. Are you aware of specific efforts that were made to monitor Richard Allen's movements, conversations, activities while he was incarcerated in any of the 3 facilities, Carroll County, White County, or Westville? Ooh. Okay, I'm betting he's going to, a bunch. I haven't read it, but I bet you with this long answer, it's going to be some kind of bullshit bunch, because he's got like a whole bunch of words here. As it relates to movement, the only thing, obviously, when the transfer was made from White County to Indiana Department of Corrections, again, I'll refer to the word timing, because I did have a couple of media inquiries back then as to when we were going to move him from White County to DOC. And so anytime he was, whether he was outside of our building or the time period going from our county to White County and then White County to DOC, again, anytime he was outside of a jail or a facility wall, there was always concern from a security point standpoint. Yeah, for his safety, I hope. Or were you concerned he'd get loose and fucking kill again? I know, they're worried about his safety. Actually, that's their excuse to do all these things, because they were trying to protect him. It was his safekeeping. Yeah. Okay. But anything else within those buildings? Oh, sorry. But anything else within those buildings? No, I'm not aware of it. No. For context here, I happen to practice in a county where jail phone calls are monitored very close by the prosecutor's office. Right. And I don't really purport to know exactly how that process takes place. I just get the result of it. Sure. Are you aware of a process that's in play where these calls are routinely offered up and analyzed, or I should say, that's an okay word? Reviewed? Reviewed, yeah. That happens routinely? Yeah, yes. Is that something that was and is still ongoing in this case? It was as far Obviously, I can't speak for the Indiana Department of Corrections, but I know with our facility, we have the capability, and it's somewhat of a daily occurrence. Okay. Why don't you just tell me, how do you do that? How does that happen mechanically? You have to have you have to have manpower and technology and all that stuff. Yeah, we have a third party company that the sheriff actually contracts with, that provides a program, if you will, software that allows us to monitor inmates' conversation. So basically, every phone call that's made out of your jail is recorded, and the inmates are made aware of that. Right. And is that the case as far as you know in White County? Yes. And as far as you know in Westville? Yes. Again, I can't speak to Department of Corrections, but as far as county jails go, yes. So what is it then that prompts your team? I'm just going to use that word loosely. Sure. To even make the efforts to listen to those phone calls. Various factors. The one that generally comes to mind is it'll initiate with our jail staff, and they'll get information from, say, another inmate that may be in the same cell block with someone and say, hey, Mr. Smith, I heard him talking to his brother on the phone the other day and offered up this. So if there's, if you will, a question mark as to what was said, then our jail staff will notify. Well, jail staff have the capability to go back and listen to these conversations as well. Or they will talk to one of our detectives or another sheriff's deputy and have them review that information. That was a mouthful. Do you ever? Well, I don't want to get into all the other cases. So let me ask this pointed question. Was there a conscious effort in this case to monitor all communications between Mr. Allen and whomever while he was incarcerated at either of the two county jails? I know from our perspective, and this was mainly for his own well-being. The thought process was to monitor his calls, not necessarily concerned, but as we would in any high profile case, we want to keep an eye on that individual, mainly for that they're not looking to potentially harm themselves. Okay. So any information that they may convey by way of a phone conversation, we want to know that. So the answer is yes. You did make a conscious effort. Yes. And at all times you were monitoring what he was saying. Yes. And you expected, I assume, the DOC to share that information with local law enforcement or the command? Yes. I mean, you wouldn't stop when he got up there, right? Right. Okay. So, but do you do that in all, like, let's just say all murder cases? Every time you have a murder case, do you have somebody listen to every phone call that's made? I would suggest yes. In high profile cases, yes. Do you do that in, a level 6 felony residential entry cases when you're holding somebody without bond? Overall, I would say so. No. Overall, I would say no. Would you say that you do that in the minority of cases for people that are charged and housed in your jail, that you can consciously make an effort to monitor these communications? Not only watching out for the well-being of the individuals in our jail, but also any intelligence information we might be able to garner as it relates to narcotics. That's a good way for you guys to pick up more information. Yes. I mean, it's also a good way to get people to confess to crimes, right? Right. Whoa, he even admitted that? Or like to use as leverage. Yeah. Yeah. I took that wrong. Like as if like the torture was a good way to get it, get them to confess. But they're thinking the information, they would use it to get the higher ups and give deals to the lower ones. My bad. I'm guessing. Like I hear these things, phone calls all the time. Right. So it's helpful for that reason too. Right. So just to make sure I'm clear, this is not the norm in terms of just the raw volume of cases that you would monitor every phone call. This is kind of the exception. Right. Right. Are you doing it right now with any other cases that you're aware of? I don't want to get into the names of them. Yeah. There may be at least 2 that come to mind right now. So do you have a staff member that you assign to actually sit and listen to these phone calls? It's random as far as who it is. Mainly, again, it's our investigators would be following the leads and listening to these calls. Who's doing it in this case? Who's the point guard? Mr. Allen's case? Yeah. Honestly, I don't know at this stage. I'm getting the impression it's not you? No. Do you know of anybody that was signed that job at any point? If anything, again, I want to say Detective Liggett played some role, but I don't know if he was fully involved. I'm going to ask you one more question about this and move on. Did you ever have to employ somebody specifically just to kind of consume this task because of the number of man hours, raw time? Nope. What do you know about Richard Allen's mental health in terms of his history of mental health or his mental health history? I think that's a more accurate. I have no knowledge of that. Okay. You haven't been a party to any conversations about any of that? Nope. What do you know about his history of employment? Obvious, as we all know, he was employed by the local CVS here in Delphi. Is that really all you know about his employment history? Hmm. I guess maybe a better question is, have you ever looked at any documents or records regarding his history of employment? No. As part of your investigation, as part of your investigative process? No. Who was it that made the decision to arrest him after this test result came back? Again, I think that was unfortunately during that time period. My father had passed away, so I was actively involved with a family funeral during that time period. But ironically, I do recall very well that the day of my father's funeral in Clinton County, that Detective Liggett called me and said, "Hey, we are getting ready to make an arrest." Do you believe that somebody kind of stamped that, or do you think it was a unified command decision? Again, obviously we know how the system works. I mean, information was presented to Boss McClelland, and then upon his review, and then ultimately the judge's decision on the probable cause affidavit. David, were you a party to any of that? No. Because of your family commitment? Because of your family commitment? Hmm. Right, right. Are you aware of any, I'm thinking loosely here, but are you aware of any disagreement amongst the Unified Command about whether or not to do this, to make this arrest? I guess, again, I'll refer back to my being human comment earlier. That throughout the whole process, there were various disagreements, but that's natural, So when it came to this juncture, there was discussion, whether or not enough information existed from the probable cause aspect. And then you had investigators back and forth. And then ultimately, I think once one or two, or however many that were in favor of it had, if you will, pleaded their case to the other side, then it became a group effort in saying, yeah, let's move forward. In my experience in this business, and I've kind of actually seen it from both sides, a lot of these decisions about arrests are made. They're not very difficult. I mean, a lot of times when you make arrests out in society, people, eyewitnesses told you what happened. People confess, right? Right. This was not that. I get the impression that there was a lot of debate before the ink hit the paper, so to speak. Yes. Did you ever talk to anybody at the Unified Command or any of them, those people that were involved, that they told you they had reservations or they had a real concern? I remember then Detective Liggett and I having a conversation about, he's, in my opinion, open and objective. And so he was in his own mind displaying to me both sides of the fence, if you will. But I think the information that had been developed prior to arrest, that he felt more of a conviction that he felt this needs to move forward with this arrest. What do you remember him telling you? You said he was kind of being objective about it. I assume pros and cons, right? Right. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. What do you remember him telling you about the pros and cons? Well, obviously the circling back around with the ammunition and the firearm aspect. And then that seemed to be the strongest point that I remember him saying. And then also, but again, referring back to not necessarily a con, but referring back to, I don't want to say beating himself up, but beating up the process as far as why this wasn't followed through properly, 5 years previously. So I think there was a small seed of doubt that as to, we didn't have it 5 years ago. Now we do. So yeah. Like the information was available to you the whole time. And you'd look like big fucking idiots that one little old lady outsmarted and outsleuved fucking all of Unified Command. And I'm sure she can run faster than you and do more push-ups than all you fat fucks. Excuse me. Sorry. Who said that? Yeah. Like the information was available to you the whole time. Yeah. Theoretically, but yeah, it's taking this long. It's taking this long. So yeah, that was an internal battle that he was going through. Yes. Okay. Anyone else confess to this crime that you're aware of? Have there been any confessions that you are aware of that I wouldn't know about? Again, I don't recall specific names, and again, I'll offer a disclaimer here that it was later shown that there were mental health issues. And so we randomly, maybe one or two individuals saying, hey, I did it. But again, once they were followed into then it was determined that got a history here with a mental health aspect. I think it's fair for me to ask, do you know the names of any of these people? Or can you kind of like point me in the direction? No. I'd be interested in that. No. And I feel like there's some reference in the discovery and fairness to some of the stuff you're talking about. Sure. Whatever. Were any of those individuals people that you know around this community? Like, oh, yeah, it was my neighbor, Bob? No. And actually, I'll add to what I just stated, that part information following up not only in that individual or individuals' mental health, but it was also looked into simply where were they February 13th, 2017? Alibis? Right. So, once as I recall, the one or two, and again, the names escape me, but the one or two that I remember, they were followed into, I think one was determined to be in maybe Alaska or something like that. So nowhere near here. That would be Anthony Schatz. Oh, right? Yeah. So they thought in the beginning, I don't know, Alaska, because isn't that where the real guy in the photo of Anthony Schatz was working as a cop? Maybe I'm wrong. Are they trying to say they didn't know Anthony Schatz was Keegan Kline or whatever? I may have that wrong, but you know what? Didn't take the opportunity. I'll have been there. So you didn't take the opportunity to make the trip to Alaska. Okay. You didn't take the opportunity to make the trip to Alaska? Although I've been there. Shame on you. Oh, he's being like, just kind of being cordial, whatever, affable, friendly, joking like, dude, you could have got to Alaska, man. You should have went there. It's beautiful there. Although Canada is more beautiful. Shame on you. I've been there. Probably an expected question. What do you believe based on everything you know about this investigation? Was the motive behind this particular crime? I don't know if this is the word as it relates to motive, but it came across to me as a controlling crime. So do you think I have that right? That the whole Alaska reference was Anthony Shots? America. Yeah. No, America's cool. I mean, it's basically the exact same terrain, especially up north. And you guys have some obviously warmer places like California and all along the south there. But yeah, I wouldn't mind living anywhere in USA or Canada myself. But I like the cold too. Like, I mean, to go up north there and it's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. I don't know. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break and take a drink. So do you guys think the Alaska reference was the Anthony Shots? Talk amongst yourselves. You guys, I got to take a quick pee break, okay? I've been on for 4 hours and 51 minutes, so I will be literally less than 2 minutes. And Nicole, I will wash my hands. So if I'm a little late, it's because I'm scrubbing away like a doctor for Nicole, okay? Thank you very much. I'll be right back. And we're back. Fresh, clean hands. No, I would never do that. I'm born again. I stopped doing that. I haven't fapped in years. Nobody will fap with me. I try, but nobody talks to me anymore. So how can I do that? And away we go. So did you guys work out? Yeah, my bathroom's not far, dude. I mean, what do you think? Oh yeah, the longest one was did you guys hear? Oh no, I won't start farting around. Don't get me distracted, guys. Don't read that. Don't read chat. Don't read chat. Okay, so did you guys what was did you guys have any opinions on the Alaska reference? Because I'm almost positive they said that Anthony Shots, the real Anthony Shots, lived up in Alaska, right? Or he had no clue that Keegan Decline was using his photo. Yeah, I'm fast. Yeah, that's it. And I did fab too. Hit it and quit it. So the best 1 minute of your life right here. Hey, Rebecca. There we go. That's what we need to distract him. Rebby Ann is here. Rebecca, I just woke up and you guys are still on. Crazy. You're right. Girl, we're reading Jesus, what the hell are we even reading? Oh, Tobe Leazenby's Deposition. Right? Tobe Leazenby. Yeah. Whew. And it's been amazing. Ooh, action packed. So make sure you the replay. And you know what? We've been over 30 people this whole time. So ooh, I just dropped down to 30 now. Oh fuck. I shouldn't look at that. It's gonna psych myself out. Okay, let's do this. Rebby Ann's here. Everyone say hi to Rebecca. Okay, where was I? Oh, shame on you. Okay, I've been there. Probably an expected question. What do you believe, based on everything you know about this investigation, was the motive behind this particular crime? I don't know if this is the word as it relates to motive, but it came across. Ooh, 1 second. Sorry, I gotta make full screen. There we go. Where the hell was I? To motive, but came across to me as a controlling crime. So you're talking about controlling. You mean like power? Yes. Somebody empowering themselves over another? Yes. If that's not what you're talking about, tell me. No, that's spot on. Do you have any other opinions about that? No. Let's talk about the sketches. I'm not going to get into this in a lot of detail. There's really just 2 sketches I want to ask you about. The first one I'm going to call sketch number 1. And this is a gentleman with, do you have those in your file? Do you need to use the restroom or anything? Anybody here? Not me. Don't forget to wash your hands for Nicole. Okay, we're back. We're back on the record. We just took a recess and we are talking about sketches. Sheriff. So there's 2 sketches that I have here. The first one I'm going to call sketch number 1, the Carball sketch. Mm-hmm. You are familiar with that sketch, right? Yes. And number 2 is sketch number 2 is the Betsy Blair sketch. Yes. Are you familiar with that sketch? Yeah. Give me a second here, because some of these questions were answered yesterday. I might have asked you this earlier. Did you ever speak with Sarah Carball yourself? Nope. Do you ever review any audio or videotape interviews? Did you ever review any audio or videotaped interviews of her as it relates to her description of the suspect? No. As you sit here today, do you have any knowledge at all as to how she described the person that she saw or on or around the trail, just independently? The one thing as it relates to that sketch that I remember was that I believe an FBI sketch artist produced that, but that's the only thing I remember of it. Do you have any opinions as to who this particular sketch portrays in this case or this investigation? Just someone that was seen out there on the trail by her that day. Is it your opinion? Just tell me if just answer the question. Is it your opinion that this is, quote, the bridge guy, so to speak? Yes. Same question with number 2, Betsy Blair. Did you review any audio or video of her statements or materials with regard to her description of the person she saw on the trail? Nope. Wait, no. Okay. So you're familiar with this sketch though? Yes. And what is your opinion as to who this sketch portrays? It's my understanding that that may have been an additional individual that was seen in the area during that time period. And, oh, I bet you he's talking about Hoodie Guy sketch. And just like Jerry Holman said on stage at CrimeCon 2019, sitting beside Mike Patty and all the Patties, and I believe Anna Williams, and the thoughtful and kind and not sadistic Susan Hendricks, I believe. Jerry Holman said that that sketch was of Mike Patty himself on stage, sitting beside Mike Patty at CrimeCon 2019. Somebody that's not related to or connected, I should say, it's not one in the same person as sketch number one. Yes. Yes, that's accurate. Yes, that's accurate. So is it your opinion that these sketches are reflected or are generated from witnesses that saw two different people? Yes. Okay. These were offered up. I'm terrible with dates, but about 2 years apart. Is that correct? I believe so. What was the purpose behind offering up the second sketch? I think the overall was that no new information had developed because of the first sketch. And so I think the thought process, and this is strictly my opinion, the thought process was to offer up an additional image that people could possibly associate or be able to recall from. Who made the decision? Well, let me ask you this. Did you make the decision to move forward and offer up the second sketch? No. Again, that was a unified decision. Okay. We talked yesterday about Doug Carter, the superintendent, has played a pretty significant role, at least as it relates to communicating with the public in this case. Yes. More so than you did, frankly, right? Yes. Did he play any role in deciding to issue either of these sketches or release them? Not that I'm aware of. So, what was his role in this investigation, in your opinion? Doug Carter? Yeah. Mainly as a public image, and I have the utmost respect for Doug Carter, but the public image of the Indiana State Police as it relates to their involvement to this investigation. I noticed that they weren't always using their information officer to talk. Right. Which was kind of their normal process, right? Right. So they treated this case a little differently? Yes. Are you aware of any other cases where he's been this involved and kind of the mouthpiece for law enforcement? Not in my career. Okay. You mentioned earlier all the different agencies that worked on this case. I'm familiar. I'm interested in the FBI's involvement. Are they involved in this investigation at this point that you're aware of? No. Why is that? They are no longer involved. At this point, mainly from the aspect of reassignments, voluntary reassignments, I believe, by one of the primary agents, and then due to retirements. So new field agents that are in our area have not come on board since those retirements and those reassignments by other agents. Oh, so they just aged out. They weren't kicked out. Mm-hmm. During the course of the investigation, were you communicating with, let me use the phrase loosely, a point guard from the FBI? Did they have a point guard of contact that you primarily communicated with? Yes, there were at least two agents that I can remember. One name, but I can't remember the other. Yeah, we communicated with them so infrequently, I have no clue their names. Who are they? The one is Rich Davies. We heard his name yesterday. I'm drawing a blank. The other agent is... So you talked to both of them? Yes. Wasn't like you were talking to their boss or something. No. I don't know where the buck stops with all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Were there times during the investigation, even leading up to now, when there were differences about how to handle the investigation between law enforcement agencies, when there were just disagreements? Like, was there any dick swinging contests going on here? I remember some meetings that, yes, there were, again, the human factor, in my opinion. So, yeah, there were varying opinions and discussions about the approach on certain aspects. Did any of those meetings that you were involved with were there arguments? Was it hostility? I'll use that word. No. Was there ever any discussion amongst the unified command that you were involved with that the FBI was somehow not productive in this investigation? That they weren't helpful? I don't know if there was. Well, I mean, there were discussions that why is the FBI doing this? Or why is even Carroll County Sheriff's Office doing certain things? That was common amongst us. Not every day, but we would have conversations. But again, we were able to, I felt like, work through things and get through it. Okay. I'll circle back to kind of a discussion we had earlier. Do you associate any of this lack of coordination early in the case with the FBI's involvement? Like they came in and made things more difficult? No, of course not. No. I think a lot of us, this was a big scale situation for a small community. I get the impression there were a lot of moving parts. Yeah. And it took a while to kind of get that together. Is that, yeah. So honestly, even with my years of experience, the overall concept was okay. And finally, once, if you will, the dust settled, then we were able to sit down and move forward. I'm going to go through each law enforcement agency. Did the FBI ever push the Unified Command to seek an arrest warrant for any other individuals in this case other than Rick Allen? There were individuals they had developed. Obviously, Mr. Logan comes to mind, that they felt that, but again, we had that collective dialogue and sat down and said, okay, no, or whatever. So any other individuals other than Ron Logan? I can't think of anyone. All right. Oh, sorry. All right. I'm going to ask you about other aspects, but I think this is going to be, frankly, much less intensive than what Officer Liggett went through yesterday. Have you looked at the list of the 17 suspects I offered up to Mr. McClelland? I just scanned through it. I guess my first question is, how involved were you in vetting each or anyone or all of these particular individuals in this case? I was not overly involved. Again, my duties were administrative, and just being briefed by our detectives. Were there names on this list that you weren't even familiar with? Or do you want me to read them to you? Oh, shit. If you don't mind reading them to me, how about we do this? I'm going to just read you a name. They could have done this yesterday. Just basically how I did it. After a few, I realized they were reading off so many names. I just stopped reading the whole paragraph. It was basically the exact same thing each time. So I'm going to just read you a name and you tell me if you're even familiar with the person. Ron Logan? Yes. Keegan Decline? Yes. Tony Klein? Yes. Dave Liebert? Yes. Jimmy Dale Duval? Yes. Brad Holder? Yes. Rick Redhawk? Yes. Michael David Schmidt? No. Patrick Westfall? Yes. Thomas Lincoln Wallace? No. Brad Weber? Yes. Daniel Nation? Yes. Derek German? Yes. Elvis Fields? Yes. Garrett Kurtz? Yes. Ashley Garth? Yes. Gabe Ellis? No. So basically of the 17, you're unfamiliar with 3 of them? Yeah. You're not familiar with the 3 of them, No. So do you have any firsthand knowledge of, I'm going to ask this broadly, why these people were suspects, whether or not they were vetted, what the results of that vetting was, and whether or not they've been excluded as suspects? Is that anything that's even within your bailiwick at this point? Bailiwick? Anything within your bailiwick at this point? No. I mean, that's the answer to give if you don't want to talk much more and you don't want to go home today. But you might have to answer this question in a more formal setting. Right. No, nothing. So you weren't assigned any of those individuals to kind of vet or work through their potential as a suspect? I was not. Okay. Did you play any role in reviewing any of the polygraph exams that were done in this case? Nope. Did you, I'll say, participate or attend is probably a better word, in any of those exams. Those probably in any of those exams. Exams? In any of those exams? No. Do you know who the exam officers were? Don't even know that. No. I'm kind of looking through my notes here. I asked you earlier about law enforcement agencies making other arrests. And frankly, you mentioned that there was a discussion about Ron Logan, right? Yes. Was that the FBI primarily? Who was it? If memory serves me correctly, I believe FBI played a larger role in that. But again, I think U.S. Marshals were also involved with it as well. Who was the contact for the Marshals? Who was the contact for the Marshals? I don't remember their names. I don't know that that's really come up yet, man. Woman? I don't remember that. Is this Purdy and Lourdes? Laura Leahy or something like that? LeMahy or Roland Purdy and that chick he was banging? I mean, excuse me, the other officer. I don't remember that. Where is the U.S. Marshal around here? It's either Merrillville or Indianapolis. Are you aware of any other efforts you know where there was information being generated by law enforcement officers and shared with the prosecutor to seek an arrest warrant for anybody else? Nope. Keegan Decline comes to mind. Was there ever an effort to try and seek an arrest warrant for him? Not that I was privy to. Were you involved in his circumstance much? Nope. All right. So earlier I was asking you about some of these hate crimes. Mm-hmm. And I think you said something about a religious group. Mm-hmm. Does the word Odinite sound familiar? That's it. Okay. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. I think they must have been using that, like the other guy, because especially if they are Odinists, it drives them nuts hearing people say it wrong. So they're waiting for someone to correct them, or they really don't know, or they're just trolling them again. Because I'll say this: if you ever watch any of the other pro prosecution guys, especially when they first started coming out with this, whenever they read all that stuff and they read the word Odinite, especially after that woman came on TV and said Odinite is a rock, it drives them bonkers. So I'll say that every time, but I guess you all know that. Okay. Is that what you were talking about? Yes. What can you tell me about your knowledge of the potential involvement of the, I'll say, Odinites in this particular case? All I know is it was a portion of the investigation that our detectives were, and when I say our detectives, there was also, I believe, some involvement with the marshals, and just checking into the overall. What did that involve with that group? What were they involved with, and whether or not there may be a connection to the case. Were they reporting back to you about this stuff? To our investigators? To say stuff. I hate to use that word about this information. Yeah, to our investigators, not to me directly. I mean, did anybody report to you directly, law enforcement or even non-law enforcement authorities about, hey, these Odinites are involved? Again, the only thing I remember is a conversation during unified meetings and it being another piece of, if you will, the puzzle that they were looking into. Okay. Was there any information from the crime scene that connected this particular group that drove this interest? As I believe I mentioned earlier, there was I remember, discussion during one of our unified meetings as it relates to the placement of sticks or tree limbs at the crime scene that drew some suspicion. I saw those, which frankly reminded me of something entirely different, but that's a discussion for another day. So is it pretty apparent that those tree limbs or sticks, they weren't placed there naturally? Just like how your guy in the beginning, Ryan Winters, received the photos from Ryan Boucher and immediately thought that Brad Holder's hand tattoo that he posted on social media looked exactly like the stick placement on Abby's body. Is that what you're talking about? Because he had seen the original crime scene photos and he wasn't talking about the fake tree limb with the girl in the purple dress, the other people laying down with sticks on them. He was actually referring to the original crime scene photos of the real one of Abby. And the first thing that guy, Ryan Winters, a light duty cop sitting at Unified Command, wrote down to follow up with Brad Holder and pulled his ID and got all that shit going because he thought they looked exactly the same. All right. Right. See, he agrees with me. Like it wasn't some environmental condition that they fell out of the tree, right? Correct. That they were done by some human for some reason. Right. There's not really much debate about that. Right. If there is a debate, tell me what it is, because I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not aware of anything. Anything else at the crime scene that in some way may have driven this interest in this extremist group? My phrase. Nothing comes to mind. Let's take one more break here. So they take a recess break, and I'm going to take a quick drink break. Talk amongst yourself, kids. And we're back. 26 crazy people watching us. Yes. Yeah, I'm digging for gold, Shabby. All right. You guys have anything you want to talk about besides nose picking? Nicole, keep yelling at Charles. Keep him in line. Nobody knew? Just you two in chat, pretty much. Right on. Cool. So 26 people watching. One of them is my alt account, so it's 25. Two of them is obviously Nicole and Charles, so that's 23. And that means there's 22 people slobbering on an iPhone or a Android or a computer somewhere right now. Dreaming away, listening to the silky smooth sounds of the bedtime stories with Shibby. Okay, Mr. Razi's back up. Still Tobe Leazenby. And here we go. All right, just a few more questions. We're still talking. I'm looking at my notes here. We are still talking about extremist groups, hate groups, whatever. First of all, was there some suspicion that Ron Logan was maybe involved with one of these extremist groups, or am I just not? I should ask the question straightforward. Are you aware of any information that Ron Logan was involved with some extremist groups that might have been behind this crime? I do not recall any conversations like that. Are you aware, going back to the Odinite stuff, are you aware of any particular suspects that were associated with that particular group? Suspects in this case, of course. No, I don't recall any names. Do you have any knowledge that Unified Command was dealing with that particular situation, or that it was just some officer that was investigating the possibility of hate crimes, I guess, if you will? I recall that there was a Unified Command briefing. There was discussion. It was mainly from the aspect of, I guess I'll say, I don't want to say an update, but I mean just information sharing during a meeting as it relates to what they were learning. And it came across to me as if they were just a broad description of what this group does, and not necessarily honing in on one particular individual or individuals related to that group. Nobody on this list? Nobody on this list that I offered up? Not that I'm aware of. No. I remember there was this blood on a tree, and it was kind of an unusual spot. Are you generally familiar with that particular piece of evidence or circumstance? Vaguely, I remember a conversation. You don't remember seeing that with your own two eyes when you were out there at the crime scene? At the scene? No. What do you remember about that conversation? What was the significance of that particular blood spot, stain, mark, was just in the early stages in trying to determine which one of the girls it actually belonged to? Just trying to, ooh, look at this, there's redactions. So we're going into a page of redactions with this. So they're talking about the tree or the blood tree, just trying to connect the actual fluid to a person. Right. Nothing else that was unusual about it. Redaction, 1 page, 2 pages. So 2 pages of redaction there. Going, Leazenby's answering about nothing else that was unusual about it was the question. And so he's answering about the F tree and 2 pages of redactions. And they come back with the rest of an answer we have no idea the question of. Was across the street from the current fire department. Was across the street from the current fire department. What would be across the street? What would be across the street of the current fire department? Was across the street from the current fire department. CVS? No. If anybody knows or has a good guess, Charles, come on. What are you doing? No name calling. You think there's lurkers and trolls? No, everyone's being good. I think people probably fell asleep or accidentally left their browser open. Doubt there's that many people. Yeah, Dave is driving now. Sure of it. Dave, hope you're not sleeping while you're driving. Wake up. Pay attention to the road. Look out. Nature Love is still kicking around. Are you feeling better, Nature Love? You said you weren't feeling well earlier. Has my voice soothed you back to better health? Let me know. I'm sure it has. All right, let's move on. Was either side of the bridge receiving more attention by the search party, or was it kind of equally when I say on either side of the bridge? I'm talking about the high bridge. You can go toward whatever. I don't know. I'm directionally challenged, whatever direction that is, or you can go. So Rosie, downstream or upstream? Downstream or upstream? Downstream would be toward the city, right? Yeah, away from the crime scene. Because the clothing floated to where the bridge was. And you can see it in obviously when those searchers are kind of walking through holding hands, you can see the water breaking on their back because they're walking with the current and it's breaking on their backs. Yeah, because they're walking towards the bridge and like holding arms, linked with their arms linked, searching. And it was up to at least their waist at that point, I remember. So, ooh, you guys having fun still? Wow. It is, what time is it? Jesus. It's 4:24 a.m. here in East. So 3:24 Central, 2:24 Mountain, and 1:24 in the weird Pacific. Right on. There we go. Let's put that up instead. Right on, dude. See that? Shibby. Everyone needs a little bit of shibby in them. Boom. Oh, yes, better than I was when I first got to work, definitely. Can I say what I usually say, or would that be too much? Oh, shit. What did I just do? I'm not muted. Yeah, like with Hebby's cancer, or anyone who's got a sickness, for especially if they're females, just 10 cc's of Shibby. Just take 10 cc's of Shibby and don't call me in the morning. That's what I prescribe. And here we go. The girls were found upstream, so we were all on the same page, right? Right. The girls were upstream. As I recall, again, initial efforts were all over, so it was equally, I'm going to refer to the east side of the bridge and equally in the west side of the bridge. So Baldwin's up now. You know, one thing that we are wondering is, if there were so many people walking around, how was it that nobody was able to see these bodies? How has that been a thought from law enforcement as well? Yeah, like they're all at the end of the bridge and nobody can scale across that creek that the single perpetrator took 2 hostages across. Yeah, they only searched this side. Nobody, the whole 19 hours from when they were missing to when they were found, nobody thought of crossing over there and looking. Or they did, and they were so, they just didn't see them underneath the big branches. Not to make light of it, but I mean, it's absurd to me to think that they lay there 19 hours and were not found, with so many people walking around, even if some of them went home. I mean, yes. I mean, that's a respectful question. I don't have an answer for it, though. Was it ever thought of or considered by anybody in Unified Command? It is unified. Yeah, Unified Command. Was it ever considered or thought of or talked about by folks in Unified Command that maybe the girls weren't killed at the scene, or they were at the scene at that time that they were killed? I think that was, as I remember, was only brought up, and it would make sense, more so discussions, I believe, with the crime scene investigators as they were collecting evidence. And so that would be a good question to ask whoever. Wait, and so that would be a good question to ask whoever the crime investigators were. Yeah, but was there conversations within Unified Command meetings that the girls were abducted? This is at least a theory. I'm in Unified Command. There is a theory out there that the girls were abducted, and so we get a redaction. So we're going into redactions with at least a half of a question, because it's a comma and not a question mark. So here, this is what takes us into a redaction if you're just listening. This question leads to a redaction. By whom? We don't know. But was there conversations within Unified Command meetings that the girls were abducted? This is at least a theory. I'm in Unified Command. There is a theory out there that the girls were abducted. And I bet you, he says, taken away, because he was kind of leading into that. That the reason, the one plausible hypothesis, that the reason they weren't found just laying there wide out in the open, on dark brown, especially, not to say, but I mean, obviously with Libby being nude and lacking blood, she'd, be a little bit pale. So to think that she lay there and was not found for 19 hours, it's a plausible hypothesis to think that maybe a scenario could be that they were taken elsewhere, brought back through the cemetery and placed there later on. Because I mean, I can just picture 100 people walking around there from whatever it was, 5, 6, whatever o'clock, till 11 p.m. even, and not seeing them. So there was a page of redactions, and we're leading into the rest of a, obviously, hopefully, separate question, because that would be a very long question, from Baldwin. Girls might have been taken to a shack or some type of building before they were killed. Has that ever been talked about by you or anyone else in Unified Command or any detective? I mean, it's possible he did talk that whole page, because, although highly unlikely, whatever. That doesn't sound familiar. I don't think it's going to take too much longer. So I just want to be clear on this. When you arrived at the crime scene, I know that the crime scene techs had already been there. Is that right? They were just wrapping up. Had the sticks been taken off the girls at that point in time, branches? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. Yeah, sure you can. Have you seen the crime scene photographs of the sticks on the girls? It's been a while, but yes. And you did say a minute ago that it's very clear that somebody, a human being, had to have placed the sticks on the girls in a certain way, right? That's my opinion. Did this whole religion, whether it's Odin religion or any other religion, did that at some point in time become a non-issue in terms of an investigation? I guess the way I'll respond to that is that, obviously at some juncture in the investigation, we heard about it, had a discussion, we were briefed on it, or updated. And then on down the line, nothing else was ever brought up. So I don't know the outcome of that. When was the first time you heard the word Odin related to the possibility of what was going on with that crime scene? Was it within a day or two, or was it was, as I remember, maybe months on down the road? What about by April? Do you think you heard the word Odin by April? I'm guessing 2017. I don't remember that specific type of information. Would you have been interested as the sheriff if you had encountered evidence of other people having similar interests in the type of stick configuration that was found on the girls? Would that be of interest to you as a law enforcement officer? I mean, I'd be willing to be, I guess, I'll say open and objective. I'd be willing to listen. I guess what I'm saying is, if I came to you and said, hey, I got photographs of other people that have sticks on them or in a similar situation, would you be interested in that? Or if one of the murder victims' boyfriend, the father of the boyfriend of one of the murder victims, that same murder victim had a tattoo that resembled that of his son's, the stick configuration on his son's girlfriend? Would that concern you? Again, I would listen to because it sure concerned Ryan Winters, the light duty cop from Unified Command, when he saw it. Again, I would listen to what they have to say. All right. Is it to your knowledge, was there any outside source that looked into this, outside of law enforcement, that looked into this religion, this religious aspect? Was there any experts brought in, any religious experts or any types of experts that were brought in to determine whether or not that was seen at the crime scene might be not, whether or not what was seen at the crime scene might be religious in nature? If there were, I was not aware of it. Who was on the Unified Command? Who were the people that were in Unified Command? Specific names? Yeah. As I alluded to earlier, it would be Tony Liggett, who was detective at the time, Kevin Hammond, who was one of our detectives at the time, Dick, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, Rich Davies. That additional FBI agent that his name escapes me yet. Let me think. And obviously myself as sheriff, whenever they would have briefings or updates. And would it be fair to say, if one of the people that you just named that's in Unified Command knew of something that was important, that all of them would know if that same important piece of information? I would assume that, as long as obviously they shared that with the group. I think Brad had asked you whether there was anything found in Rick's house that connected him to the crime scene. I wanted to make sure, and the answer was no. Is the same answer no if the questions were, was there anything connecting Rick to the crime scene that was found in his car? Because I know the cars, because I think his cars were also collected. Not that I remember. Nope. When Brad Rosie asked the question along the lines of, was there anybody in Unified Command that was questioning whether there was enough evidence to arrest Rick Allen, you had indicated that there was some discussion about that, but I didn't hear who were the people that were. You said was actually two groups. You said there was actually two groups. There was a group that had to make their pitch, and then there was another group that said, here's why we think that he ought to be arrested. And I wanted to know who were in those two groups. Oh, man. Well, if I may amend that response from the aspect that, again, it was open dialogue. And I think everyone who was part of Unified Command, we went through the pros list and then the cons list. And then at the end of the day, then everyone would say, okay, yeah, we see it and let's move forward. Was there any, like in my firm, we have these kinds of discussions? Sure. And at some point in time, I might just say, well, I abstain, or I'm not going in with this, but good for you. Was there anybody like that? I mean, again, back to when discussions would take place. I mean, yeah, you'd have the guy in the back of the room go, wait a minute, and say, I don't see it. And then the conversation would continue. And then eventually everybody would kind of like having everybody on the jury on board. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, like a jury. Sounds like sounds like how a jury might operate. Right. Okay. And I did want to clear one thing up. You said that there was a couple of people that you remember that had confessed to the crime, but then you looked into it and they had mental health issues or they were in Alaska. Oh, so it might have been somebody else. In one situation, perhaps. Were these people that confessed to the police or were these people that confessed? Oh, so it was somebody that confessed in Alaska. Oh, my bad. Sorry. To other people? Then the other people came to you? That's a good way of putting that, and I do recall at least one individual, and it may have been an ex-wife that came forward and said, "Hey, my ex-husband, blah, 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 but he's nuts." So there was at least one instance that I remember, yeah, where the ex-wife came forward. It's kind of like what we hear. It's the vernacular for us older people is they confess to the Lindbergh kidnapping, the Lindbergh baby, right? Right, yeah. But so I was wondering if that's where my question came in. Was it people that were like walking in, knocking on the police door, ringing in, I killed it? Or was it people that were calling in and saying, my ex-husband killed him? Was it a combination of both of those things? Yes. Okay. Are there reports written on these people, on who these people might be? I'm presuming. I assume, yes. Again, in the very get-go, things were documented as far as where that information is specifically this date. I don't know. All right, thank you. One of the things you said was there was just like would be, in my opinion, what would be expected is there's going to be some questioning of, is the FBI, what are they doing? And then you even said people are also asking, why would Carroll County do this? And some people were saying, why would the FBI do this? Who was asking? I was confused as to who would be asking why Carroll County would do this. Why would Carroll County do this? Are you talking about common citizens or are you talking about other agencies? Mainly, I know as sheriff, there were a number of times, particularly in media? Media would say, who's the lead investigating agency for the case? So again, it was mainly the media. Who was the lead investigating? You said it earlier. It was Carroll County, I think. Sheriff, and maybe it's a personal thing, but I felt that we were the lead agency. And Baldwin's, I think that's it. Oh boy, Rosie's up. Man, still 30 people. Oh my. One quick sec. Talk amongst yourself. Okay, I'm back. So, anything you guys want to talk about, or keep reading? So, who showed up? I saw. Did you say Kelly? Where's Kelly? Oh, Kelly Lou Brown coming in. Hey, Kelly, what's up? And here's what she says. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Hi, emoji. Hello, Kelly Lou Brown. Welcome. And so, I don't know if you remembered, or if you've been sleeping or gone or come back or whatever. For anybody, quick update. This is Mr. Rosie going back to finish up questioning Tobe Leazenby in his deposition. So it's Tobe Leazenby answering to the Richard Allen's defense attorney, Bradley Rosie. And 1 sec. Make this full screen. Boom. 28 weirdos listening to me now. Hello, hello, hello. I have one more question I'm going to use all the time. Actually, this didn't come up yesterday either. I asked you early on today, I asked you about the voice data and the analyzation of that. And basically, I think what you said generally was that you weren't aware of really any information that was analyzed that was helpful. I did not play a role in that. Okay, that's fair. Whatever you said, you said. Yeah. The one thing I didn't ask you, so we referenced this phrase, down the hill. And this command, I guess, that was made, it was kind of a little bit out of context. But the question I have is, are you aware of any analysis or conclusions that were drawn that the voice, that I fucking hate that voice was generated by other person and by the other person in the video or the person in the video? No, I'm not aware of any analysis like that was done. That. Okay, and forgive me, because I'm sure you've watched that video more times than I have. I can assure you of that, but I've watched it. Were you able to see the person in the video actually talking as you were hearing those words? I guess I'll ask, what are you referring to? The bridge guy? Yeah. I don't know why I didn't just say that, honestly. To see the actual movement from his lips moving, if you will? No. So you can't discern that from the video. Is that generally accurate? Right. Like you're not seeing something that I'm not seeing. Is that what I'm trying to get at? Right. Okay. So was there ever an analysis conducted or investigation into whether or not those words were coming from that man's mouth? I'm not aware of anything. Was there ever any discussion that you were involved with that those words may have come from somebody else? No. Behind the video, or you know what I mean, that was not in the line of sight of the video? No. Sorry. You never had those discussions? No. And you never heard any other investigators have those discussions? No. Okay. I don't have anything else. Nick? Really? There are 12 minutes left. All right. Boss man McClellan says, I'll talk to him offline if I need to ask him questions. So no other questions. And further, the deponent saith not. Tobe Leazenby. Thank you very much. All right. So what do you guys think? What's after this? Or is there anything? There was a lot of stuff in there, right? Oh, Sunflower Lola. Hello. Welcome. So Kelly Lou Brown is been on the screen quite long enough. We've got Sunflower Lola. Oh, I missed it. Ooh, this one, yeah. Hey, Shibby. Hey, Lola. So what do you guys think? Do you want me to read more? Holy shit, 5 hours and 45 minutes. 31 crazy people. Or 5 or 6 people and 24, 25 people sleeping with their browsers still open or slobbering on their smartphone screen right now. So what do you guys want to do? Want me to look next? How about I'll go look through next and see what's here. And you guys tell me if you want more bedtime stories with Shibby. Who's after this? Anyways, so that was Tobe Leazenby. And what's up next? Kevin Murphy. Oh my gosh. Jeepers. So the next one is Kevin Murphy. I should probably, I should have. I don't know if that's probably. I didn't even know. I'm new at this live streaming stuff. Should I I should do each one of these as like a new live stream, or no? Just carry on. Like people are going to look at like the one yesterday and see 7 hours. You think people would watch that again? Like, should I be making these shorter, like doing one person at a time, ending the stream and then doing another one, and then Nicole, what would you suggest? Just ramble on for 7 hours straight with a bunch of depositions? Too late to decide that now, but maybe for next time. Like, would you guys? Then I might lose the people that fell asleep. So I bet you half of these people might not come back. So maybe it's better I stay. I don't even know. One quick second. You guys tell me what you want to do. I'm looking through. And we're back. Nothing. No suggestions. All right. So the next one is, you know what I'll do? I'll do the responsible thing because I know we're going to have questions tomorrow. And that was Tobe Leazenby. So Tobe Leazenby was from pages. His deposition ended. I'm going to do the responsible thing. Tobe Leazenby ended on 9:56. And I believe it probably started at, damn. So who was 7:50 to 8:30? Who was the last one, Nicole? I mean, you could do one person at a time. That way it is easier to replay. Yeah, that would probably be smarter, eh? I don't even know how many are left. And I guess after this stream, if there is a whole bunch more depositions, seems like they're at least an hour or two. They'd probably be perfect length to do it and then end it and then just start a fresh stream and so then I can name them. Yeah, it would be better if I put the names of the people in the titles too, because if people want to, yeah, that would make much more sense. Because criminality, and then when they say Jerry Holman's deposition, or and so if people want to see, like this last bit would be Tobe Leazenby deposition instead of just part 6 reading randomly. Come hang out with this dipshit for some fun and chatting. Oh fuck. I don't know. Anyways, so what was I doing? I was writing down. So Tobe Leazenby ends at 9:56. So Tobe Depo ends 9:56. And who was before this? Who was 7:50 to 8:33? Because I really should take this time to pay better attention because I know this will come back to help me. So let's go back, say to let's go back to 9:42. Who is it? Because oh damn, I went back too far. Who was before, Nicole? Does anyone remember who was all of this from 8:33 to? No way. Let's see if that was the beginning. Where did Leazenby begin? At 7:50, because that's what I have the last person end at 7:50. 50. Ooh. Wait a second. So, oh, what? So why did I write down that? 1 second. Let me just figure this out. So you're at his polygraph examination. That's right. Oh, right. This would have been Purdy's second one, no? Roland Purdy's depositions. Well, the first one was 680 to 750, and the second one was 750 to 833. So if I go to 833, I bet you 834 is probably where, yeah. I bet you this is where, 833. So Liggett ended. Ooh. 833 is Liggett ending. So let me write this down. So that was Liggett from 750. Oh my gosh. Am I getting this wrong? Nicole. What the fuck are you doing, Nicole? Pay attention. So Liggett. No, Roland Purdy. My bad. So Roland, yeah, his second one ends at 833. So let me write Roland Purdy number 2, because I had question marks there. Shit. I should have done that properly. See? This will eventually help me, and then I probably won't need this list anymore. Roland Purdy, second depo, 750 to 833. Number 2, second. All right. So now Tobe must be, does Tobe start right here? Purdy ends. Yeah. Wow. Tobe starts on, let's say, what's a fair place to say? You know, I like looking at this. So I think right where I see his name. So Tobe starts 839. So Tobe is 839 to 956. 839. All right. Now, who's after this again? Fuck. Such a doorknob. So it wasn't. See, I'm glad I wrote it down. 956. Right. Duh. I just read this. Kevin Murphy starts. Oops. I'm writing this down in an iPhone note. So Kevin Murphy starts 9. When's the first time his name comes in? Yeah, probably. Yeah. 962. All right. And it ends whenever. All right. So now vote, guys. One more or something else? Want to go over anything of Leazenby's thing? Oh, I can do that. You know what, Nicole? There's good suggestion. Right on, yeah. Because you know what people do? You know what? I watched some of those when you watch like the what is it called? The astrology videos where they do like, Virgo, and they put timestamps underneath. That's a good thing. So either in the thing or the comment, the very first comment under all these videos. That's what I'll do tomorrow, Nicole. I'll go through them and I'll timestamp, and I'll in the description or I'll pin a comment. Boom. Nicole, you're awesome. Write that down. Remind me that tomorrow too. I will go through and timestamp them, because usually, like, say you want to hear Virgo, on one of those astrology. You don't want to hear Aries and all of the other ones. So they show you Virgo starts at 37 and they do the astrology reading. So you click on it and go to, so perfect. Timestamp. And also that'll help people. Yeah. So then it's not bad this way. Yeah. If I'll pin the comment of timestamps tomorrow of all these. So if you're looking through, and I'll change the titles too to I'll keep the part 6 or whatever, I guess, but I'll put, instead of this title, I'll put reading. And if we read, depositions, I'll put the names of the people, and then underneath it'll be timestamped. So thank you, Nicole. Great suggestion. All right. You guys can do that too. If any of you do it accurately, I will pin your comment up top and I'll give you some special treats. All right. So if anybody ever wants to go through the video and say, oh, timestamp things, go crazy. Because you can do that in comments. Just, you got to write it down exactly. Like, if you write that, if it's 3 hours and 52 minutes and 36 seconds, you got to make sure you put 03 colon 52 colon 43. So it's, and then people, you know how it is, it'll turn blue. So in the comments, if people think, oh, Jerry Holman starts here, you can just click that and it sends you straight to, or whatever. But I'll do that. Unless if you guys are ever bored, feel free to. All right. So do you want me to? Ooh, damn! It's 5 a.m. I'm working for another 2 hours. So, and since I have nothing to do, I'm just working, and I work for myself. I'm my own boss, so I have a pretty lenient schedule. I'm having more fun doing this, but technically I have my security cameras up and I can see at least like a huge, now there's a $20,000 or $30,000 delivery of wood today, 20 feet outside my door, which I've been literally watching because it's right near the road and there's nothing protecting it. So my neighbor's paying me to watch that while I'm supposed to be doing my RC cars. And I have 2 extension cords running. So he's paying. He's got a construction site next door. He's building 2 huge homes. So it was like one big property with a shitty old house, like mine is, built back in the 50s. So you buy the property, whatever, like 1.5 million. They pay for the property, and then they split it down the middle, knock down one shitty house, turn it into 2 properties, and build 2 huge homes on it. And they're still huge, lots of space. So, but I prefer, obviously I'd like a newer, nicer home, but I wouldn't rebuild here. I would just kind of, take the money and kind of go somewhere else where there's no neighbors, because I'm kind of in a city setting. So anyways, so they build 2 huge homes and they end up trying to sell them for like 2.4 million each, or they keep one and they, live in one and sell the other one on their one property, and it turns into 2 separate properties. So what I'm trying to say is he's doing construction right next door, and we call electricity hydro up here in Canada. So as a construction site, he could pay like 5 or 10 grand for them to come up and hook up a temporary electricity for him. But that's a lot of money. So what he's doing is, I told him he can run 2 extension cords. So he's got 2 circuits of mine that I've taken, nothing on them. They're like 20 amp circuits. And he's run extension cords across, and he's paying my complete electricity hydro bill every month, regardless of whatever it is. And I've got my furnace blared and 20 TVs running all the time. So whatever my hydro bill is for the next year or 2, he's paying my complete hydro bill. And he did the same thing with my water. I let him use my hose for all this concrete and stuff, and he paid everything. So that's awesome. Anyways. So do you guys want me to read, Kevin Murphy? Like right now outside my house, there's a huge, I can even show you photos, but oh, I probably could actually share my screen too. That would be dangerous. Can I do that? You guys want to see it? Why don't I try that? I'll put that one camera up See if you guys can see it. I'm sharing my screen. Oh, I'll share this. I'll share my security cameras. You guys want to see? Just the one, anyways. Well, I guess you guys wouldn't be able to know where I'm. I'll make it large size just to the one looking across at the construction site. Well, it's not even across. It's like literally beside my house. And I put cameras up on my house for him. And yeah, here we go. Let's try this. This might be a bad idea. And the audio too. There, I muted it. Okay, let me see if I can share this screen because it's a separate screen. Oh, this is crazy. You guys want to see? Shit, you better have all the lights on in your house and shower and do laundry constantly. What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Not me. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yeah. I got my furnace turned up. I mean, because I'm not. Yeah, you're right. Because I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I'm not trying to. It's not that I usually do, anyways. But for sure now, yeah, I just let it. Anyways, here's what I was gonna do. So, if I can stop screen. Hmm. You know what? I'll just quickly shut this one down, but I can always bring it back. Ooh. Yeah, I can shut this screen down. All right. And so, I should stop screen share of that one. Oh, so you can only, because I've got 3 screens, so I have to completely shut that down. So I share screen. It gives me a choice. Ooh, I see it. Oh my God. You guys ready? This is what I'm watching. Can you see that? Oh, am I in the way? Oh, it's backstage. I got to put it up on stage. There we go. This is what I'm doing all night. You know, I don't know how much that's worth. Tons of shit there. That's my street. It's my next door neighbors. So basically, see how it's like a shitty little house? Oh, I'm over on this screen. Okay. So you can see this is my driveway here. My car, my trailer. I'm watching all of this. Which, I mean, there's no locks or nothing on these gates, so people could just pull up. I have a bunch of other cameras too, so. Cool, eh? So they knock down, there's one small house here. They knock it down and build 2 huge ones. And they're going to be really nice. Not the one here is shitty and this one's shitty, but they're going to be really nice homes. They're huge too. They don't look big, but it goes way down. And they'll be like, so there'll be at least 3 stories. And this is the garage here, but there'll be 3 huge tall stories. So there'll be a huge basement down here and a huge another floor up here. This is just the first floor. Cool, eh? Look at all this wood here, man. You know how much that shit's worth now? Fuck. Each day there's a new shipment coming, so just one of those pieces of wood are worth lots of money. That's a good pressure treated lumber too. So anyway, alrighty then. So I'll stop sharing. I can't see chat, so give me 1 second. Let me go back. So you guys were seeing that, right? And let me go back to share the other screen. I'm getting good at this. Because when I click share screen, I click Windows and it shows me all 3 of my monitors. I could choose to share all screens, and I just pick the right one, share it, and I got to remember to put it back up on stage, and then kaboom. Then I pick the layout. Oh, this is getting easy. And there we go. Back to the other screen. So was that cool or what? Oh yeah, they're really nice cameras. They're just those Wyze cameras too. You ever go, it's Wyze, WYZE, and they're 4K, and they're like $40 each or $50 each from Amazon. And I bought a 6-pack of those or a 5-pack of those little memory cards, and they're like, you can get 200, you can get them 256 gigabytes now, but I only got the 100 and I think it's whatever's half of that, 126 gigabyte memory cards, the micro SD cards, and each one goes in, so it lasts, it records, for at least a month, and then it starts writing over itself. But also you can record it to your iPhone, or you can put it up in the cloud, and yeah, you just say WISE, WIZE. So what it also is the one thing I didn't like about these cameras is they tried to get me to get a subscription service, which I never would use, right? But to get this multicam viewer, I had the guy who owns the construction site, he paid for like the $200 year subscription fee to unlock all the wild features of this, which is like fake facial recognition and all this crazy stuff that those cameras can do. Or just have the ability to view them all at one time. They make you sign in on a special portal and stuff. So, but I have that all set up. So basically, that one camera you saw, that was full screen, but there's a grid of 9 cameras like that, pointing every which way down the back of my yard, every way you can get on my property, and down the street. Like, so, I mean, if a skunk or a raccoon walks 20 feet from my property, I'll see them before they come. So humans, they stand out because our street lights are so bright here. And anyways, they're so easy. You just gotta, actually, I prefer to hardwire the cameras with like a LAN cable, but these ones, the Wi-Fi is good, and I put a good router outside, so I have Wi-Fi in my backyard, like out in my garage. It's one of those temporary shed garages. I put a powerful router out there, so I have amazing Wi-Fi outside. That being said, do you guys want me to did I get a 1 if you want me to read this, Kevin Murphy, or 33 people? Oh my god, that's wild. Every time I look, it's 33. That's so funny. You guys see that? Do you want me to read this or no? I mean, you'd figure at least one of you might want this. I'm sure you will. I'll just read it. I got time to kill because I got to sit here and stare at this pile of wood until they get here. And they don't come till like 8 in the morning, really. So, yeah. Yes, Murph. I have them in a ring camera. Yeah, the ring cameras, I mean, that's okay, but then it's kind of like it's at your front door looking out. I guess it's a fisheye, but for me, I just get them and put them up on the corners of my home. And ACV, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm still here, man. Crazy, eh? Everyone say hi to ACV. Mr. Super Smart Commenter. Nature Love wants me to read. I'll just read this. For you, ACV, this one's for you. Let's read Kevin Murphy's deposition for Mr. ACV. All right. So, no, yeah, the ring cameras. Yeah, I think Wise has ring cameras also, but I mean, I don't know. You don't really need it because if you have a camera up on the top corner of your house looking down, I have one looking down the street catching the front of my house, and one looking up the street catching the front of my house, one looking down at the edge of my driveway looking up my driveway, one in the backyard. I have it all covered. So yeah, they have all that, but I mean, you don't really need it because the street lights here are so bright. You can put floodlights on and won't really make much difference. So, but yeah, you can do all that stuff, but I don't need those. Anyways, let's do this. So, full screen. Ooh, can I just take a quick drink? I'll hide this. So I'm sharing the screen. Everything looks good, or should I move it or anything, or everything's good? Let's go to page 1 so you guys can kind of get it. So Kevin Murphy will be answering some questions very short. Now, the only one thing is all these LE guys seem to sound the same, eh? They all have the same voice. And they're all different. Like Ball Baldwin and Rosie, they sound the same, obviously, but every one of these different LA guys, Roland Purdy, Tony Liggett, Tobe Leazenby. Who else was it? Oh, we did Ryan Winters the other day, talking about the stuff he received from Ryan Boucher, the guy who sent in all the Brad Older stuff. And let's do this. So, page 964. Did I write this down? This is Kevin Murphy. Yep, I have it. Getting so responsible. So 962, Kevin Murphy starts. And when we're done, remind me if I forget, I'm going to write down the page number where it ends. And then we're going to do all the time stamping tomorrow. So these crazy long videos, if you want to find the part, just the deposition you want, I will put timestamps in all these ridiculously long videos, especially my last one. So let's do it. State your name for the record. Kevin Murphy. What would you like me to call you? Murph. Murph? Kevin? Yeah. Seems like Murph should be something that your good friends call you. I'll go with Kevin. Sure. Oh, so, yeah, I guess it's probably a good thing because, yeah, Murph is like, you have nicknames for guys on your hockey team that not everyone would use. Because I don't know you that well, Kevin. What are you doing for a living right now? I just heard you retired. I'm a sergeant at a police department on Lake Michigan called Beverly Shores. It's right next to Michigan City. You were the state police, is that right? June of 95. Oh, we're starting out with redactions already. I guess if they're protecting some kind of his stuff, that's fine. You were in the state police, is that right? June of 95 through July of 21. I retired July 7th of 21. Then we got some redactions. And so this is the answer of something. And it came down around the 17th, 18th of February. So it would have been a couple days after the girls were killed. Okay. And how were you? How was it decided that you were going to, and who decided that? Kevin Hammond and Tony Liggett Kevin Hammond and Tony Liggett at the Old Town Hall were in charge of processing all tips. They called them leads, and every day just went out and followed these tips. It seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but you were one of the main guys on what I would call the Odin investigation into the Odin angle to the crime scene. I was part of that, yes. Who else was involved in that? Roland Purdy, who I believe is still a state trooper. And then we had Sergeant out of Indianapolis, the guy who says he's not an Odinite, and the guy who's supposed to be a undercover agent, Tony Portwood, who lied about being an Odinist of whatever type. He was the official of what Odinism is. Might be a member. Well, he might be. Even he tells on him. He might be a member. Was very familiar with it, and he volunteered to help out. Just because he was just wanted to help out. The Odin investigation. The Odinist, who said he wasn't an Odinist, wanted to help out the Odin investigation. Nothing suspicious here. Carry on. Which is the old NIPSCO building, NIPSCO building, whatever that is, and gave a presentation so he says he gave a presentation. What's his name? The last guy, Roland Purdy, said he didn't give presentations. But he's saying he came down to the command center, which is in the whatever building, and gave a presentation just on Odinism because I didn't know what it was. Tony Portwood did? Portwood, yes. That's a new name. Anthony Portwood, state police. He's actually he's actually a state police. I believe he's still with the department, sir. Oh, okay. And you said he might even be an Odinist? Yes. And what did he say about Odinism? What kind of things did you learn? Talked about the aspects of being a somewhat informal religion or informal faith. And I had read about it, but didn't really understand it. It seemed to me to border and on almost a satanic type of worshiping, sacrificing, but I couldn't really wrap my mind around what it was or how it applied to anything that we were doing. Did he talk about runes? No. Are you familiar with the phrase term runes? Runes? Runes. R-U-N-E-S. No. Some would say that they're the symbols. Ooh, something's going on with my computer. Oh, yes. Some would say that they're the symbols. Oh, yes. Okay. I don't know symbols, but yes, symbols. Hey, what's up, Four Pits? How you doing, buddy? So ACV and Four Pits are in the house. Let's say hello. Sorry, I just caught the corner of my eye. Where is he? And hey, Shibby. Hey, Four Pits. Well, welcome. Here we go. Back on track. So if you're just getting here, this is Kevin Murphy's deposition, and Richard Allen's defense is asking questions. I believe Andrew Baldwin. So runes, that doesn't ring a bell, but the symbols, yes, of Odinism. Why was Odinism even originally thought to be in play based upon the crime scene? Something to do with how the girls were left after they were deceased. Like, what do you mean specifically? Something involving sticks, how sticks were configured there, either on them or around them. It's wild they can't talk about it with all this stuff talked about. All these officers talking about, even one of the cops is an Odinist, and they couldn't bring it up in court. Holy fuck. And the guards? Whew, this is wild, eh? Gull kept it out of court. Because, and all the Odinist interviews that were lost. That's fucking wild that they got away with that. Did you ever look at the crime scene photos? Yes. We were all shown the crime scene photos. Okay. And where'd it go? What the hell? Oh, and there was also something on a tree. Do you remember that? Yes. What do you remember about that? There was a shape or a sign of some sort. It's been 3 years. I can't recall what it was specifically. And they had a discussion off record. Question. Redaction. So this part question, because it doesn't end with a question mark. So Baldwin starts to ask a question that turns into at least one page of redactions. So I'm going to hand you, for example, Exhibit D and ask you to review that. More than likely, they mention the girls' names and redact the whole damn page instead of just, that's wild. I hope that's just because I don't even know what to say. Like, so imagine they want to just keep this out, Lafayette District, or this guy's name. Imagine they wanted to protect this guy, so they black out Jay Harper twice or whatever. But instead of that, they just cut out this whole page so we wouldn't know. That's fucking wild. Yes. See, Murph agrees with me. Okay. I want to talk about the kind of the construct. I've been sitting all day. I'm not trying to. You're good. I appreciate it. The way that Unified Command was structured, who was giving you particularly your marching orders about what to do, if anyone was. I don't even know that anyone was. 4 people. May I mention them? Sure, absolutely. Primarily, Jay Harper and Dick Jerry Holman assigned out of Lafayette District Post, and then Tony Liggett and Kevin Hammond from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Do you know any of these people before this started working on the investigation? Yes, sir. Which ones? The 2 troopers, Jerry Holman and Jay Harper, I did know. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, whatever. Okay. And so, like on a typical day, would you just kind of run your own leads like a tip and you'd go do it on your own? Or would you get directions from somebody? Or how would that work? See, the reason I keep thinking it sounds because they're asking them the same questions. So that's why it keeps catching me off. Like, did I read this before? Almost entirely on my own, with the exception of a couple of people. And I was paired up primarily with 3 people. Melinda Garcia, who's now a corporal, at State Police Lowell. We went out on multiple leads together, especially when we were doing evidence collection, swabbing. And then I'm trying to think, Roland Purdy, who was out of the Fort Wayne post, we went on several trips together. And now a Terre Haute FBI Terror Task Force member who is deceased, actually killed the day I retired. And that's Greg Ferency, Ferency. Do you think there's any linkage between Ferencey's death and anything that has to do with Odinism? No. Wow. Why would you say that? Okay, well, there's no... So an ex-federal state prison guard, Shane Meehan, who I guess we don't know if he's an Odinist himself, but he's in the prison system at the federal level, not state, but it's in Indiana, state, federal, or I guess whatever. He was an ex-federal state prison guard in Indiana, and he throws a Molotov cocktail into an FBI field office where Greg Ferency was working. He throws a Molotov cocktail through the front window, and Ferency rushes out, I'm thinking with his gun, starts firing off, because I believe Meehan was injured or shot, and Meehan shoots him, kills him. Ferency dies as a, working as a Indiana State, whatever, and the FBI, the office, was investigating Odinism. So then Meehan rushes himself, I think, in his own truck to the hospital and gets charged for it and all that. So, yeah, I guess. And Murphy doesn't think there was anything related. That's wild. So, Ferency, do you guys obviously... Oh, what's this? Hey, Tiger Up, what's up? Yeah, I feel sorry for RA. Looks like Brian K. in Idaho in the same situation with all the corrupt cops. Sure, yeah. Well, not even corrupt, just incompetent at very least. But yeah, even if it's just to cover up their incompetence, I guess. But for who knows what it is. But yeah, just that one guy saying he's not an Odinist. Meanwhile, the other cop says he was an Odinist. And coincidentally, that one cop, Anthony Portwood, who lied in his deposition saying he wasn't anything related to Odinism. Turns out he was. He, before anyone knew he was an Odinist, came and offered it his services to help out with the Odinism investigation. And nobody sees a fucking correlation with that. Wow, why isn't everyone freaking out about that? That's wild. Cool. Well, hello, Tiger. Welcome. And maybe 4-Pits, you're probably bored of being on screen. Let's say hello to Tiger. Where's a good one? There. Welcome, Tiger. You new? Whatever. I should carry on. Sorry. All right. So Murph thinks that Ferencey's death had anything to do with Odinism. That's wild. So Ferency, who were the other two? I'm sorry, Melinda Garcia. It's Roland Purdy and Linda Garcia. I'm sorry, Melinda Garcia. Melinda Garcia. I haven't seen a lot of Melinda Garcia's name. In fact, I haven't seen her name on anything. Was she involved in the Odinism aspect of the investigation? She would have been at a meeting there. Tony Portwood explained to us at the old NIPSCO building everything about it. I believe she would have been, but I don't think she was involved after that briefing or that discussion. And I'm going to cut to the end of the book here a little bit, and then we'll fill in the middle. But whatever became of the Odinism aspect of the crime scene? Did it just get extinguished? Was it just ended and there was no interest in that anymore? How did it end, if it ended at all? I would say it just went away. It stopped being looked at. Did you think it should be continued to be looked at? Because I wasn't here from the onset of the investigation. I didn't know if we should keep running with it or not. And I wasn't part of that unified command. So I, as you said earlier, I kind of took my marching orders and just did what I was told and went where I was needed. Did Tony Liggett at some point in time say, you don't need to investigate the organism angle anymore? I don't remember that, no. Did anybody from Unified Command ever tell you we're kind of done working on the organism angle? One sec, sorry. Let's get it switched up. I can't remember anybody saying that. Okay. So, do you feel like you were able to follow through on all the leads that you needed to follow through on? No. Tell me about that. We had a couple of leads where we would go, where we'd get a sample from people, and then it was kind of like we were done. And I felt like sometimes there were a lot more questions to be asked, a lot more time matchups. It seems like I spent a ton of time out at this Indiana Packers, the hog plant, and we simply went in there and we were pulling people off the production line of this production factory. And it seemed like we just didn't get a whole lot of time with those people when we were talking to them. I remember that specifically. What about related to Elvis Fields? Did you feel like that was fully investigated? Elvis Fields felt like an absolute train wreck of information. And what I mean by that is questioning the reliability of where the information on him was coming from. And it actually was disturbing to me how it's very far away. Greg Ferenczi and I made multiple trips down to Rushville and to that area, and I could talk for hours about how frustrating it was. Can you give like the dime novel version of why it was frustrating? Specifically his sister, Mary Jacobs, who the information was coming from. And I remember the first time that Roland Purdy and I went to go see her. I don't believe Greg Ferenczi was there yet. And I saw in her house, in her home, prescription bottles of psych meds all over the place. And I know what psych meds are because my wife's a nurse and sure, has dealt with psych patients, and I saw all these different kind of medications, and I thought, how reliable is anything she's going to tell us be with that what I'm seeing here in this room? Wow, Purdy never mentioned any of that. He thought she sounded reliable, Roland Purdy. He thought she sounded nice. And Murph is actually sounds like this fucking got medication in your living room probably all over the place. I wonder why Roland never mentioned that in his deposition. Because he talked about the house being built into the side of a hill. Whatever. Sure. But it doesn't necessarily mean that she's unreliable necessarily, right? Correct. I mean, yeah. Maybe the medications will make her more reliable if she's taking them as she should and they're working as they are, as they're prescribed. Might be a good thing. Maybe that's why Purdy thought she sounded so great. It's cool how two people go do the same thing and see it so differently. Because I was waiting for him to mention her house because he said it was built into the side of a home, whereas Purdy mentions the home. So he doesn't mention the cool home. He does mention she's got fucking prescription bottles all over and doesn't seem reliable. And Purdy was with him, said her home was built into the side of a hill, and she seemed very reliable. Very, except for the screwing up the phone call with Elvis. He said she seemed trustworthy or something like that and didn't mention anything about that bottles all over the place. Correct. See, Murph agrees with me. Was there anything that she said to you or to I know she was polygraphed at some point in time? Yes, I took her. So yeah, Roland Purdy and Murphy drove her to that polygraph test she took. Okay, who else was there at the polygraph? Roland Purdy and the examiner who's now deceased, Stephanie Thompson. She was from Monticello. She did the examination. She has unfortunately died in unfortunate circumstances. her daughter, too, in a fire. And coincidentally, the prosecutor on this case, Nick McLeland, his father, was a convicted arsonist who served time. And that's not alleged. That's for real. And she passed the examination, didn't she? I didn't understand whether she passed it or didn't see any patterns of untruthfulness. Okay. The things that Mary Jacobs said in that polygraph examination, is that also fertile ground of information that you could take and look at? Yes. Did you look at the things that Mary Jacobs said in the polygraph during the polygraph? Yes, I believe we watched it. Was there anything that Mary Jacobs said in that polygraph examination that caused you to think, oh, there's some interesting information there about Elvis that Elvis has told her? Yes. What was that? She's very specific. I want to protect my little brother. I don't want to reveal or divulge anything, but I've got to come clean and tell you everything that he said to me and everything that happened. I know when I read the report on that, it said that the polygraph examination report said that Mary wrote down a lot of stuff in the pre-interview, and then basically the relevant question at the end was, is everything that you wrote down true? Right. It was in a journal. I remember the journal specifically. It was a black, like Franklin planner journal that you would keep, or a diary. Did Mary actually write down for Stephanie Thompson information on that day of the polygraph as well? I don't remember, sir. Okay, and that's fine. But also, Stephanie would be asking Mary Jacob questions during the pre-interview. I would be presuming is that yes. And it seems like it was pretty long. It was a pretty long examination. I think I saw 2 hours or more. It was. And it was videotaped? Yes. Okay. Do you know where that videotape is? The state police has it. It's called the State Police Repository Lab in Indianapolis. They have to have a copy of it. We retain those for years. Okay. And then I'm going to kind of go through, I handed you earlier, right, what's been marked as Exhibit G, I believe. Is that what that says on there? It does, sir. And that's a document in 12 parts, 12 pages? Yes, sir. Were you familiar with this document? Yes. Okay. Tell me how you are familiar with it. These, from looking at them now and refreshing my memory, are field notes that were typed into a simple Word document on my state police laptop. So at the end of every day, I would type these notes up. Okay. So are all these notes from you? You believe? I do believe, yes, they're mine. Okay. So I wanted to ask you some questions about, we are limited in time. We may have to meet up again. I hate doing that to you down the road. Sir, it's what we do. I'm happy to drive up to see you, by the way. Okay, if that helps. But there's this story on page 9 that Amber Holder talks about when, I'll just read right off it on page 9. Quote, Amber Holder stated that Brad Holder of Patrick Westfall, one time when he was intoxicated, and said that he and Patrick got into a fight. They no longer spoke to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. Do you remember that? So let's go over that again quickly. So basically, this is Amber Holder, if you're not sure, one of the suspects named Brad Holder, his ex-wife, is saying that Brad Holder got into a disagreement with Patrick Westfall, the other guy, the other suspect, who was a real Odinist, and Brad Holder was technically a poser fan because he still went to church on Sunday, so that's why Patrick kicked him out of the group. His Brad Holder's ex-wife said Brad and Patrick got into a fight. They no longer spoke to each other, and because he told her that Holder and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. Are you the one that interviewed Amber Holder on that? Yes. If I put it in a report, it wasn't hearsay. It was directly from her to me. Wonder if did they ever give her a polygraph test? Now that seems to be a pretty big deal to me when I hear that. Did you think that was a pretty big deal to her here? I did. Okay. What did you do to follow up on that, if anything? Went back and presented this to the command team, the incident command team. Who again would you have presented that to? Primarily Jay Harper. There were times when Kevin would be gone, Tony would be gone, they had vacations, Dick Jerry Holman would be gone, and through all of that, I was there quite frequently just with Jay Harper. So maybe Jay Harper or probably Jay Harper. Is that what you're saying? Yes. He's saying, so what is it? I hate that. I mean, do you have a specific memory of telling the Amber story to Central Command people? Yes. Who do you specifically remember telling that? To Jay Harper. To Jay Harper? Was there anybody else that? Yeah. Good time for some redactions. Fuck, man. Every time it gets, they start getting to something. There's a redaction. 2 pages. So 2 pages of redactions. So they're going into Kevin Murphy talking about telling Amber's story about Holder and Westfell fighting in the woods and not talking to each other anymore because they got into a disagreement about a ritual in the woods by a creek or whatever, by the water. And he's telling who he told it to. Was there anybody else that? Then we got 2 pages of redactions. And it's the remainder is a question from Baldwin. We don't know how it starts. After you would talk to these people, you'd write that down. You'd write down your notes. I sometimes wouldn't even leave a driveway or interview. I would start putting notes in. One of those things that's also piquing my interest is in February when you talked to Elvis at the Rushville PD. Do you remember that? Unfortunately, I do. Why is that? May I speak freely? Sure. He pissed me off. Why did he piss you off? Like he was playing a game with us, and Elvis has the thought about this one on the way down. If I was asked about him, he has the mental capacity of maybe a 7 or 8-year-old from the history of talking to Mary, very abused as a child. I don't know if he went past 8th grade in school. And he thinks all this is a joke, and I don't take any murder as a joke, particularly 2 girls from Delphi here. Did I hear that before? That he thought Elvis was taking a joke, like not seriously? There's this. That was videotape too, right? Yes, video and audio. Do you know where that is? Yes, at Rushville Police Department. Rushville has it? Yes, every single time we talked to anybody in Rushville, it was in an interview room on audio and video camera. Ooh. And did you ask Rushville to keep this for future use? Yes. Did you take it and give it to the central repository, as you say? On some of those interviews, CDs were burned and they were turned into the state police. Do you know which ones? Like that one with Elvis? That one, yes. It would have been taken to the Lafayette State Police post to the evidence clerk. And do you think Rushville also has it? Yes, they have it. They have too. They have to. Okay, very good. Of course, I was very intrigued by this. Elvis, you drop him off and he turns around and then he asks you if his spit is found on one of the girls, but he can explain it. Would he still be in trouble? Yes. I remember dropping him off at his trailer. He moved in a new trailer that Ned Smith had put him in. That's his paving boss. And when he said that to me, I almost fell out of my car. And what did you do to follow up on that? I immediately took it into command and wrote up. Pretty sure I wrote up a more thorough long-term report than these field notes. All we have are these field notes. Do you have an actual larger? I mean, I'm not blaming you for that, but there's a lot of discovery out there, and we are just trying to figure what might exist out there. Do you think there's a longer, more official looking document like this? Yes, sir. Related to Yeah, that's an RMS report, it looks like. Okay, so somewhere there's probably what you have written down as Exhibit G. There might be more official documentation somewhere? Yes. Okay. So again, this business that Ellis Field said, if spit is found on one of the girls, could he explain it? Would Who did you tell that to? I immediately called Jay Harper and discussed that command, and it sparked enough interest that all of us went down there one day together. I mean, all of us. I mean, 8 of us all went down there and caravaned together and talked to Elvis Fields and talked to Ned Smith, his paving boss. Wow. So fuck all 8 of them jump in a big van together? That's cool. So fucking Jerry Holman. And at some point in time, even his sister Joyce, a different sister, not Mary Jacobs, but Joyce Moffat. Do you remember her? A little bit. The name certainly I remember. She confirmed that Elvis told her that he had spit on a girl. Do you remember that? I do. Oh, sorry. I do. Okay. Did that get reported to Central or Unified Command? Yes. Is it fair to say that everything in Exhibit G was reported to Uniform Command? Every bit of it, sir. Okay. And would that simply be Harper, or would it sometimes be other people? Most all the time, I reported directly to Jay Harper. And it's your understanding that anything that Harper would find important, he would pass on to Liggett? Yes. And anything that Harper found important that you sent to Harper or talked to Harper about, he would send on to Dick Holman? Yes, sir. Johnny Messer. He's an interesting character. Don't you think? Did you ever talk to Johnny Messer? The witness shakes his head. Maybe you don't know him? Well, you know what, you interviewed Taylor Hornady, Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend? Okay. Does that ring a bell? It does. That's on page 4. Did you ever talk to Johnny Messer? It's on page 4 in the middle there. There's a little Johnny Messer subheading. I remember going by a dilapidated home and he wouldn't let us come in. I'm pretty sure I would have been there with Greg Ferenczi, and I do now remember talking to Johnny Messer. Now, did you find it interesting that Messer was from Rushville, but he also knew Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall? Yes. Why was that interesting to you? Well, the crime occurred here in Delphi, the Delphi proximity where Westfield and Holder live, and here's this guy in Rushville. I just thought it was bizarre coincidence. It is a bizarre coincidence. Did you tell that bizarre coincidence of Johnny Messer from Rushville, who's also friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall? Did you tell all of that to Unified Command? Yes. And that would mean Harper? Jay Harper. Jay Harper. And you would expect Jay Harper to tell that to the rest of Unified Command? I would. Liggett and Dick Holman, is that right? And Kevin Hammond, yes. Kevin Hammond, yes. What were your makings of Taylor Hornaday? What did you think of her? I can't remember her offhand. She's on the bottom of page 4. See if that rings a bell, or just kind of looking at it. She said, I'll just quote off page 5 and maybe see if this refreshes your recollection. She said that Messer told her he had done horrible things and should be in prison. Does that ring a bell? It does. Okay. She states that all Vinlanders were into Odinism. Holder and Westville talk about making their own weapons in the form of knives and hammers, and that that he had borrowed her vehicle and went up there to hang out with the Vinlanders. Do you remember that? Yes. Your understanding is up there is Delphi? Yes, specifically. What Taylor Hornaday told you, and I'm going to sum it up, and you tell me if I'm incorrect here, is, quote, around Valentine's Day, Johnny Messer, my boyfriend, borrowed my car and went up to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander Odinite buddies, and then he came back down sometime afterwards, and there was blood on my car, unquote, end of quote. Does that sound about right? Yeah. Yes. What did you think of that? Went along with everything in our investigation that this needs to be pursued and followed. What did you do with that? More thoroughly. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. What did you do with that information? The same thing that I've done with any of these incidents. I was here enough of the time that every single morning I was here, I reported any findings from from the previous day. I mean, that's a pretty big deal to have blood on a car hanging out with Brad Holder and Westfall, don't you think? Yes. Out of all of these things that I've talked about Amber Holder talking about what happened, why Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder are no longer friends, something about a ritual in the woods. Oh, fuck yeah. This is going into a redaction, so something about a ritual in the woods, that the blood on Taylor Hornaday's car that Johnny Messer had used when he was in Delphi, and that Brad Holder said 1 page redaction, 2 pages redactions. So we're going into the remainder of one of Murph's answers to a question we don't know. Westfall, but one of them is a giant, like he's a Viking, like he's a true, like Odinist type guy or something. And I don't remember ever getting to talk to either one of them. Are you satisfied that they have a discussion off the record? So now, Mr. Baldwin, as you sit there right now, based upon your investigation into the Odinism angle of what was going on at the crime scene, do you feel satisfied that it was fully investigated, meaning Elvis, Patrick Westfall, and Brad Holder? Yes. Oh, wow. Hmm. Do you think they had anything to do with this? I can't say yes or no. I'd be speculating. Okay, okay. Do you know what was done in terms of investigation from Unified Command once you reported your findings to them from your investigation? Do you know what they did in return to follow up on whatever information you provided them, Unified Command? I believe we did documentation through our state police RMS reporting system. Okay, for example, was there ever a search warrant done, asked asked for on Johnny Messer? I don't remember, sir. Was there ever a search warrant done that you know of for Brad Holder? I don't remember. Do you know if there was a search warrant requested for Patrick Westfall? I do not. Okay. I mean, do you think it would have been a good idea for Unified Command to ask for a search warrant for those folks based upon what's contained in that 12-page document identified as Exhibit G? If there's enough evidence to substantiate a judge doing a search warrant, yes. I don't know if it would fit the parameters for that. Okay. Do you know about the Richard Allen side of the investigation? I know nothing. I've heard the name, read about it, just sparked my interest. So this is going into some kind of redaction too. So, well, the question ends here. So the answer starts or whatever. I don't know. I was going to ask you, do you think that there was more information that might cause, let's say, Brad Holder to be associated with the crime scene, and therefore evidence on the crime might be in place that would justify a search warrant? So page redaction. And starts out the question. Or yeah, it was Libby's. Oh, sorry. This is the defense. It was it was Libby's blood. I'm going to show you. This was something in Brad Holder's Facebook page. I'm showing you I'm showing you defendant's exhibit F side by side with the blood that was on the tree. Do you see a similarity to those two? Yes, you said this was from his Facebook page? Yes. Okay. Had you seen that before? I can't remember, but I would say this is the same indication as that the F, if you want to call it that. Yes. Looks similar? Did you know if Brad Holder had a fixation with runes? Had you ever heard that before from Unified Command? Ooh, sorry. We're still going, right? Oh, here, you know what? I'm going to take a quick break for a drink. Ooh. So he asked him about, do you know? I'll read this. I'll start from here again when I get back. One quick second. And we're back. How many of you guys love hearing that? How many people we got here still? Still 30 people. Wow. Wonder how many that's going to be. This is my best one so far. Ooh, maybe I did get a bump from all of Ducky's community people that were watching. Anybody here come from Colorado where you were listening to me last night on someone? I'm not sure if you know, her name was Ducky. We call her Ducky. Did anybody come here from there? That would be cool. So, what you guys doing in chat? You guys having fun? Anyone new? Did I miss anyone? Say hi. Nope. All right. So, you're being nice, Charles. Shush. Oh, you're just kidding. Yeah. See, you put LOL. You can say whatever you want. Just put LOL. Better yet, put 3 of those funny emojis. You can say some really dumb stuff. And then we all laugh about it and move on. So here we go. Looks similar. Do you know if Brad Holder had a fixation with runes? Had you ever heard that before from Unified Command? I heard that people that follow worship are into Odinism, are into what you call these runes, these symbols, the signs. Okay. It's the core of their beliefs from what I understand. Do you find, just as an investigator with all your years of experience, do you find all that stuff about Brad Holder, for example, exhibit, what is that, F and exhibit B combined, that they were both on his Facebook page and that those are mimicking, at least in my opinion, what maybe Robert Ives called signatures left at the crime scene? What was it? Secular, yeah. Does that bother you as an investigator? Is that worth investigating? So quickly, if anybody's not familiar with Robert Ives, he's the original prosecutor that left, and afterwards he said in some kind of an interview, like really close to the time of the crime, I don't know when it was, and that interview disappeared. Robert Ives, the former prosecutor before Nicholas McClellan stepped in, Robert Ives said on an interview that the crime scene was full of stuff that would, make it easy. He thought it would be really easy to solve because there was so many things at the crime scene. And he said it was non-secular. He used those words. And so he didn't say anything like Odinism, right? But non-secular, I believe, is whatever. Can you guys put in chat what non-secular is again? I don't know if it's like religious or it's something to do with religion. So former prosecutor, after he not retired, what is that, quit or whatever, stepped down, he said it looked like the crime would be easy to solve because there was so much evidence there and it would look non-secular. And if I have any of that wrong, please correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went. So yes, it is. Had you ever seen the side-by-side with, yeah. Had you ever seen the side-by-side with the F next to the blood in the tree? I don't think I have. I don't want to say yes or no. You haven't? That's ours. We put that together. So, sorry, you haven't. That's ours. We put that together. So let me say it a different way. The F on the left, that's from Brad Holder's Facebook page. Have you ever seen that? No. If you were investigating this and you saw that F and you saw the other exhibit B, would you pursue some type of investigation after looking at those? I'd try to get a search warrant based on that. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm moving ahead, trying to move here. Elvis's alibi. There was talk about his phone being off. I didn't really understand that. Can you tell me about Elvis's phone on the 13th? Do you remember that? Sorry. Do you remember that? That particular day, the 13th, and he claimed he was in Rushville the whole time, as I remember. it was off. It was off from like 10 or 10:30 to later on that night, like a 9-hour window. Ooh, yeah, we know about that, but still. And I just found that, and his other patterns of his phone always being on, longitude, latitude, triangulation coordinates, saying he was in Rushville. I found it odd that on that particular day it was off or out of service or dead battery, whatever the case might be. Is that I hadn't seen that technical data or metadata or whatever. Does that exist somewhere? Yes. Okay. And then you add to that the Rod Abrams. Do you remember Rod Abrams, his roommate? Yes. And he gave you an alibi that they were where? Do you remember that? I don't remember where he said they were. He said they were at a hospital, didn't they? I don't remember. He said they were Muncie. Does that ring a bell? Oh yeah. I believe they were at a hospital about somebody that was passed away or dying. Did that get investigated to say if that alibi was correct or was accurate? I don't remember if that got investigated, okay? Okay, there was a June 2018 interview with Elvis. Do you remember that? The first one was in February, and then there was one later on in June. I think they screwed up here, probably. I bet you. This is still... Because the question... I bet you this is Baldwin. I'm just speculating that this A shouldn't be here, and that this A starts here. His answer starts here. That's weird. Having two A's in a row, they never do that. And with it being a question mark, or maybe it is. Maybe it's just me. Sorry. Or he's just answering twice. I don't know. So let's try that again. Did that get investigated to say if that alibi was correct or was accurate? I don't remember if that got investigated, okay? There was a June 2018 interview with Elvis. Do you remember that? So I think this is Baldwin asking him this. And this would be probably his answer. The first one was in February, and then there was one later on in June. One of them was at the police department. I don't think they were both there. Okay. Do you remember the June one at all? Let me see if I can. Here's what I'll read right off the page one. Quote, Elvis was interviewed by Ferenczi, unquote. End of quotes. If I'm saying that correctly, Greg Ferenczi and Murphy. He said he was not in Delphi on 2/13. He says he was in Rushville. Claims some of his unusual Facebook posts are just decorations he likes to make. Elvis tells interviewers that he's not in a gang. Gangs were never mentioned by the interviewers. Right. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. And that it's interesting because in the January interview of Mary Jacobs, she said that he was in a gang now. And now he brought up that he was in a gang and you didn't even bring it up. Is that correct? Yes. Did you find that to be weird? I did. And did you report that to Unified Command? Yes. Okay. And was that to Harper? It would have been, yes. All right. And was that interview recorded? Would it have been recorded, the June 2018 interview? Does it say where it was, sir? No. It just says Elvis interviewed by Ferenczi and Murphy. It doesn't say where. If it wasn't at the police department, it was not recorded. Well, how does he know that? Could have been audio recorded. The fucking iPhone. Anywhere. I mean, not to be a jerk, but why would he say that? Like, it might not have been video recorded, but whatever. Would there have been handwritten notes? Yes. Okay. Do you know where those handwritten notes would be? No. Okay. Might they be in the central repository? Oftentimes, notes just went straight, scribbly notes to this. To this? Okay. Yes, sir. What did he went to this? Oh, the book, probably that booklet or whatever he's holding. I don't know. Those are the notes, the kind of? Oh, those are the notes then, kind of? Yes. So I want to talk about when was last time that you remember talking to a few of the players in this thing. Elvis. We left Rushville that day, all of us, after we talked to several people. That would have been the last time. So imagine them, 8 of them, eight cops, he says, piled in one van. Holman, Liggett, all of them piling in because it's so big deal. They go down and talk to Elvis. I mean, they're obviously not, it must be important. And the defense can't Gull said Elvis wasn't needed to be wasn't allowed to be at the trial or whatever. However Gull worded it or whatever it was, I forget. But I remember she protected. She wouldn't. They wanted to call Elvis to the stand or something, didn't they? Am I wrong about that? Let me know. I'm pretty sure they wanted to call Elvis to the stand, but the defense wouldn't allow them. Yet, so Gull wouldn't allow the defense to call Elvis to the stand. Yet 8 cops piled in one fucking van to go down to Rushville to talk to him. Yet he was not allowed to be questioned on the stand. That's fucking wild, eh? Holy fuck. We left Rushville that day, all of us, after we talked to several people. That would have been the last time. Okay. Well, you did. Didn't you say you took them to get... Oh, no. That was Mary Jacobs, too. I took his sister, Mary Jacobs, to get the polygraph down at the Central Repository. Okay. So, and in June, you did a June interview with Elvis. Would that have been the last time you talked to him? It would have been when we all went down together. So fucking, they all went down together. Okay. So it would have been when we all went down together. Okay. And talked to Elvis and Ned Smith and the what? What the fuck? It's not a redaction. That's like a missing page. How do we do that? It's not even, they don't even have, he's not even finished his answer. Page 250 goes into, what is this? Yeah, because 250 is the end of volume 4. So this volume 5 would be 1001. Yeah. Then the last volume has 201 pages. So something's missing here. And that's not correct because this is page 5, volume 5, page 1. And it's correct because this would be page 1001. So that's correct because each volume is 250 pages. So volume 1 is pages 0 to 250. Volume 2 is pages 250 to 500. Volume 3 is 500 to 750. Volume 4 is 750 to 1000. And volume 5, which is the page 1 here, is 1000. Volume 5 would be 1000 to 201, which is all the pages. So it checks out. And we're on 1001. So yet this ends right in the middle of Murphy's deposition. And it ends in the middle of an answer. You'd think they'd at least be smart enough to fucking not include that or fuck around to make it end on this. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't end though. And talk to Elvis and Ned Smith and the... You think they would just take this and the off and put a period here, and I probably wouldn't even have thought anything of it. Anybody else find that sus as fuck? I'm going to take a drink and I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. 31 people still here. Hope 25 of you are getting a really good sleep. I'll talk quietly so I don't wake you up. Because if I wake them up, maybe they'll close it down and I'll lose viewers. So stay asleep. All right, guys. We should probably end it there because I mean another 7 hours. I'm fucking nuts doing this. Do you guys want me to do anything else? Do you guys notice that? How it ends here? Nobody's saying anything about that? Hello, guys. Like, it's one thing to if this was like page 248 and it ended like this and we couldn't find two, but I mean they've accounted for it. This is the end. They're saying this is the end. And he's obviously stopping in the middle of this. And like who finishes that? Like oh, maybe it does. Is this a continuation? Oh my gosh, I'm an ass. Duh. So they just, oops, I don't even know what's going on. You think this is a continuation of it? Wait, shit. And talk to Elvis and Ned Smith and the roommate that fuck. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I guess they just wanted to jump in to say that they're starting a new volume. All right. Sorry. I'm just going to carry on, I guess. I'm guessing this would be continuation. Sounds like it. Sorry. So it didn't end. Just they ran out of my fault. So no, nothing sus. The volume ended, and to stay with the counting of their volume, they just continued volume 4 in the start of volume 5. All right. So let's carry on. It would have been when we all went down together. Okay. And talked to Elvis and Ned Smith and the roommate that lived in the trailer. Okay. Mary Jacobs, when was the last time you talked to her? Sorry about that, guys. I mean well. It's been since the same time. Do you think you talked to her after the polygraph? Yes. Okay. Joyce. Oh, sorry. Okay. Joyce Moffat. Do you remember talking to her? I wouldn't have talked to her since I know Mary Jacobs tape recorded Elvis. Was that at your request or did very high up state police command above our unified command? So people above unified command wanted them to wanted him wanted well they wanted Mary Jacobs to record Elvis. So very high up state police command above our unified command. Had you asked Mary Jacobs to tape record Elvis? We tape recorded Elvis with Mary there at her house. Oh yeah, this is where Purdy said Mary Jacobs screwed this call up. So they tried sitting there and getting her to call Elvis and getting him to say stuff on the phone. But Purdy said Mary Jacobs, the one who screwed this up. We tape recorded Elvis with Mary there at her house, and it was conducted and coordinated by investigator Aaron Campbell. Aaron, like Aaron Campbell. Okay. So that was, and she agreed to do that? Hesitantly, but yes. All right. I'm reading off page 1 at January. So that's funny. He doesn't. So I hope he goes on to say that she screwed it up too, because Roland Purdy was very clear that Mary Jacobs fucked that up and they couldn't use it or whatever. I'm not sure if he remembers. He didn't remember it being recorded. I wonder why Murphy sounds more like what I expected to hear from Roland Purdy. And Roland Purdy, who was with Murphy during this, sounds more like what I expected to hear from Murphy. Because Roland Purdy thought Mary Jacobs was, a good witness, and she passed her polygraph test, and he didn't say nothing about shit talking about her having medication bottles all over the place. Yet Murphy, who's the guy who you'd think would not want to say that, he said that she didn't, well, whatever, wasn't trustworthy, and she had fucking medication bottles all over the place. So, okay, so hopefully coming up here, he better say that Mary Jacobs screwed up trying to wiretap, or not wiretap, but I mean, help them. What's that called again? I can't think of right now. The name, like they tried to get him to confess or whatever on phone. So Purdy and Murphy were sitting there in in Mary Jacobs' home, Elvis's sister, in her little house on the side of a hill with medication bottles all over the place. Yet she's a very reliable witness to one, and they both thought they drove her to the station, and she passed the polygraph test, and the polygrapher has since been died in a suspicious fire. This is fucking wild, eh? So that polygrapher, Stephanie Thompson, and her young teen daughter died in a suspicious arson fire. She's the polygrapher. So they better say, so Murphy, hopefully, let's go on, sorry. All right, I'm reading off page 1, a January 2018 interview with Mary Jacobs. Do you remember the first time you interviewed Mary Jacobs? Yes. Would that have been the January 2018 interview? Yes. And was that recorded in some fashion? No. I wrote it in this notebook right here. Oh, okay. That very one? Yes. Okay. Well, I actually think we have your notes from that. And I wish I would have brought them so I could ask you. But if I call you and fax them to you, would you be able to say, oh, yeah, that's my writing? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, you already told me that. Did you ever talk to Greg Fancy? Why are they skipping over that? He talks about going to talk to Mary Jacobs. So why doesn't he say, can I just go over that again, guys, if you want to? So he remembers he was there. Didn't Purdy say Murphy and him were there when, or was it Aaron that was there? Maybe I don't know. So I know so this is the defense. I know Mary Jacobs tape recorded Elvis. Was that at your request, or did very high upstate police command above our unified command? Had you asked Mary Jacobs to tape record Elvis? We tape recorded Elvis with Mary there at her house. So yeah, he's there. And that third guy, Aaron, was there. Well, it was conducted and coordinated by investigator Aaron Campbell. Does that mean he was there with Murphy and Purdy? We tape recorded Elvis with Mary there at her house, and Purdy said she totally fucked it up and it was not usable. They didn't get anything good. But he's not saying that. And it was conducted and coordinated by an investigator and someone from really high up. Very high. He's saying very high up state police command above our unified command requested this. We tape recorded Elvis with Mary there at her house, and it was conducted and coordinated by investigator Aaron Campbell. Like Aaron Campbell. Okay, so that was, and she agreed to do that? Hesitantly, but yes. So do we think conducted would mean it was his idea, this Aaron guy. But coordinated to me implies he's there with them. No? I'm going to have a quick drink. One sec. Sorry, guys. All right. Tiger, you mean the three guys as in Elvis Fields, Brad Holder, and Patrick Westphal? Because if that's what you're saying, I agree. All right, let's carry on. Sorry, guys. I'm getting distracted. Man, 7 hours. This will be, oh my God. My last one last night was 7:22. I'm going to go longer than 7:22. But I promise everyone, if you're still listening, I will go through and timestamp them all. So if you're looking for specific depositions, because each one of these I read at least 2 or 3 depositions. So I will go through and timestamp the specific ones so you guys can listen as just 1 or 2. I may even make separate videos of each one too. So that I will do also. So stay tuned. So, first time interviewed by Mary Jacobs. Would that have been the January 2018 interview? Yes. And was that recorded in some fashion? No. I wrote it in this notebook right here. Okay. That very one. No, sorry, that very one? Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I actually think we have your notes. Oh, is this where he said, yeah, I read this. He said he would fax it to him. And so here we go. Okay. Cool. So he just wanted to know if he would recognize his own handwriting. He'd fax it to him and confirm they were his notes. So now, okay, cool. You already told me that. Did you ever talk to Greg Ferenczi about this video that he found of Westphal and Holder conducting some type of sacrificial ritual in Fort Wayne? Does that ring a bell? I remember him talking about it. He was more the social media guy. Uh-huh. Oh, fuck. So this is going into a redaction. So he was more the social media guy. That's obviously Brad Holder. So defense says, uh-huh. And he's like, I don't even have Facebook. I mean, yeah. I remember that conversation because we spent hours in the car where I would pick him up. Or he's obviously talking about Elvis still. I guess. I don't know. So 1 redaction, 2 redactions, 2 pages redacted. Yeah, so they're probably talking about Brad Holder because they're going into that fake photo of the girl in the purple dress with branches and sticks or whatever on her, not of Abby and Libby, but a separate fake photo that Ryan Boucher screenshotted from Brad Holder's Facebook page and sent to Unified Command along with all that other stuff. And so Ryan Boucher, the citizen, screenshotted everything a couple months after because he thought it was really sus. And same with Ryan Winters, the light duty injured sort of bench, the cop at Unified Command, immediately saw it and thought the tattoo on Holder's hand looked super sus. Exactly. And he wrote down it looked exactly like the sticks on Abby from the real crime scene photo. This is wild. Okay, what am I doing? So we're coming off redactions. So obviously talking about Holder. Believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. The fake photo with the purple dress, not the real crime scene photos. And that's from Holder's media account, Brad Holder's. Would that cause you any concern? Or yes, why? The similarities, yeah, it's wild, eh? Even if they're not the real crime scene photo, but months after he's putting, and he's the father of one of the girls, the real murdered girl's boyfriend. The similarities of sticks and patterns being placed on two girls, one who I know is deceased from the case we worked, and the other one that I don't know if that's posed or genuine. Right. And the other one that I don't know, because we don't even know if that other one. How do we know that that other one isn't a real dead girl's? What made us come to that determination? Does anybody know? The fake one, not the one of Abby and Libby with the branches. The other one with the purple dress. How do we know that they're not really dead? I guess he wouldn't really. Oh man, yeah, for him. And also, I wonder if Holder actually took that photo. Do we know more about that, or was it just a photo he saw and posted? Wow. Anyways, I should just carry on. Sorry. Yes. Would that be deserving of some type of search warrant just based upon that photo alone? Yes. So Baldwin's, that's all the questions I have. Oh my gosh, Rosie's gonna, just a couple here, redirect. Okay, let's get this over with. You mentioned that you went to Mary Jacobs' home and when you walked in, you said, well, let me ask you this, were there other people living there with her? Yes. How many were living with her? There was a daughter that lived downstairs that worked in Walmart. Her name I don't have in my mind, and then I'm specific. Her husband's name was Troy. He would not talk to us. His name is Troy Jacobs. That's her husband. And so there were other people in the home. How much time did you spend in that home, if you could just estimate? We made several trips to that home. It's a very distinguished home. It's built into the side of a hill across a little rickety narrow bridge, and I don't remember the number of trips we made, but we were always there, at least an hour, sometimes more. And you mentioned these pill bottles. Did you actually, I'm going to say this in kind of a loose sense, but kind of audit the information that was on those bottles to determine whose bottles they were? Yes. And what was your discovery? They were Mary Jacobs prescriptions. Mary Jacobs's prescriptions that I'm familiar to be for either depression or anxiety or psychological. Were you able to determine the time frame that those prescriptions were offered up for that that they were filled, if you will? They looked like they were being used every day. Did you ever see Mary Jacobs taking pills? I did not. Did you ever ask her if she was taking pills? I did not. Did you ever see any kind of other signs around the house that, hey, she's taking these pills routinely? Maybe she had a little pill box that people use, like the Monday through Sunday? Yeah, I don't remember that, no. She was polygraphed. Yes, I took her. So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, if you were going to polygraph someone that you would do that, you wouldn't do that if you didn't think somebody was in the right frame of mind. Yes. I mean, if somebody was intoxicated, for example, it wouldn't help you to polygraph them, right? Or under the influence of any type of prescription. Did you ever look into Mary Jacobs' background to see if she had any history of mental illness? Yes. What did you find? She did. What was the extent of that? Just from her childhood, she and others, which she actually discussed openly, were subject to physical, sexual, and emotional abuse ever since the time they were toddlers. I'm going to ask maybe a little bit more pointed question. What about clinical history of mental illness where she had been institutionalized or anything like that? I thought she had been institutionalized at some point and possibly was treated. I believe it was the term schizophrenia. Do you remember? Would you have noted that in your report? No. Why not? We were taking the information she had. She was seeing a medical provider. She didn't, other than that, then she seemed anxious sometimes. She didn't seem to be not in her right mind. And when we talked to her, that was my next question. So when you were talking with her, you felt she was being rational, coherent, and those types of things? Yes. Did you ever have any sense from her that she was being deceptive with you intentionally? No. You mentioned there were 3 or 4 things that Mr. Baldwin asked you about, like the spit comment. Those things definitely kind of resonated with you as being very significant comments, right? Yes. At the time that you reacted to those, I think you basically said every time that he said something, every time he said something that kind of caught your attention or caught your ear, that you reported it immediately. Yes. So, I mean, when he was saying it, you believed in the veracity, or at least you thought it was important enough that you had to report it. Yes. And so it wasn't like he was joking with you or, kind of slapstick humor or anything like that. Not when I dropped him off at that trailer. The one thing that hasn't been asked, and I've got to tell you about it. Yeah, Mary was absolutely certain around the 14th that he had these clothes. It's been mentioned in every report I've ever done that he had these specific clothes that were from the guy on the bridge. And then she would revert to, well, he might not have been wearing those clothes, or those were his clothes, but somebody else wore them. And then she would cut to, maybe he wasn't the guy, but I know he was there. She would always say to Greg Ferenczi or Roland Purdy or me, I know he was there. And she would not let go of that. Did you ever draw any conclusions about any motive she had for placing him at the scene? No. Or ratting him out, as we say in the business? I'm a good Christian woman and I just can't live with myself if I don't tell somebody. Wow. Were you a party to any? We are going to talk about Odinism again. Okay. Were you a party to any communication with anyone at Purdue University as it related to that cult, is what I'm going to call it? I don't remember any. What about the FBI? Talking to anybody from the FBI about this particular organization? Yes. Who was that? Early on, like day 1 or 2, like day 2 or 3 of the Delphi investigation. I don't remember the guy's name, but he was head of the FBI office in Merrillville when his team was here. And I heard about it in whispers. We found these sticks at the scene. They were covered on top of the girls. The FBI was really focused on it and actually had people out in Virginia that specialize in what these sticks mean. Were you a party to any conversation or information exchanged with those people in Virginia? No. What about U.S. Marshals? I was on their task force for 9 years prior to going to the FBI, and they were only here as a task force briefly the first week or 2, and then they disappeared. Okay. Were you, just to make sure I'm understanding your answer, which I think is no, were you a party to any information exchanges with U.S. Marshals involving Odinism? No. Anyone else other than the individual in Indianapolis that you mentioned earlier? Tony Portwood? Yeah. And some of these whispers with the FBI? Yes. That's only 2 times that you were involved in any information exchanging regarding Odinism. Yes. I'm going to ask this. You mentioned Brad Holder earlier, and that some people communicated to you that he might be dangerous. Is that a fair summary of what you said? Brad Holder and Westfall being the big guy. Do you believe Brad Holder is a dangerous man? To me, no. Well, to society. Well, I've got a daughter and wife, and if they were walking alone and he was in their proximity, I'd have a problem with it. I have a daughter, 3 daughters, and a wife. Is that something I should be concerned about? If they were in the area? If he lives in my town, I'd be keeping tabs on him at the very least. Somebody that's got a propensity for violence. What about Westfall? Same questions. Yes, if not more so. Rosie, I don't have anything else. Baldwin, oh my gosh. Baldwin has more questions. I do. Let's do this. Let's go. Question. I'm just going to be honest with you. So this is Baldwin jump back in. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm nervous about raising this all up and talking about Holder and Westville and Odinism, knowing what I see on these photographs and images, do you think I should be worried down in Indianapolis as well if these guys catch wind that I'm questioning whether they're involved in this murder? And by the way, this is the answering is Murphy, Kevin Murphy, Murph. I don't know their histories or criminal histories. Like, are they involved in petty theft, burglaries, violence? But sometimes people are posers. So they want you to think they're tough, but maybe they're not. Yeah, if they're posting shit on Facebook, I believe they're posers probably. Like Westfall ain't posting shit. I think Westfall's the real deal. This is me. Sorry. I shouldn't do that. That was me adding that bit. So let me do that again. Sorry. That was... And I kind of gathered that when I walked away with the Vinlanders, so to speak, because what evidence is there that any of them have been involved in any, I don't want to say horrific, but physical crimes. So what I meant to say was, as myself, Shibby, yeah, like if Holder was kind of the real deal, or he's really dumb, or really one of those guys who wanted to taunt police, posting shit like on Facebook and all that stuff. Like, come on, man. If you were in a gang and you posted all that shit on Facebook, your buddies would be pissed because that's a heat score. And on the other hand, Westfall wasn't, and he seemed to be more legit. So, whatever. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Well, I'm being honest with you. No, I appreciate it. Maybe I'm just overly freaked out, but I appreciate your whole belief is different now than what it was even 5 years ago when I was with the state police. Because the guy that drove me here, my son, because I work midnights, we've changed our whole thought process on law enforcement, my family, that you've got to do what you can do to protect yourself. So we train constantly. We all know what happens with the George Floyd case, and our whole force continuums have changed. I just turned 60, so I might be in a little town, but I'm patrolling by myself, and I'm patrolling right next to a state prison. So my 360 is always, unfortunately, maybe with your family member too. I live in the same town as Brad Holder, not entirely. This is Rosie. I live in the same town as Brad Holder, not entirely all that far from here. So it's something where I probably should take some extra precautions if this becomes public. And the witness, which is Murphy. I always thought about, I went to Butler. I majored in journalism. Often that's a prerequisite for law school. And I think if I'm a lawyer in private practice and based on the kind of casework I do, I'm always going out like a cop off duty, like just protecting myself, protecting my family. I'm not saying walk around in a state of paranoia. Yeah. Rosie. Yeah, but this is no different. The witness. Yes. Rosie. Should I have a heightened sense of security? I don't know these people. So should I have a heightened sense of awareness because, and the witness, I never really heard anything about them after that. It seemed like everything they did was kind of restricted or within their little group. So now Baldwin's back in. Once this gets made public, I think where our concern is that Holder hears that we're, saying that he might be involved or Westville. And Murphy says, most people, I think, when they get accused of something like that, they go into a fight or flight. I think I'm not saying they're going to run away, but they're going to be more inclined to, hey, it's not me. It's not me. What you've shown me and the things they post, that's difficult to explain. Most of this I've not ever seen before. So Baldwin says, appreciate it. Thank you. Rosie says, these are frankly a little bit more personal questions. I think you were asked about Mr. Ferenczi. I'm sorry. I'm struggling. The witness says, Greg Ferenczi. Yes. Rosie, you didn't think his death was in any way associated with any of his works in this case? The witness says, not in this case. Not this case. Rosie, what about Stephanie Thompson? Witness, she died in a house fire, accidental fire, from what I understand. Rosie says, so you don't believe that was connected? And witness, no. Greg was killed as I walked out of the Capitol building in Indianapolis to retire. So it was pretty traumatizing for me. Rosie, I don't have anything else. Do you want to review and sign? Do you want her to type it up, send it to you, that you look at it and sign it? Or do you trust that she's going to do it accurately? The witness, she's good. Rosie, you're waiving signature? Yes, sir. Oh, he's the first guy that waved. What were you going to say, Andy? And Baldwin says, if I get a hold of you in the future, would you be willing to talk to me in terms of... Murphy says, yes. Baldwin, even in a deposition setting, like if new questions pop up, but especially like there's this, I want to make sure that these handwritten notes that I'm pretty sure are yours from Mary Jacobs in January of 18, I want to make sure that they're yours and I can just reach you. Which reminds me, Murphy never said that Mary Jacobs screwed up the trying to call. So let's just add that up. Murphy never said that Mary Jacobs made that call and screwed it up. He said that that the request to do that kind of sting operation or whatever was made from way above Unified Command, like high up in the state police. Now, Purdy left that part out about it being from where it came from, I believe, unless he did say it and I don't remember, but I don't remember saying that. Yet he was very explicit and said that Mary Jacobs totally screwed it up and they didn't get anything on Elvis and the phone, because they tried calling Elvis and getting him to admit on the phone stuff, and Mary Jacobs totally botched it, he said. Yet Murphy never said that. So I find that odd. Or maybe he just forgot. I don't know. So Murphy says, yes, I might have attached them to something that got submitted electronically. So yes. And Baldwin says, and I can look and figure out to get a hold of you through the town. What is it? Called again? The town you work? Beverly Shores. I can give you my number and I'll email you right now. 280. I'll email you right now. 280. And further, the deponent saith not. So, Jerry Holman? Signature waived. Jerry Holman. What? That was Murphy. Why the fuck is Jerry Holman's name there? What? Nicole, wake up. Are you seeing this? The fuck? What a way to end. Okay, I'm going to shut this down. 7:30, 7 hours and 38 minutes. So I will timestamp this all. And is there any last... Still 22 people here. Well, I'm done. I need to eat something. So can Nicole, you want to remember that? I'll write it down. We're ending on 10:19. So Murphy ends 1019 and he waves his signature and Jerry Holman's name is there, weirdly. That'll be like a little cliffhanger. Let's leave on that note. Dun dun dun. Why is Jerry Holman's name there underneath? Oh, maybe because he waived it. Maybe they put Jerry Holman there instead because he didn't want to sign it. That's weird. Write it down. No, fuck it. We're going live. Fuck it. Don't write it. Just do it. Going live. Fuck this fucking shit. That's that Bill O'Reilly freak out on camera. So, anyways, all right. This will be a good way to end. So, I will maybe tomorrow. Ryan Winters again. Oh, fuck. Ryan Winters. So, we'll start tomorrow night. I'll read the deposition of Ryan Winters. He's the guy who's already given one deposition. You want to go back and my other I don't know when I wrote it. Ryan Winters did. He's the one guy. Ryan Winters is the one who Ryan Boucher sent the photos to. Ryan Winters is the cop. Anyways, who cares? Okay. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. It was great. And Joseph Borg. Hello. Great job, Shibby. Well, thank you, Joseph. You're only 7 hours and 30 minutes late, but if you go back to the beginning now, put it in 2x, you can be all caught up in about 3 hours and 45 minutes listening to me as a chipmunk. Anyways, so to anybody still listening, I will go through all these long ass ones. If you wait a day or two, I'll go timestamp them all so you can find out who's who, which, because we did 2 or 3 depositions each one. And some people had 2 or 3 separate ones. Like this is Ryan Winter's second one, if I'm sure, because I know we've done him before. And I also will make videos. I'll download the whole live and I'll cut them and make individual videos and re-upload them to my YouTube in the video section. So subscribe, turn all your notifications on, because boom, Shibby's shot out of a cannon. Make sure you subscribe. I'll make it worth your while. All right, guys. And Joseph Borg. Oh, Giuseppe. Hey, bud. What? And Dewey. Who the hell are you? I know your name too. You're not unindicted, right? You're I'll check. Who the hell are you? I know you too, Dewey. You have that because this is showing those stupid usernames. Dewey is someone we know. Go to your channel. Commentator Root, Dewey. So Dewey is Commentator Root, and Joseph is Giuseppe, brother. Where you been, Giuseppe? Giuseppe, what's your last name? Giuseppe, what kind of car? If I were to call you a car, Giuseppe, what kind of car would it be? Are you ready? You got 5 seconds to answer, Giuseppe. If you don't type what I think you should type, Camaro. That's it. Giuseppe Camarado. And I call him Giuseppe Camaro. So that's really Giuseppe. All right, guys. Well, hey, if you've missed anything, go back. I got a playlist. I'm going to add this to the playlist. And go listen. You'll be amazed. All right, guys. I should end this. All right. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Nicole, for sticking around. You're awesome. And we'll see you guys later. Good night.